Hello, fellow James Bond fans, YouTube subscribers, and whoever else is out there listening to this. Uh, I am joined finally by Alan Caylow and Jack the Film Fanatic, where we, this evening or morning for you Americans, where we discuss the complete 5-film saga that is the Daniel Craig 007 era. Finally, yeah, Daniel Craig has stepped down from the role of 007, and if you don't believe that by the end of No Time to Die, then you are stupid and naive. So we're going to be talking about all 5 movies in his era: Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, Skyfall, Spectre, and of course No Time to Die, as that one recently was released. And actually, it's coming out on DVD and Blu-ray very soon. Which
Ollie, we should also let the listener know we are going to go into spoilers for No Time to Die.
Yes. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Yes. If you haven't seen No Time to Die and don't want it to be spoiled, then I would suggest you click away from this video, unless you have seen the film, or if you just don't give a shit about spoilers, then, whatever. It's your choice. Yeah. So, let's kick this off, shall we? With Casino Royale. Oh, the best CPR in film history. The best resuscitation we could have hoped for. Yeah. So, Jack, would you like to kick us off with Casino Royale, the 2006 version?
Yes. Yeah. Not the Peter Sellers and David Niven one.
Are you sure that exists? I've never heard of that film before.
Yeah. But in this case, have no fear, because Daniel Craig is here. Casino Royale. Casino Royale 2006. I think this is a really great Bond film. I think over time I've come to enjoy this film a lot more. Like, the first time I watched it, I really loved it. I remember being obsessed with this when I was younger. I remember watching it, getting a few friends around and watching it on my birthday. And then there's a time there when I kind of thought it was a little bit overrated because everybody was saying, "Oh, it's the best Bond film ever made" and all that. But I think it is definitely one of the best Bond films ever made. It's number 10. I put it at number 8 in my ranking of all the Bond films, and I just think it's fantastic. I think after Die Another Day, which was just a horrible, 40th anniversary, a horrible Bond film in general, easily the worst of the series, I think this was a much needed CPR that the franchise needed. It needed, new life in there. And, they took the bold decision to end the original timeline, completely reboot the series, because finally they got the rights to Casino Royale, the book. And, originally I heard, rumors that they wanted Tarantino to do it. They wanted all these different people to do it. But finally, they decided to go with Martin Campbell, who did GoldenEye, and then they got Daniel Craig in. and Daniel Craig, I think, was an excellent choice. I mean, he got a lot of flack initially because, people were saying, "Oh, he's James Blonde." Like, they never had a blonde actor playing Bond before, and he got a lot of flack for that.
Can I just say about Martin Campbell? He's gonna save the Bond films with Casino Royale.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Martin Campbell, I will say this, I do think he's a very good Bond director. I mean, he did save the franchise twice, once with GoldenEye and once with Casino Royale. But I think
he's good at keeping on top of things.
Yeah, quite literally. But I mean, I definitely think out of the two that he directed, Casino Royale is by far his best Bond film. I just think it's an incredible film. It really is. I mean, Daniel Craig, I just think, was born to play this character. I mean, sadly, he's stepped down now as Bond, but after 15 years, I mean, in terms of years, he's the longest Bond. In terms of films, Roger still holds that record, but in terms of the years spent in the role, he's played it the longest. And I think he was an excellent choice. I mean, originally they saw him in Layer Cake, which I watched very recently, and I can see why they cast him as Bond, because he's excellent in Layer Cake. He's very confident, and he has that swagger, and he's a great actor. I mean, he was in Our Friends in the North. He had established himself before which was with Christopher Eccleston, Our Friends in the North. So, he's a very good actor, and they did a really good, job casting him. And I just think the film is great. I mean, I love
just
the
the backlash at the beginning. Blonde James Blonde. There was that fan
yeah.
site that was, well, thankfully it was boycotted once the movie had come out. But to begin with, people were really against Daniel Craig as James Bond.
Yeah, which I mean, to be fair, I can kind of like understand it initially because, I mean, if you look at Daniel Craig as James Bond, I mean, like he doesn't like initially when he was cast, I can understand people didn't see him as James Bond because up until that point, he's like the shortest actor to play the role. He's like 5'10" or something, and he's not like the best looking actor in terms of looks, but he has that sort of rugged charm. And he's a great actor, and of course in the books Bond isn't blonde; he's like dark hair and all that. So I can understand if like people initially were like, "Well, I don't really see him as James Bond," but I think this film really proved them wrong. When they saw him, in that opening sequence. I mean, I love the way the film begins. That opening black and white sequence. You don't open with the gun barrel, which is unusual. It's never happened before, and
well, not at the
I
very
just
start, anyway.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think it's great, and that whole sequence in black and white where he's talking to the guy, and he's talking to him about the contract or whatever, and he says, "Oh, your client, how did it end? Oh, not well." And then you have this really brutal sequence where they're in the bathroom, and he's fighting that assassin, and he's basically drowning him in the water and in the sink, suffocating
Talking
him.
about taking a fucking piss.
Yeah, quite literally. But I mean, unlike Die Another Day, this film, doesn't take the piss. I mean, and it's a stark contrast to Die Another Day because I think Daniel Craig, before going into Casino Royale, he was initially hesitant because a lot of actors had turned down the role because he thought, from the Brosnan films, especially the later Brosnan films like Die Another Day and World's Not Enough and all that. And
I think you're right. It's fair to say the reputation of the series was kind of squandered with the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, but I think a lot of actors just didn't want to play Bond because they just thought the films were getting too silly. And Craig initially didn't want to do Casino Royale because he thought just judging from Die Another Day and stuff, that the script might be over the top and can't be. But apparently he read the script and he absolutely loved it. And then afterwards he was completely on board. And initially like he was the first choice. I mean, it was him. It was either him or Henry Cavill, but I'm glad I didn't go for Henry Cavill because I think he would have been too young. He was like 20.
Yeah, there's no way Henry Cavill will get it now. I mean, especially as he's Superman.
Yeah. I mean, he may get it. I don't know, but I mean,
I think it's.
I think back. Yeah, but I think back then, they wanted Henry Cavill. They wanted Daniel Craig, but if they couldn't get Craig, they were going to go for Henry Cavill. But I'm glad they didn't because I think he was too young back then. He was like 25 or 26. I think that's far too young to be playing James Bond. I think you should be in your 30s, at least in your 30s, if you want to play James Bond.
Sorry,
anyway, I mean, I just think, yeah, I think Craig though is great. Like that whole sequence is great, and he's like and then he gets the gun, and he it turns out that there's no bullets in the gun. And he's like I know where you keep your gun, and I love the bit where he says, "Oh, how did he die?" And he explains it, and then he says, "Oh, don't worry, the second is always," and then he just kills him mid sentence. I mean that just shows how brutal and dark his Bond is. He just shoots the guy mid sentence. He's like, "Yes, considerably," and then you have that great moment where turns out the guy's not dead. He picks up the gun, and then the way they incorporate the gun barrel into the story is great. Craig turns around, he shoots into the he shoots the gun barrel, and you get the blood trickling down, and it's not my favorite gun barrel, but I think it's a really great way to sort of subvert your expectations, and I love the way they incorporate it into the storyline. And the title sequence I think is fantastic, and by Daniel Kleinman, it's one of my favorites. And I think someone pointed it out. It's the only title sequence where you don't have like naked women in it, like in silhouette. And I also love the song, "You Know My Name" by Chris Cornell. Unfortunately, he passed away, but that's a great song, "You Know My Name." And then you get into the film itself, and it's just fantastic. I mean, you've got great villains here. I love Mads Mikkelsen as Le Chiffre or Le Chiffre. I mean, he's just great in this. And you know, and what I like about his Bond villain is he's not this like over the top, you know, megalomaniac who wants to take over the world. He's, you know, he's much more down to earth. He's a much more realistic villain. He's this guy who's involved in terrorism and funding terrorism, and he owes these like African guys money. Like you see at the start that he's in Nigeria or something, and he's promising them, I think arms or whatever. Like you know, basically he wants arms and you know bombs and all in exchange for money. And you know, I think the whole storyline here is interesting. It's interesting how they updated it from the novel because in the novel, you know, that was written in the 50s, so I think it was to do with like the Soviet Union. Here, it's about terrorism, and you know, it makes sense after 9/11. I mean, this came out 5 years after 9/11, and 1 year before 7/7 in 2006. So you know, terrorism, I mean, it still is quite a big thing, but back then, especially, was, you know, the new threat for James Bond was terrorism. And I think they do a really good job incorporating that. I just think there's so many like great scenes here. I love that crane chase. That's one of the best action scenes in any Bond film. Probably in my top 5 or top 10 action scenes of all time. I just absolutely love that whole chase where he's going after the bomber, and it says ellipsis, and Bond's like, "Oh, you know, put your hand down," and he's chasing after that terrorist, and you know, they go for the construction site, and then he goes into this embassy, and the guy says to him, "Oh, listen to me." And you know, he blows up the embassy, and he takes the bag, and then it turns out, of course, that the guy wasn't even like, you know, a proper terrorist. He was like essentially, he didn't even really believe in the cause. He was just like supplying them with you know, arms and stuff like that. So it's interesting how cocky Daniel Craig's Bond is in this film. He's very confident and arrogant. Like there's that bit where M sees him later. He gets into her apartment and he says, "Oh, I didn't know. You know, I thought M was a randomly signed letter. Had no idea it stood for Muffy." Joking. Of course, M stands for Emma, as we'll find out in Skyfall. She says, "Oh, utter one more syllable and I'll have you shot." So, I mean, you can see that his Bond is just very arrogant and, you know, cocky and confident. But we see that, we see that, realizes that, you know, Bond, he could do, he's good in the field. He's a good agent. Like she says to him, "I knew it was too early to promote you," but she realizes later on that he is the right guy for the job. And I just think, you know, there's so many great scenes in here. I love the poker game. I think the poker game is fantastic. I mean, I don't know anything about poker, but they did a really good job of making it interesting, um, and tense. And I mean, you got some great characters here. Like I love Vesper Lind, and the fact that they're going to bankroll him to play this card game. And you know, there's that great scene on the train where she says, "Oh, I'm the money," and he says, "Every penny of it," which is a nice reference to Moneypenny since she's not in this film. And speaking of Moneypenny and Q, I mean, it's interesting because this is a reboot. You know, they didn't want to have any, you know, over the top gadgets, so we don't have any Q or Moneypenny, which, you know, I don't really mind it that much since it's only one film. Well, actually, it's a couple of films before we see them return in Skyfall. But I mean, it would have been nice to have Q and Moneypenny in there, but I understand why they're not in there. And you know, I mean, you just got some great scenes. Like I like all the stuff with Bond where he goes to, I think it's Miami or whatever, and he's that guy Demetrios, and you know Demetrios's wife, who is pretty hot, I have to say, his Latina wife, and there's that interesting scene where they're playing poker, and I love that scene where he gets in the car and he's talking to Demetrios's wife because he's got the Aston Martin that he won off Demetrios, and it's the same Aston Martin, the DB5 from Goldfinger. So it's interesting how they introduced that into the film, and I love the bit where like he, you know, he's driving the car around the, you know, basically the roundabout, and then he's like, "Here, this is where I'm staying," and they get off at the hotel. So you know that's quite funny, and you know there's some great moments in here. Daniel Craig has a lot of funny moments. I like that scene where he's tying his shoelace, and this guy throws him his keys, and he says, "Oh, park my car." and Craig's Bond deliberately drives the car and smashes it into another car, which sets all the alarms off so we can check the CCTV footage. So I mean, Craig's Bond is very good in this film. He's a lot of great humor. Like that bit later on where he's talking to the chief at the poker game, and he's like, "Oh, I wouldn't consider myself in trouble until I started, weeping blood." And there's so many great lines throughout the film, and there's some great moments. Like I love one of the best action scenes is at the Miami airport where Bond, there's this big Boeing 747 or something like that. It's this giant new plane that they're launching, and this like massive jumbo jet plane, and there's this guy who's going to blow it up, and he kills Demetrius. That's quite dark, where he kills him at the museum, and he leaves him there, and he follows this guy, and he calls his phone, and I like how he's trying to find him, and the guy realizes that he's on to him, and there's that great bit where he's in the oil tanker, and he's fighting Bond, and Bond is fighting him, and he falls out of the tanker, and Bond manages to stop the tanker just before it gets to the plane, and then we have that really great moment where the terrorist, Bond's arrested, and the terrorist is looking at him, and he's about to explode it by activating the phone, and it turns out that Bond, when he was fighting him in the tanker, he put the bomb in the back of his trousers, clipped it on. So that was great. That was a great moment, and it's just a great action scene. That whole scene at the Miami airport is fantastic. And there's just so many great scenes in the film. I really like the character of Mathis in this film. He's really great. And I also like Michael G. Wilson's cameo in the film. That was good. And, I think Vesper is really great in the film. I think Eva Green is great as Vesper. Like, I love that scene where Bond is the poker game, and he's fighting those African guys on the stairs. It's a really great scene, and he's killing this guy, and then afterwards Vesper's in the shower, and she's obviously she's shaken by the whole incident because she's never
suck her fingers, as you do.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of interesting, but
just to get the
like,
part off, nothing sexual about
it. Yeah, but I mean, I mean, originally that apparently in the script, like Vesper was going to be like, according to like, apparently she was just going to be like in her panties underwear or something like that. Yeah, underwear, and like apparently Craig said no, it would be better that she's in the dress, and I'm glad that he went, they went with that, and it's a great scene because I mean, it's a great scene because it's developing the character that she's obviously very visibly shaken by it because she's never seen someone like murdered before. She's never seen somebody die before, and Bond is trying to comfort her, and
it's also
I just love
humanizing Bond as well, because obviously we see him get injured. There's a lot more blood in this film than there ever has been in the previous 20 films, but that's not to credit the other films, but it's nice that they're kind of taking it in that sort of more human direction, certainly for Craig. Like, he's as Dalton once said, he's not a Superman.
Yeah. I mean, I think Craig is like the first Bond since Dalton where you've actually seen his Bond bleed. Like in License to Kill, at the end of that, Dalton's Bond is all like beaten up, and like he's got blood coming out of his nose. And here, like what I really like about Casino Royale is that you actually see Bond bleed. There's that scene like after he fights a guy on the stairs, he goes into the bathroom, and his he's got some blood in his back, or like there's some blood coming out of his back, and he cleans himself up, and it's a great moment. And then he has a shot of whiskey, and he like looks at himself in the mirror, like he's probably think. Yeah, he's probably thinking himself when he looks in the mirror in that scene, what am I? I'm just this killer. And there's just, some great dialogue between him and Vesper. Like, I love that whole sequence where he, gives her the dress, and he says, oh, I want you to, she's like, oh, why'd you give me this dress? And he says, because I want you to come up to me at that poker table, and I want you to look gorgeous and, kiss me on the cheek, and so you'll distract everybody's attention. And then later on, she gives him the tuxedo, and he's like, "Oh, why did you give me this. She's like, because you know, there are tuxedos and there are tuxedos. This is the former, and you know, Craig looks great in tux, and you know, it's great. Some of those arrogant moments there, like the bit where he comes into the casino and he, you know, I mean, they're originally under Beach. His name's Beach, and then he says, "Oh, a bond registered under Beach," and she's like, "Why did you blow our cover?" And he says, "Oh, the chief knows who I am anyway. Like he, you know, he has guys everywhere. He knows who I am," and it's just really well done. And there's just some great moments. Like I love the scene where you know they're playing poker and he's with Jeffrey Wright as Felix. That's great. And then there's that moment where he's about to, you know, he gets the knife and he's about to kill the chief, and like, you know, Felix stops him and he says, "You can't really, you know, go forward with this. Don't worry, I'll like, you know, because he's lost the money. He's like, you know what? Don't worry, I'll bankroll you. I'll give you like 5 million
That's
or
one
whatever."
sad thing. I would have liked
Yeah.
more of Felix in the movie, maybe. Well, it was certainly more in Quantum of Solace as well. That would have been nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think in any of the Bond films that Jeffrey Wright gets that much screen time. Same with No Time to Die either, that he doesn't really get much screen time. But I think Jeffrey Wright, you know, he's a great actor, and you know, I mean, it's interesting that Bond, you know, he sent a Vesper, you know, after he lost to Le Chiffre. I mean, that's a great scene where you know Bond puts it all in. And you know he thinks Le Chiffre is bluffing, and then he loses it all. And then he goes to Vesper and he says, "Look, give me the money, bankroll me." And she's like, "You know, you've already just bankrolled terrorism, and you know I can't give you any more money even if I wanted to." And then you know Felix of course chips him in and he gets the money back. But I mean, I love the scene where he gets poisoned as well, like his martini. That you know and it's also a great scene as well where he mentions the Vesper martini, because in the series he says a martini shaken not stirred, but you know that was never originally in the books. In the books it was always a Vesper martini, and he explains it, and that's a great scene. And you know, and I love that bit where you know he gets poisoned, and then you know he's trying to start his heart again. So there's just so many tense
Also,
scenes
Jack,
in
sorry.
this.
There's the other
Yeah,
bit where he says, "Do I look like I give a damn?"
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, do I look like I give a damn? That's great. I mean, it's sort of subverting the formula when the guy asks him for you know a martini shaken or stirred. He says
Oh,
like, "Do
funny
I look
story.
like I
Sorry
give?"
to interrupt. Apparently,
Yeah,
Craig, when he looked at the script, that was the line that convinced him to do it. Because originally it was written as "Do I look like I give a fuck?" and that was what was like. It made him go, "Yep, I'll do it."
yeah, yeah. No, that's a great moment, and you know, and it subverts the you know the expectation, because you expect him to say, "Oh yes, I'll have you know a shaken not stirred," but he says, "You know, I don't give a damn," and yeah. But I mean, it's a great scene. But like, I love that bit where you know he's trying to get his heart resuscitated, and you know because of the poisons in the system, and they're saying, you know, Bond, you know, get it going, you know, and you know, it turns out that one of the wires isn't connected, and then Vesper, you know, thankfully she
Oh,
manages to be
push the
there
damn
because. I mean, yeah, push the damn button. Yeah,
Judy
but I
Dench.
mean, yeah, but I mean, that's a great scene where, like, you know, Vesper's there, and then you know, I mean, thankfully she was there, because if she wasn't there, she, you know, Bond could have died. But I love that, you know, when he jump starts his heart, and then he, you know, um, instead
Yeah,
of
and on
you
my kind
know,
of a day, Bond doesn't forcibly induce like a heart attack or something, whatever the fuck that was.
yeah. Well, I mean, here it makes sense. You know, he has a heart resuscitation machine, and in that film, it was like, you know, what the fuck? Like thinking of his torture makes him have a heart attack.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, he was
yeah,
Jesus.
yeah, yeah. I don't know how. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that film wasn't a miracle. This one was, but um, yeah, but yeah. No, I just think you know Craig is great, and I love that bit afterwards where instead of like you know sitting down and you know recuperating from it. He's just like, you know, he goes straight back into the game. And I love that line where he says, "Oh, that last hand nearly killed me." And you could tell the chief is kind of like, "What the fuck? Like, how are you still alive?" And,
Uh,
you know, it's just a great moment. It's a great moment. And I love some of the dialogue here. I love that scene where they're having dinner and Bond is talking about her necklace. And he's like, "Oh, who'd you get that from? A lover or something like that?" And then she says, "Oh, does it bother you killing all those people?" And he says, "Oh, I wouldn't be very good at my job if it did." You know, so I mean, you could tell that his Bond is just a psycho. He's a cold blooded killer. He doesn't take any shit. And there's just so many great scenes. I love the bit where the chief as well. You see him in danger. You see his girlfriend, and they're about to cut off his girlfriend's arm, and then she gets saved, by Bond, fighting that guy in the staircase. And then, later on, we see that Bond is kidnapped, his girlfriend's kidnapped by the chief, Vesper. And then there's that great scene where he's in the car. And, thankfully the stunts in this are done for real, where he does that. He sees her on the road and he turns it, and the car does that flip. And yeah, of course, she got probably one of the most iconic scenes of the film. And I think the film, the thing that gave it the rating of 12 is that torture scene. I mean, that torture scene, it's one of the darkest, and it's one of the hardest to watch scenes in a Bond film, where they basically, cut the bottom of that chair, and, he's stripped, completely naked, and, he's whacking his bollocks with the rope, and, he's saying to him, oh, give me the code and all that. And you can tell, like, the chief is desperate, and Bond, I just love the dialogue there. Like, Bond, you can tell that he's in pain, but he's like laughing it off, and he says, "Oh, I've got a little itch down there. Would you mind?" And yeah, and he's like, "No,
my balls."
yeah, exactly. Yeah, just fantastic, just great dialogue, and then, Mr. White, kills the chief, which is, pretty dramatic, because I mean that's like two-thirds of the way into the film, and he already killed off the main villain, but it works within the story. And I mean, I like the bit afterwards where he's with Vesper, and she's saying, like, "Oh, if all you had left was your little finger, you'd be more of a man than anyone else I ever knew." And he's like, "That's because you know what I can do with my little finger." It's just a great moment. And and then afterwards they have that love montage, which kind of reminds me a little bit of On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but I mean, that's a great moment. And I think, the final act of the film is really fantastic, where, Bond, he decides that he's retired, he's found the one, he's found Vesper, he's in love with her, and, he hands in his resignation via the email. And, we see that Vesper leaves early in the morning, and she goes to that, guy, and we find out, Bond, finds out from M that, the money's already been taken out of his account, and he realizes that it's Vesper. Vesper's the one who's taken out the money, and we find out that she's sort of betrayed Bond. Yeah, literally, the bitch. And like, basically she's betrayed him. And I love the bit, the final finale of the film, where there's that guy at the the glasses with like the eye patch, and they're in the sinking building, and I thought it was CGI they used for parts of the sinking building, but it's not. I mean, apparently they actually did sink a building for that, which is really impressive. And I love that whole action.
And they had it on like a rotating plinth or whatever, but I think they must have used like blue screen in the background, but that was the actual building was real.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really impressive, and I love that action sequence where Bond gets the nail gun. And in the video game, Quantum of Solace, it's really fun when you get to use the nail gun on the bad guys. But he uses the nail gun, he kills the bad guys, and the ending of this is just heartbreaking, where Vesper is in the lift, and she decides, Bond's trying to save her, despite what's happened, he's trying to save her, and she locks the lift, and she pulls the key out or whatever, and then she lets herself drown. I mean, I kind of agree with Calvin Dyson. You kind of tell, at the end, she kind of regrets what she did, but at the same time, she felt
like why she when she says, "Oh, I'm sorry, James," is it because she's guilty? She just lets herself die. She feels too bad about what she's done.
Yeah, I think so. I think because she betrayed Bond, and she loved him, and then, I mean, later on, I think she regrets it just before she dies. Like, she reaches out to Bond just before she dies, and it's just heartbreaking, when Bond, he brings her to the surface, and he's trying to, resuscitate her, perform CPR, and unfortunately she dies. I mean, unlike the Abyss in the scene where they managed to revive that character played by Mary Elizabeth. Yeah, they managed to revive her CPR. Unfortunately, Bond couldn't do it with Vesper; she was dead. But I mean, that scene was just great.
Maybe wrote the script, and then she would have lived.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a great moment. It's a great scene, where she dies, and then Bond, you can tell the grief in his face, and I love the line afterwards where he's talking to which is actually in the book. Job's done, bitch is dead, and I mean, you can tell he doesn't really mean it. I mean, he does mean it, but same time he doesn't. We'll get more into that with Quantum, but I just think the ending of this is like one of the best endings to a Bond film, where you have Mr. White and he gives him a phone call, and he's like, "Hello, is this Mr. White?" He's like, "Yes, who is this?" And then you hear the gunshot, he gets shot in the leg, and he's like, "Oh, the name's Bond, James Bond." They're saving that line to the very end of the film, and he's got that big, massive machine gun, which is like one of my favorite, poses for James Bond, is to see him with that massive machine gun. He looks so badass in the suit, and it's just a great way to end the film. And you got the Bond music, and Casino Royale. Just in conclusion, I mean, I think it's a fantastic Bond film. I mean, I've gone on a bit about it, but I mean, I just had to talk about this, film. I had to go into detail because it's definitely one of the best Bond films, and it's a great reboot to the series. And I think the soundtrack's great. I think Daniel Craig is great. I think the Chief is an excellent villain. I think Vesper is a great Bond girl, and the storyline is
intense, actually.
yeah, the card game is really great as well. The action, the crane chase, it's fantastic, and it's a really excellent start to the Daniel Craig era. I mean, I don't think it's like perfect for me. Like, I mean, I think my only slight criticism would be these are just minor like criticisms, but I think for me, I find it a little bit too long. I do think like it does drag a little bit towards the third act, and I think the love story we kind of have seen that before in on Her Majesty's Secret Service, and I kind of would have liked M and Moneypenny. Sorry, I would have kind of liked Q and Moneypenny to be in there, but I understand why they weren't in there. But saying that, it's an excellent Bond film. It really is fantastic, and I'm going to give it a very strong, a very high, a very very high 9 out of 10. So, yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Jack. Thank you very much for that. So now we move on to Alan.
Hello there. All right. Casino Royale. Wow. This movie is fantastic, and this is definitely just what the James Bond franchise needed after the horror that was Die Another Day. Well, I mean, I don't completely despise Die Another Day. There's a couple of things about it that I think are entertaining, but we all know that it was overall a sham Bond movie, and they turned James Bond into a cartoon. Really.
It was a parody. It was a self parody.
Yeah. It was a spoof of James Bond. They went completely overboard with the jokes and the references to Bond's past, and just lame groan-inducing puns after lame groan-inducing puns after the other. Terrible way for Pierce Brosnan to go out, but oh well. I enjoy his other 3 Bond films personally. He was a good Bond overall. Not my favorite Bond, but a good Bond. I'm just sorry he had to go out with Die Another Day, but oh well. So now we get to Daniel Craig, and I think the Bond filmmakers knew that they had gone. Oh,
they fucked up.
Yeah, they fucked up. They went just a little too far with Die Another Day, even though the movie made money, but still, creatively speaking, they went too far with the stuff that's basically parody of Bond, and the terrible script, the terrible groan-inducing puns, the invisible car, the cartoon villain, cartoon characters. And the decision was made that, okay, for the next movie, we really need to bring Bond back to earth and be serious and be grounded, because I think Die Another Day also left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
That's another thing.
Well, not just the audience, but also actors, because now the search was beginning to find a new James Bond, and there are actually a lot of leading men actors who were approached to play James Bond, given the opportunity to audition for James Bond, and they turned it down. They didn't want to play James Bond. I don't want to play James Bond. James Bond is too silly. If I play James Bond, they're going to have me drive an invisible car, and I'm going to have to say really stupid, bad puns, and it's. I mean, no, I mean, everybody, everybody thought Bond was finished after Die Another Day. You can't take Bond seriously anymore. He's now a total cartoon. So they really had to come up with something totally different and way, way, way better than Die Another Day. And
they did.
They did. They finally did. And even though the press just goes to show you, whenever they start looking for a new James Bond, and they're going to start looking for a new James Bond in the new year, you can't really trust the press who they say they're going to pick, because the press wouldn't shut the fuck up about that the next Bond after Pierce Brosnan was going to be Clive Owen. They were just hammering that. It's going to be Clive Owen, Clive Owen, Clive Owen, Clive Owen, Clive Owen. Even Clive Owen was getting sick and tired of having to field the questions about, are you the next James Bond? For the record, I think Clive Owen would have been a great James Bond if they had chosen him. I would have been perfectly happy with Clive Owen as Bond. But that was the guy that the press said was going to be the next James Bond. And what do you know? It turned out to be Daniel Craig, who a lot of people did not expect to be Bond. And then everybody is like, and then there was like this total movement of fans saying, "Oh no, this Daniel Craig guy, he's a terrible choice. I mean, look at him. He's got blonde hair. He's got big ears. He doesn't look like James Bond. Who is this guy?" And some asshole fans actually started a website called craignotbond.com. Remember that, where they were petitioning and they were saying they were going to boycott the Casino Royale. They weren't going to go see it. And I'm just glad that Daniel Craig and the filmmakers, they just got to work and got down to business and made this fantastic film. And they proved all the naysayers against Craig wrong. They proved them dead wrong. Daniel Craig's a fantastic James Bond. If you weren't convinced by the photographs of him from the set before the movie was released, the fact is you really had to see the movie. You had to see Daniel Craig in action to be convinced that, yeah, this guy is James Bond. And in fact, my late great friend Greg, who passed away earlier this year in May, he was a diehard James Bond fan. In fact, that was one of the things that me and Greg, I'm sorry, I have to say it, that's one of the things he and I bonded over, but I'm dumb. But we had a mutual love for the James Bond movies, and even Greg was not convinced that Daniel Craig would be a good James Bond. Greg told me, well, Craig, he's got the body for it, but not the face. He just doesn't look like James Bond. But I tell you, when Casino Royale came out, and Greg and I went to see it together, and the movie ended, and we're watching the we're watching the closing credits scroll, and I turned to Greg and I said, "What do you think?" And Greg said to me, he said, "Wow." He said, "That was fantastic." And then Greg said, "And Daniel Craig, yeah, he's Bond." He's Bond. God bless you, Greg. And he was, he's fantastic. And I appreciate, well, first of all, I also appreciate the fact that they finally got to make a proper movie version of Casino Royale, because all we had before was the comedy spoof version of Casino Royale from 1967. And then previously there was a television version of Casino Royale from 1954, I think it was, if I have the year correct. A TV version of it where it's like an hour-long live broadcast of it with American actor Barry Nelson playing James Bond, an American version of James Bond. It's okay. It is what it is. It does exist. You can watch it for free on YouTube in case you're curious about it. But both of these earlier Casino Royales were not the proper version of Casino Royale. So I'm glad they finally got to do a proper film of it. I mean, they adapted certain things. I mean, the whole first section of the movie is original. It's only when Bond gets to the casino that the movie starts to adapt what happens in the book. But it's so well done, straight across the board. And it was directed by Martin Campbell, who also directed GoldenEye, which many people say is Pierce Brosnan's best Bond film. It's my second favorite, second only to Tomorrow Never Dies. but I love GoldenEye too. It's great. And wow, Martin Campbell, he really outdid himself. I mean, I thought he did really well with GoldenEye, but man, he was fucking magnificent as the director of Casino Royale. And I mean, for starters, I mean, his direction of the action scenes is fantastic. It's like Martin Campbell knew that the best way you could get the most mileage, the most power out of the action scenes is show the action scenes in real time. Don't do this slow motion stuff. Everybody seems to think that in action scenes, explosions look so much more beautiful if they explode in slow motion. You know, just have them explode in real time. Have the action happen in real time. And I mean, there's tiny little bits of slow mo during the action scenes, but only tiny bits. Like there's a couple of shots where Bond is chasing the guy at the construction site who knows the that really skilled parkour running method. There's a couple of shots of the guy running the parkour method, and then there's like slow mo, like when he does a leap, that's in slow mo. But for the most part, the action scenes here are done in real time, and they're thrilling, absolutely thrilling. These action scenes, the chase at the construction site blows me away every single time I watch it. The action scene at the airport is fantastic. A really great slugfest there between Bond and the bad guy that he's following, and they're fighting in the truck, and he's chasing him all over the oil truck, and really great action scene there. And of course the final action scene in the building in Venice, I think is where they are. Just terrific stuff. But also the script is so good. The script written by Neil Purvis, Robert Wade, and Paul Haggis. And in fact, it was the script that convinced Daniel Craig to do the film. He said, you got to hook me with the script. If I don't like the script, I'm not going to do it. And Craig read the script for Casino Royale, and he loved it. And he said, I'm in. So he became the new Bond. The script is terrific. I mean, they treat the material seriously. There's little bits of humor. You got to have a little bit of humor in there in a James Bond movie, at least. Some Bond films have a lot more humor than others, but that's okay if it's done well. But for the most part, this is a movie that takes Bond seriously. They also made the decision to reboot the Bond series because they knew that they couldn't carry on after Die Another Day and give people the exact same character of Bond as he was with Brosnan or any of the others. I think we're supposed to believe that all the Bonds we've seen from Connery to Brosnan is the exact same Bond. It's just, he has a different face. There's a new actor playing him, but it's essentially the same James Bond.
He just regenerates.
Yeah, he just regenerates. He gets a face change and a blood change, and he keeps going. But for this one, they decided to reboot the entire series. Well, no, not reboot the whole series, but reboot the franchise and have Bond at the very beginning of his career in the modern day. And so Daniel Craig's Bond knows absolutely nothing about all the previous adventures we've seen with the previous Bonds from Connery to Brosnan. So the timeline is reset. It's Bond at the beginning of his career, set in the modern day. And by doing so, they have basically established what I like to call a Bond multiverse, because as we discover at the end of No Time to Die, they're going to have to reboot the franchise again. Hint, hint. If they're going to keep the series going and they're going to keep Bond going. Basically, they've established that there's now more than one James Bond. There's no more the James Bond. There's now a James Bond, and this Bond over here, he's another James Bond. That's basically what they've established. And this is not the kind of multiverse where the Bonds actually meet each other. Of course not. They're never going to meet each other, for goodness sake. But I mean, there's now more than one James Bond. So that's the only way they can
Alan,
this.
I was going to ask you, when Casino Royale came out and they rebooted the timeline, were you unsure at the time before you saw the film if it was going to work, or did you know anybody who wasn't a fan of them rebooting the entire timeline?
I was very curious about it. I mean, I figured, can they do that? I mean, they're basically going to push aside, at least for Craig's Bond, they're going to push aside all the Bond films that came before him. I mean, again, the trick is that we, the audience, we know about all these previous adventures that James Bond has been on, but now they're giving us a James Bond who essentially is a different Bond from all the ones who came before him, and they're resetting the timeline. So again, Craig's Bond knows absolutely nothing about the adventures that happened with the previous Bonds. He's a Bond in his own separate universe, his own separate timeline from the others, and that may be very puzzling for some people. I wasn't too sure if it would work, but I was certainly very intrigued. But what do you know? They pulled it off. They really did it. You know, they basically pressed the reset button on the Bond franchise, and they started the wheel spinning anew, as I think one film critic put it, and I agree. I mean, that's basically what they did with Casino Royale. But what do you know? It worked. It really worked. But yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic script. It treats Bond seriously. Superb direction from Martin Campbell. The cast is fantastic. I mean, Daniel Craig, he wins you over with the performance. Photographs of him won't do his performance justice. You have to actually see him doing his thing as James Bond to be convinced, and he convinces you 100%. He's James Bond. You know, he's got the dramatic chops. Very good looking guy. He's built like an ox. You know, he's very physically fit. Probably the most buff James Bond since I guess Connery and Lazenby. I think were the only other two Bonds that you can describe as really truly buff. You know, Moore, Dalton, and Brosnan not so buff. I still like them all as Bond. They're all great Bonds, but they're not, you know, the real buffed up Bonds that I think Connery and Lazenby and Craig are. So Craig, really buff, really well built, fabulous actor, very very charismatic. He definitely sent a lot of women's hearts aflutter in this movie, and all the more so because he's without his shirt for a good portion of the movie. Not the whole movie, of course, but you know, we see him on the beach, or we see him, I don't know, in the men's room or whatever. He's got his shirt off or whatever. And of course, they do that that callback to Ursula Andress coming out of the sea in Doctor No with Daniel Craig waiting around in the water at the beach wearing his little blue trunks. And yeah, there were definitely more than a few women in the audience who appreciated that.
No, yeah, I was going to say, I was just going to say, my mum said, you know, when he came out of the water in those trunks, he really got the interest of the ladies.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, he was buff, and he's a good-looking guy, and oh, he has very piercing blue eyes. So you know, that was definitely another thing that struck people about his physicality. Oh, that was another thing that people were unsure of. He said, "Oh, James Bond doesn't have blue eyes. James Bond has brown eyes." But we have a Bond now who has blue eyes. But I mean, he convinced you he was Bond. He did it. So he's terrific in the role. Terrific performance from him. I mean, what a fantastic debut for him. He's given a great supporting cast. I mean, Ava Green as Vesper Lynn is terrific, and Bond actually falls in love with her. Not lust. He falls in love with her. And as we see, you know, Bond is going to get his heart broken by her. And this was the thing that sends him off, for the most part, and on that road of, you know, why Bond is kind of I guess why he's kind of a cad with the ladies, if you like. I mean, he happily beds beautiful woman after beautiful woman, but he tries not to fall in love with them. And we see in Casino Royale why, because Ava, you know, breaks his heart in more ways than one at the film's end, and he goes through most of his era as Bond, you know, not wanting to get romantically involved with women, although that will change, as we will see towards the end when Madeline shows up. But it gives you a hint as to why Bond is the way that he is with women. You know, he falls in lust on a regular basis, but not in love so much because, you know, he got his heart broken by Vesper. But Ava Green is terrific. I mean, very, very talented actress, beautiful woman, a beautiful French woman she is, although she speaks perfect English. And just that chemistry between her and Craig. I mean, that scene when they meet on the train and they're sussing each other out, and they easily pick up on things about each other's lives without ever really truly knowing each other. I mean, this is the very first time they've met, but they, you know, Bond guesses correctly certain things about her. She guesses correctly things about him. And I think they definitely form a bond, if you like, no pun intended. But yeah, they form a bond, and it will eventually turn into love. later on. Great chemistry with them, and it really is heartbreaking when she dies at the end. Where she drowns and Bond is unable to save her because she locks herself in the lift and the elevator that sinks under the water. It's just breaks my heart every single time I watch that scene. I mean, I can feel Craig's, Bond's heartbreak when he loses Vesper. So great performance from her, Ava Green. Mads Mikkelsen is fantastic as the villain Lashif. I mean, he's awesome. He's just this very cold. He's a cold psychopath, really, who has this one warped eye that weeps blood, and he's just cold, very calculating. It's the scene where he's torturing Bond is just I mean, that is a powerful.
Certainly
scene.
A ball crushing scene.
Yes, it is. Very, very ball crushing scene, and very intense. A very intense scene between these two desperate men.
Oh no, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a superbly played scene. I mean, the superb acting from Daniel Craig and Mads Mikkelsen, where the sheep is torturing Bond, stripped naked in a chair with the bottom cut out, and whacking Bond in the crotch with rope. I mean, I know there were a few women at each of the screenings I went to at Casino Royale. A few women who temporarily walked out of the theater during the torture scene because they didn't want to see it. And then,
I thought most women were going to see Daniel Craig's balls.
Yeah. No, I'm sure they like seeing him naked. But the fact that he was going to be tortured, and they knew how he was going to be tortured, that he was going to be whacked in the crotch with rope. So they would temporarily leave the theater, and then when the torture scene was over, they would come back into the theater. I saw that more than once at the theater. It was always women, like one or two women who would be during the torture scene, and then when the torture scene was over, they'd come back. But it's a powerful scene, absolutely powerful. And the one holdover from the old cast that they brought in, I'll just mention this person, Judi Dench, of course, as M. Although apparently her character has been somewhat reset because obviously she knows nothing about Pierce Brosnan's Bond. So it's like Pierce Brosnan's Bond has been wiped from her memory, and now she's M for Daniel Craig's Bond, because the timeline has been reset. But she's the one holdover of the cast from the previous Bond movie. And Judi Dench, what needs to be said about Judi Dench? We all know she's a superb actress, although she's made a couple of filmmaking choices of late that maybe she shouldn't have made. But we all know how superbly talented she is. And if you're going to have a lady be M, Judi Dench was the perfect choice. I always loved her as M. Perfect M. And I liked her working relationship with Bond in this one. Quite good. Even though they definitely have a argument, although it's a very well acted scene back at M's apartment or her home or wherever they are. That's good. But yeah, Judi Dench, great to have her back. We also get to see Felix Leiter, this time played by Jeffrey Wright. Good old Felix is back, and Jeffrey Wright lends really great support as Felix. We see him initially at the casino, and he'll pop up again in a couple more of Daniel Craig's movies. So I liked him. The movie also succeeds in making a card game thrilling. I mean, this could have been the boringest scene in the whole movie, but for the very first time ever in a film, a card game was actually exciting for me to watch. I mean, the way it's shot, the way it's staged, the tension, the light, sinister kind of music that's playing in the background. It's never overwhelming music, but it's like this light, sinister kind of thing playing. And the fact that in a card game, especially in this card game between Bond and Lashif, I mean, there's definitely mind games going on where each of these guys are trying to suss the other one out about what kind of move they're going to do next. It's not just a matter of holding your cards and picking a card, putting another card down. I mean, there's definitely some stuff going on in the mind and in the eyes of both men as they're looking at each other and trying to figure out what the other one is thinking. And it's very tension filled. And I think there were maybe a few people who claimed that the card game was boring. Only a few, but for me, I thought it was really exciting. So that was really well done. And the fact, when you're staging a scene that has a card game in it, you also have to have an exact placement of where the cards are going to go. And I mean, I'm sure they had to write all that shit down about the placement of the cards, especially if they needed to reshoot certain parts of it. And the cards had to go into the exact same position that they were before and all that. So I'm sure that scene, took a lot of preliminary work to do, but they really pulled it off. But anyway, I'll wrap this up because I know Ollie wants to speak. But Casino Royale, it's fantastic because it's so well acted, written, and directed. It takes Bond seriously. It shows us how Bond became Bond, or how James became Bond, so to speak. It went against the grain of a lot of the Bond films in the past, but it succeeded brilliantly in rebooting the series. It proved a whole ton of Daniel Craig's naysayers totally wrong. In fact, so wrong that they did eventually take down the Craig Not Bond website because in the end they failed to hurt the film in any way or hurt Daniel Craig as the new Bond in any way. And I'm happy to say the film was a box office success. It outgrossed Die Another Day, thank God. Justice served. It reestablished James Bond for the 21st century. And welcome aboard, Daniel Craig. And it's a magnificent Bond film. This is personally my second favorite James Bond film of all time, second only to Thunderball. And I know my two colleagues don't care much for Thunderball, but God damn it, I love Thunderball, okay? So that's my number one favorite Bond film. But Casino Royale is right behind it as number two. A fantastic Bond film. And welcome aboard, Daniel Craig, as the new Bond. I love this film. Absolutely love it. So Casino Royale gets an easy 10 out of 10 from me.
Woo! Preach it. Preach it.
Woo! Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm going to try and speed through this as quickly as we can because we've been on for an hour and we've got 4 more movies to go. So we'll try and keep the next 4 movies a little bit more condensed. But anyway, Casino Royale, yes, magnificent movie. I'm with Alan on this one. This is brilliant. This is also my second favorite Bond film behind Skyfall, although Alan has Thunderball as his number 1, but that's fine. I mean, wow, Casino Royale, this film is amazing. It's just so good. From the beginning to the end, it is absolutely brilliant. To me, it is a masterpiece. I think that Martin Campbell crafted an excellent Bond film, and I think it's definitely better than GoldenEye, personally. I think what's interesting is that they knew that Die Another Day was a fuck-up. So rebooting the series with Craig, they immediately wanted to contrast it and set a different tone. And you can see that from the black and white opening, the ball-crushing torture scene, and just the general tone of the rest of it. I'm not to say that it's humorless, because there is some humor, but it's not quite on the same level as like Roger's movies or Sean's movies, or even Brosnan's movies. There is a bit of dry wit from Craig, there's no question about that. But it is far more contained. But I think the story is absolutely magnificent. And obviously now we know that Craig's timeline is its own thing. And his movies are, kind of self-contained. So Casino Royale ends on not a cliffhanger as such, but kind of on an open note for the next movie to continue. Well, we'll see whether Quantum of Solace does that or not. But yeah, Casino Royale, just wow. It's perfect. I think, first of all, Craig is an amazing Bond, and he really is just superb in the role, and he is my favorite James Bond, and I think he really humanized the character in a way that I don't think anybody else before him did. I don't think anybody else will. Anybody else could have really done it the way he's done it. That's not to discredit the others. They're great in their own way. But, I think Craig just really set the bar quite high. And he's also physically prime. So the Ursula Andress moment was, I'm sure, to be appreciated by the women of the audience and the gay men. I'm sure they will appreciate that. even I have to admit, I'm not gay, but I look at Craig's body and I go, wow, you have been working out. Good for you. I also really like Vesper. I think Eva Green is a fantastic love interest as Vesper, but because she's an intelligent woman, she's not a bimbo. She actually has some class, and she is really his equal, which I think is great. And that's what kind of makes them click, is the fact that they are very almost damaged characters in their own way, like being orphaned. But they read each other quite well, and I really like their dialogue. I think the dialogue for this film is some of the best of the series. I mean, Neil Purvis and Robert Wade, who wrote the script, they did a really good job. And the villain, Mads Mikkelsen, Le Chiffre. Mads Mikkelsen is amazing. Yeah, he's really good. He's really creepy. He does mumble some of his lines, but he's still pretty creepy, and he's got that kind of scar across his eye, which is interesting. And moreover, it's a battle of wits than it is a physical battle with him and Bond. It's that the card game is intense. The way that card game is edited is just flawless. The way that we intercut between the looks of the two of them, and obviously the banterous dialogue when he's like, "I'm sorry, the last hand nearly killed me," and then the torture scene, of course, which is not pleasant to watch, but at the same time, they certainly diffused the tension in the best way possible with those lines when Craig said, "The whole world's going to know you died scratching my balls," and to the right, which is funny. Craig is funny. I think he's proved that he is quite a funny guy. We'll see his Bond kind of mellow out a bit more as his movies go on. But in Casino Royale, this is definitely one of the sort of tougher performances, I suppose. But then again, he has got the love story. So perhaps in Quantum of Solace, we will see an even more harder edge side to him. But Craig definitely sets himself as a harder edge Bond, and the action sequences prove that. The action in this film is some of the best of the series. The chase in Madagascar is amazing. The Miami sequence is awesome. The fight on the staircase is brilliant. And I love the sinking house in Venice. That's one of my favorite action scenes. That's just so good. And this movie's emotional as well. Like the death of Vesper is tragic. And it's really the moment where James becomes Bond and he learns the lesson of don't trust anyone. And I think that's a really important thing for the character, because obviously that will come back in his later films as well. And like Alan said, the return of Judi Dench is really good as M. The fact that the timeline is different, who cares? It doesn't matter. It's Judi Dench, for God's sake. I'd have her in any movie, even if it was a different character. I guess.
Christ, I miss the Cold War.
Yeah, yeah, that's a great line. I guess she is a different character in a way, but I like Judi Dench so much in this film, and the fact is, obviously, this will become more of a thing in Skyfall. Her relationship with Craig's Bond is more maternal. She treats him a little bit, well, she's a little bit more motherly towards him, but they play on that more in Skyfall, so we'll leave that there. It is a shame to not have Q and Moneypenny in the film, but that's fine. I can forgive that because we'll see them in Skyfall. Jeffrey Wright as Felix, he's good for the 5 minutes that we see of him. We don't see that much of him. Could be nice to see more of him. I do like Mathis. Mathis is a good character, and we'll definitely see him again in Quantum of Solace. I don't mind the movie's length. I think the 2 hour 24-minute runtime is fine. I thought it moved at a good pace. I can understand Jack's criticisms, but I enjoyed the love story a lot, so it didn't really feel too long to me. Also, the car stunt is really impressive, and obviously that made it into the Guinness World Records. And the opening titles are brilliant. The title sequence is just amazing, and the song "You Know My Name" by Chris Cornell, just one of the best. Absolutely brilliant. It's an unusual choice because you don't think that it would work as a Bond song, but actually for Casino Royale, it does work because of the tone of the movie, and it really fits. I did feel like Quantum of Solace tried too hard to kind of recreate that with Another Way to Die, but we'll get to that in a minute. The music score by David Arnold is absolutely brilliant, and obviously everybody loves that Vesper theme. Dun dun dun. And the set of the casino is just absolutely brilliant. And there's something brilliant about Craig putting on the tux for the first time. When he's looking at himself in the mirror and kind of examining his look, and then Vesper's kind of teasing him and laughing at him. But it's awesome. It's such a great moment. And the very end of the movie when he shoots Mr. White and he says, "The name's Bond, James Bond." I just every time I watch the movie, I go, yes, that is how you end the film. That is just brilliant. I just absolutely love it. And the opening in black and white is also really good. And again, if you didn't think this movie was going to be a harder edge tone from that opening, you are stupid and naive. Yeah, and the gun barrel being integrated at the end of that sequence, I thought worked. I actually really love the gun barrel for Casino. It's different, you know. Why not change the gun barrel, you know, and do something interesting with it? I think it works absolutely fine, and we still got the blood and everything, which is really cool. So yeah, I'm not going to go on too much more. Oh, also the poison scene. Yes, I really like that scene as well. The poison scene, and in a way, it's kind of ironic that Craig's last movie he's poisoned as well, but we'll get to that later. So yeah, Casino Royale. Overall, I love this film so much. I think it is one of the best James Bond films. I could rewatch it again and again. It's a masterpiece. And I also love the moment when Craig says, "Don't look like I give a damn." That's just brilliant. So overall, I'm going to give Casino Royale an easy 10 out of 10. Just a brilliant.
Woo!
Thank you. So if I could ask you guys to maybe condense your thoughts just a little bit, not too much, but obviously we've got another 3 hours or so. We don't want it to run too long. So, Jack, would you like to kick us off with this second film in Craig's era, Quantum of Solace, where did it live up to Casino Royale? Let's find out.
Well, I'm gonna keep it shorter on Quantum of Solace anyway, because we've both been talking, all three of us, in Casino Royale, and we're an hour into this. But yeah, Quantum of Solace, this gets a lot of flack from people. Like, it gets very mixed reaction. There's a lot of people who hate the film, and there's a lot of people who actually like the film. And I fall into the latter half. I really like the film. I think Quantum of Solace is a misunderstood Bond film. After Casino Royale, yes, it is disappointing, I will admit. I mean, there was a time, actually, where I would have taken Quantum of Solace over Casino Royale. And I remember in my original review back in 2014 on my channel for Quantum of Solace, I gave it a 10 out of 10. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give it that now. I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10 now. This film definitely does have its problems. And coming after Casino Royale, it's definitely not as good as that film. But for a film that is a direct sequel to Casino Royale, we've never had that before. A Bond film that is a direct sequel. I think it's actually very good. I mean, you can make the argument that, you know, if you haven't seen Casino Royale, then you don't really know what's going on in Quantum of Solace, and you can make that argument. Same with
Some people describe it as Casino Royale's leftovers.
yeah, but I mean, I suppose you could say the same of No Time to Die. I mean, like the first hour of that film, or like 40 minutes, is basically Spectre 2. So I think that's a criticism you can make of most of the Craig films, apart from Casino Royale and Skyfall. Like Casino Royale and Skyfall, you don't really need to see the films, you know, before that. But I think with Quantum and No Time to Die, you definitely need to.
I think, yeah, Skyfall
Yeah.
Casino are the only ones you can really say are isolated within
Yeah.
themselves. More Skyfall, I think, than Casino. But,
Yeah, I think Skyfall and Casino are the only ones in the Craig era you can watch without seeing the other Bond films. I think Spectre, No Time to Die, and Quantum, you have to see the other Bond films. But you know, I think Quantum is a very, like I said, I think it's a misunderstood Bond film. I mean, one thing I will say is the beginning we don't have the gun barrel, which does kind of annoy me because, you know, I mean, Casino Royale, I understand why they didn't have the gun barrel at the start because, you know, it was Bond's origin story. He hadn't become a double O yet. But here it's like, well, there's really no excuse. I mean, they have it at the end of the film, and yeah, the gun barrel at the end isn't very good. Like I said, it kind of looks like Daniel Craig's in a rush to go to the toilet in that gun barrel. But one thing I will say is I do love the opening. I don't care what anybody says about the opening and the editing of the car chase. I think the car chase is fucking epic. I mean, this is the first Bond film that I saw in the cinema, and I just, you know, I have a lot of, maybe I'm letting nostalgia cloud my judgment a little bit, but I think Quantum is a really great Bond film, and you know, seeing that opening car chase, because it was the first Bond film I saw in the cinema, that opening car chase was just epic. You know, the way it's edited, I mean, you could argue it's a little bit fast, but it's just a great opening car chase. I love the reference to the other car chases in the series, like the Spy Love Me and all that stuff, and like License to Kill. It's just a really great opening car chase. That badass shot of Craig with the machine gun when he turns around and he shoots the guy. It's just such a cool way to open the film. I love that opening car chase. And I think the pre-opening to this is great. And, when he opens the boot and he says to Mr. White, "Oh, it's time to get out." And then you go into the title sequence and you have the song, Another Way to Die. I think the title sequence is good. Bond going for the desert. I think that's well done. The song Another Way to Die, I know a lot of people have a go at the song and say it's one of the worst, but I quite like it. I think Jack White and Alicia Keys do a good job. I prefer it, if I'm being honest, to the Shirley Bassey one. I think the Shirley Bassey one, so some people have done an edit of that with the title sequence, and I think that it just doesn't really fit with that film, because I mean it kind of reminds me of the License to Kill song, the Shirley Bassey version of Quantum of Solace. It's this is supposed to be like a dark revenge
Well,
thriller.
I mean, the lyrics of it are kind of fitting. Where is the solace that I crave? I mean, that kind of I thought that kind of worked, but
Yeah, but I mean,
Bassie's best song, but yeah.
yeah, I could see. Well, I'm just saying I could see why they rejected it, because it doesn't really fit like a dark, gritty revenge film, in my opinion. Like it's quite slow, and it doesn't really, like, people done edits with it with the title sequence. I don't think it works, but yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that Jack by Alicia Keys song is the best Bond song ever. It's not. It wouldn't be in my top 10, but I don't think it's one of the worst either. But you get into the film itself, and what I like about Quantum of Solace, and the reason I will defend Quantum of Solace, is what I like about it is that it does something different with the formula. It does something different. This really is a film about Bond dealing with grief. It's a film about Bond, coping with the fact that Vesper has died, and he was betrayed by Vesper. And throughout the whole film, he's dealing with that grief. Like we see throughout the film that he just kills people left and right, and that's his way of dealing with the grief. Like they even say to him in the film that your lust for revenge is basically clouding your judgment. And there's that scene later on with Mathis where he's up all night drinking martinis, and Mathis says to him, forgive yourself and forgive Vesper. So the whole film is him sort of dealing with the fact that Vesper is gone, and he felt betrayed. And at the end of Casino Royale, like you said, the bitch is dead, and this film is really him dealing with that grief. And I think Daniel Craig is actually better here than he is in Casino Royale. I mean, he's great in Casino Royale, but here, I think, I slightly prefer him here, because he's a lot more dark. He's a lot more, he has to deal with a lot more emotions in this film. He has to deal with the fact that Vesper is now gone from his life, and I think he does a
Despite
very.
that, though, he does have a couple of like witty lines, like "I can't
Yeah.
find the stationery. Want to help you look?"
Yeah, I think that's funny, and I do think there are some funny lines in this. There's that bit later on, with Camille, and he gets off the boat, and he knocks her out, and he takes her off the boat, and he says, "Oh, would you mind looking after my friend? She's seasick." I thought that was quite funny, but I mean, I think I think the locations here are good. I like the locations. I think there's some good action scenes. Like I love that action scene in Vienna. Like I love that bit, and I also like the fact that Quantum, we don't know anything about them. And I said this years before Spectre came out, that I think Quantum was a code name for Spectre, and it turned out to be true. And I love it. Like that they say like, "Oh, we have people everywhere," and I think Mr. White's really good in this. It's interesting how he escapes. Like there's a mole within MI6. And there's a great like chase sequence where Bond's chasing the guy on the roof of Vienna, and it's just a terrific action scene. I love that action scene where they're swinging on the rope and he's on the scaffolding and he falls down and he turns around and he shoots the guy with his gun. And it's just a great moment. It's a great action scene there, and it's just a fantastic, bit of action. And Mark Forster, like I said, like some of the editing can be a little bit jarring. Like there's that one scene where he's in the hotel and he's fighting that guy, and I think he shoves a pen or something in, or he shoves a knife or something into his like leg. He kills the guy, and I mean, you could argue that he could have tightened up some of the editing, but I mean, saying that, like people complain about the editing in Quantum of Solace, but I mean, yeah, I can understand in terms of a Bond film, the editing not being the best, but I've seen a lot of other like action films nowadays where the editing's much worse than Quantum. Like the editing is so fast paced that you
It's
can't
okay to
really.
have fast-paced
Yeah,
editing, but it just feels rushed.
yeah,
I think that's what most
yeah,
people have issue with, is that it
yeah.
feels rushed.
No,
They can't
yeah,
tell what's going on. No.
yeah. But I mean, yeah. But what I'm saying is, I think like in comparison to other films, like I've watched a lot of modern films which get like really great reviews, and the editing is so fast paced that I can't really make out what's going on as well. So I mean, I could understand the editing in terms of the Bond films. Like in terms of the Bond films, it's probably the most sloppily edited, because it's just so fast paced. But I mean, I can understand what was going on. I mean, if you play video games, if you're used to like the fast pace of like, if you're used to the way like films now are edited,
Not
like
everyone is, though.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, if you're used to like the way that films now, a lot of action films now are very fast paced with the editing. I can understand it. I watch Quantum. I can understand what's going on. But I mean, I like the return of Jeffrey Wright in the film, even though he doesn't get a huge amount to do. It's nice to see him back in the film, and it's kind of interesting, I think, how the CIA are working with Dominic Green and Meldrano and all that. Like we find out that there's one point I think where Felix says, "Well, why are we helping these guys?" And he says, Felix, just because they're bad guys, like if we said no to every bad guy, we would have no business, operations in the first place, which makes sense. But I mean, I do think the storyline here is very interesting. Like I like the whole idea of Dominic Green, and the water supply in Bolivia, because this is something that actually happened in real life. This guy in real life, this business guy, he tried to buy out the water supply, or I think he did buy out the water supply of some country in the Middle East, and it makes sense. I mean, because like initially you think, oh, like Meldrano thinks, oh, he's after the oil, but Bond, finds out when he's in the sinkhole, no, actually he's after the water, and it makes sense because if a country doesn't have oil, I mean, fair enough, you run out of oil, you can always get more oil, but if a country runs out of water, well, then the country's fucked because the population needs water, and it's a great way to hold a country to ransom. You could basically get a country to do anything you wanted it to do if you have its water supply. Because if it has no water, well, then the country's fucked. Because you need water,
Yeah.
otherwise you die. Um, so I think it's a really interesting plot, and yeah, I mean, I will admit, like the villain Dominic Green, he's not the best Bond villain in the world. I think the actor is decent, but I just think he's this sort of he's this short arse guy. He's not the most physically intimidating Bond villain. I mean, he's a more realistic Bond villain in the sense that he's not like this big muscly guy. I mean, he is a realistic villain, but he's just not the best. I will admit. I mean, he's just not the most threatening. There's that bit where he's like, "Oh, please do not talk to me like I'm stupid." I mean, um, it's kind of funny, but I mean, I think the
Probably
Bond girl.
shriek with the axe at the end. I
Yeah,
find that
yeah.
funny.
Yeah, I will admit that is kind of over the top. But I mean, I do like the Bond girl in this. I think Camille is a very good Bond girl. I mean, Olga Kurylenko. I mean, she kind of reminds me a little bit of Melina with her backstory. The fact that although I think her backstory is more tragic. Well, I mean, I suppose it's equally as tragic, but I think her backstory is a bit more tragic because she lost her parents at such a young age. Like they explain, I think, that her sister or her mother was raped by Meldrano, and then the house was burnt down, and her family was killed, and she still has the scars on her back from when that happened, but I mean, I like her story, how she's after um Meldrano in the film. She's after Meldrano, and I mean, I know Alan complained that he's not really a fan of that Bond didn't get to sleep with Camille in this film. I mean, I kind of think it's appropriate that he doesn't really sleep with Camille because I
Well,
mean,
he
I think they
slept with
explained that she
Fields.
was yeah. Yeah, he slept with Fields, and I think they explained that Camille
Oh no,
was like
sorry,
raped in.
Strawberry Fields.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, that. Well, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, well, we've had far more ridiculous Bond names as well, like Onatop and stuff as well. Good head, but
Christmas
yeah,
Jones. I mean, it's just only ridiculous from the point that the movie's not camp. So having that
yeah,
name is weird. But yeah, at least it's only referenced in the credits, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they put it in the credits, but yeah, she's just called Fields in the film. Thank God Bond didn't call her like. Thank God Bond didn't like
I
give
mean,
off some
Jack
cringy
still
line.
makes that Goldfinger reference. I don't know. I find it a bit weird that it's oil. Like, I get the idea of it, but it's like, oh, okay.
I don't really like.
Scene, and yet they're
Yeah,
referencing another Bond movie. It feels a bit odd.
yeah. No, I don't really like that. Like, I remember watching that in the cinema, and I didn't even like that scene where they referenced, Goldfinger with the oil. I think that was a bit much. I mean, I understand why they did it, but he killed her for oil. But yeah, I don't really. I thought it was a bit weird, and he didn't really, need that in there. I just thought like, why are you copying that scene from Goldfinger? But one thing I am glad is I'm glad Bond never, called, I mean, they just call her Fields in the film. I'm glad Bond never said like, "Oh, you're my little strawberry, aren't you?" Or something like that. But yeah, but I mean, you do have some funny lines.
Like, strawberry fields. Want to get some cream with that?
Yeah, strawberries and cream, lovely. Yeah, something. Yeah,
That's something
but,
Sean Connery would say. I can imagine him saying that.
yeah, I could imagine like him. Like Lotso smells of strawberries. He's like, oh, gives her maybe like a Lotso hugging bear or something. But,
oh god, yeah, Toy Story.
yeah, but no, I mean, I think I quite like Gemma Arterton as Fields. I mean, she's quite sexy, and I mean, I mean, it's kind of interesting how she's sort of sent there just to tell Bond to go back, and
Yeah.
I do like the whole revenge, plot of it, but basically Bond's told, kind of like License to Kill, Bond's told in the film, you can't go after this certain person, and Bond's just like, fuck it. And there's some great scenes, like I do like this stuff with Jeffrey Wright as Felix, where he's at the bar and he tells him that these like soldiers are coming in and he better leave. That's done well. And I like the bit where like yeah, and I like that bit where the assassin comes on the bike. He's like, "Oh, you're supposed to get her," and he's like, "Well, I missed." And he takes the bike
Tell us
off the
the
guy.
dead end. Yeah,
yeah, that was great. So I think there's a lot of like things to enjoy. I do think, yeah, the film is a little bit short, at like an hour and was it 45 minutes? I think it's the shortest Bond film. I think the reason for that was because the director Marc Forster said he thought Casino Royale was too long, and I kind of understand where he's coming from. But I do think he could have made it a bit longer. He could have made like 2 hours.
I think as well, because of the writer's strike, they obviously rushed the script and it wasn't finished. So they probably should have delayed the movie by a year. Then the film may have been longer, I reckon.
Yeah, they could have delayed the film, by a year and maybe fix some of those problems. But but saying that, I do think the fact, considering they had such a considering they had considering they had such a troubled production, with the writer's strike and Daniel Craig at the right part of the script and all of that, like, I think they did a pretty good job. With the final product.
Question about the well, first of all, what did you think of Judi Dench and that scene where she changed his heart, and secondly, the opera scene, because I think that from what it looks like to me, that scene is trying to homage The Godfather 3.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of the Judi Dench scene, I know Alan said he didn't really understand. In his review, he said he didn't really understand why she's switching sides. But I think I mean, they do explain in the film that she doesn't want to bring in Bond. She doesn't want to bring him in, even though he's going on this revenge mission. But there's this minister guy. There's a scene in it where this minister guy is talking to her in his office, and he says, basically, if you don't bring in Bond, we will, and we're working with the Americans and all that. And he explains that they're working with Dominic Green and the Americans, and she needs to bring Bond in, so she doesn't want to. And then she says to Bond, I'm bringing you in, and then Bond, of course, is in the lift, and he beats up those guys and manages to get away. And I think, the reason she, is on Bond's side is because she didn't want to bring him in the first place. I mean, that's what I got from watching the film. She didn't want to bring in Bond in the first place. She was forced to by the minister, so she let him go when she realizes that he needs to get closure for the whole Vesper thing. But I think the opera scene itself, like, I think that's actually a good scene, the opera scene. But I do think, I think the soundtrack's great. The do 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 do. It's a great soundtrack by David Arnold. Sadly, his last one. Yeah, it's a shame. It's David Arnold's last soundtrack for Bond. He hasn't come back, but I do love that soundtrack. But Yeah, the scene itself is kind of it's a little bit weird. I mean, it does come across as a little bit artsy. It's like it does feel like they're referencing The Godfather 3, like the way it cuts back to the opera and then it cuts to Bond and he kills that guy and all that. I mean, that was kind of it was a little bit strange the editing there, but I mean, I thought it was an okay scene, but I did like the reference to The Spy Loved Me where Bond throws that guy off the roof. The guy, he tells him, or he asks him where Dominic Green is, or he asks for some information. Bond throws him off the roof, he dies, and that's a nice reference to the whole Feckish scene in The Spy Loved Me where he's holding onto his tie and Bond's like, "Oh, where's Feckish?" And he says pyramids, and he knocks him off the roof, and he says, "Oh, what a helpful chap." That was a nice reference
Yeah.
to that. But yeah, I mean, just to wrap it up, I mean, I do think like some of the action there is great, like the speedboat chase. I do think the final fight at the hotel, Maldrano's hotel. I mean, a hotel in the middle of the desert. I know Alan, criticizes that, but to me, it doesn't really bother me because I mean we've had much more ridiculous places for Bond lairs. I mean, in Moonraker, we had literally a lair in outer space, and we had
It was never actually
we
meant to be a hotel. It was kind of just,
yeah.
it was a fake hotel. It was there as
Yeah,
a cover, really, more than anything else.
yeah, exactly. It was like a fake hotel, and I mean, we've had villains who've had lairs underwater, and people, Blofeld managed to have a whole lair inside a volcano, so that never really bothered me. But I think out of the two villains, I think General Mondrano's definitely the better villain, and I do think there are some great scenes. Like I do love the whole plane scene. I think that's really well done, where they land in the sinkhole. I mean, there's a little bit dodgy CGI when they're falling out of the plane, and but I mean, I think it's a really well done scene in the sinkhole where Bond explains about Vesper and she explains about Meldrano and how she lost her parents and how he like came to their house and like burnt down their house and like killed their family. I think that's well done, and I do like the stuff with Bond and Mathis here. I actually think I like the stuff with Bond and Mathis here a lot in the film because Bond in Casino Royale, of course, I don't think we mentioned this. He gave up Mathis. He thought that Mathis, like Lashif said, "Oh, Mathis is working for me," and it turns out that he wasn't. Lashif lied to Bond. So here Bond, he apologizes to Mathis. He's now got like a wife and he's living in Italy or whatever. But like he makes it up with Mathis, and Mathis tells him this information. And I don't think that's a great scene. There's a really great scene where he's up all night drinking martinis, and and then he gets killed, and I do think it's quite tragic, when he loses Mathis. I think that's a powerful moment, and where just before he dies, like, he was sneaking Mathis away in the car, and then he gets shot by the policeman, and I like the bit where he's talking to Bond just before he dies, and he says, "Forgive Vesper and forgive yourself," and then he dies, and
It's kind of the thing of the film, isn't it? Really, forgiveness.
yeah,
I like that. That's quite poignant.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a very powerful message in the film that, revenge is, it's not really desirable. And that's one thing I will say that this film does better than License to Kill is I think it's License to Kill done right. Like you said in your, ranking and your review of License to Kill, and I agree with you, like License to Kill, Bond doesn't really change as a character. He's the same character at the start of the film as he is at the end. I mean, he doesn't really learn anything from going on a revenge quest. He doesn't learn anything.
Felix doesn't seem to care about his
Yeah.
wife because he's being all chummy with James at the end.
Yeah, and Quantum of Solace, they do the opposite thing because Bond realizes that revenge doesn't, it's not going to bring back Vesper. And in the end, I love that scene at the very end of the film where he's with Vesper's former lover, the guy who gave her the necklace in Casino Royale, and he says, sit down, and then, he tells the girl that he's with now that about the situation, and he leaves a locket in the snow, and he says, "Oh, I never left," and he finally gets over Vesper. So I think the theme of revenge here is done really well, and I just think there's a lot of great moments in the film. There, I think the final action scene in a hotel. I think that's well done. I do like the line, you and I had a mutual friend. That's great. I mean, the final action scene between Bond and Dominic Green, I will admit, it's a bit weak. Where Dominic Green is just, he's got the axe and he's like, ah, ah! He's got the axe and he's swinging it about. And
I think what would have been better is if they got rid of Green and just had Medrano as the main villain. He could have still done what Green did and what he did to Camille's family. I think that would have been actually more powerful, and it would have made him actually quite a solid villain.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, I can understand why Dominic Green is there because, he's there to, like basically Dominic Green, like, makes Meldrano the new leader of Bolivia. And then because he has the water supply, he gets Meldrano to do whatever he wants. He, like, blackmails him because he has the water supply of Bolivia. So, I mean, I understand why they had two villains there. But I mean, there is some dark scenes in there. Like, I do like the scene where Meldrano, there's that woman, and like you see the darker side of him. Like, he brings her to the room and he's about to rape her, and then we see that Camille, like, they managed to stop it. Camille's there, and I do like that final scene where she confronts, Meldrano, and I love the bit earlier before they go into the hotel where Bond's saying to, Camille, like, you only have one choice, you only have one shot, make it count, and he gives her the gun. And one thing I will say about Quantum, I think we can all agree that even if, like, Alan isn't a fan of the film itself, I think we can all agree that it's great that they brought back the Wolfer PPK, because we haven't seen the Wolfer PPK since Tomorrow Never. We haven't seen the Wolfer PPK since Tomorrow Never Dies, and I never understood why they got rid of the signature gun that he's had all these years. So if there is one thing that Quantum does well, is it brings back the Wolfer PPK, and I'm glad of that. And it's Bond's signature gun again, because I think we had the P99 from, like, Tomorrow Never Dies until Casino Royale. But yeah, I mean, I think that scene is really powerful where she kills Meldrano, and then Bond comes in to the building as it's burning, and then he comes into her room and she's, like, haunted by the ghosts. Like, he has to sort of console her. Like, she's haunted by the ghosts of her, like, family, and killing Meldrano. And I think that's a great way to end the film. And I love the final scene where he's with Dominic Green, and he throws him the can of petrol. Like, he brings him into the desert. He throws him the can of petrol, and Dominic says, "Oh,
the only thing is, though, like he says, I answered your questions. I told you what you wanted to know about Quantum, but we as the audience don't actually find out what they said. I mean, I know now that Quantum is Spectre, so I guess that kind of makes up for it. But at the same time, it is a bit of an inconsistency, unfortunately, that we have to live with, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I don't really see it as an inconsistency. I think, they were going to delve more into Quantum in the next films anyway. Like, they still don't know what Quantum is at the end of the film, and then we find out, of course, it's Spectre. They're all connected. But like I said, I really like the final scene where he confronts Vesper's lover, and he drops the locket in the snow, and M says to Bond, it's good to have you back, and he says, "Oh, I never left." And and I think it's a really great way to end the film. And the gun barrel at the end isn't great, but I think Quantum of Solace, like, it is a flawed film. Don't get me wrong. Like, I wouldn't give it a 10 out of 10 now. Back in 2014 and years ago, like, when I first saw the film, this is one of my favorite Bond films, and maybe I do let nostalgia cloud my judgment a little bit in this film, but I honestly think Quantum of Solace is underrated. It's not my top 10 Bond films, but I still really love it. I mean, I still really think it's a good film. I think, as a sequel to Casino Royale, I think it does a pretty good job of dealing with the emotions, the fact that Bond...
And it's the introduction of Bill Tanner, played by Rory Kinnear.
Yeah, that's great as well. So, I mean, I think Quantum of Solace does a really good job of dealing with the wrapping up the storyline of Casino Royale, and the fact that and what I like about Quantum of Solace, and why I defend it, is I think it's License to Kill done right. I think it if you're going to do a revenge film where Bond goes on revenge, I think this is the best that they've done so far, because there's actually Bond actually learns something at the end of the film. In License to Kill, he just kills Sanchez and that's it. He just he doesn't learn anything. Quantum of Solace, he learns that revenge isn't always the best option, and that you can the amount of people that he loses. Like, he loses Mathis because he's on this revenge quest. He loses all these people, and he nearly loses his life because of this revenge quest. And he nearly loses his job at MI6, and his whole life is turned upside down. And I think it does a really good job of dealing with the grief and Bond getting over that grief and moving on, and he really becomes the Bond that we know, the killer and all that, and I like how he's dealing with the grief throughout the film. He's drinking martinis, staying up all night. He's just killing people left, right, and center. He wants revenge so badly, and he wants to close this chapter in his life. And I think they do a really good job. And I think the soundtrack's great. I think the villains, for the most part, are good, except Dominic Green. I will admit the editing isn't the best, but there's some great action scenes like the car chase. So, for me, Quantum of Solace, it's not a perfect Bond film by any stretch of the imagination, but I still think it's a pretty good film. And for me, I will defend this film until I die. I just think it's a really underrated Bond film. And I'll close off by giving Quantum of Solace a solid 8 out of 10.
Nice. Thanks, Jack. So now we move on to Alan. I think this is going to be an interesting switch of the spectrum. So, Alan, what do you think of Quantum of Solace?
Oh boy, what do I think of Quantum of Solace? Well, in my opinion, the filmmakers, they went from Daniel Craig's best film to Daniel Craig's worst film as Bond. They went from a masterpiece like Casino Royale to this. It's a major downshift. This one for me. I acknowledge that Quantum of Solace does have its share of fans like Jack, and I've said this before. I'll mention it here. There's one movie critic on YouTube on the site called Double Toasted, which I'm a fan of. Those guys, they make me laugh. What can I say? But there's a critic on the panel named Martin, and overall he says he's not a fan of Daniel Craig's Bond films, and yet he loves Quantum of Solace. He says that's the only Bond film with Craig that he loves. He doesn't like Casino Royale. He doesn't like Skyfall. He doesn't like Spectre. I don't think he was too crazy about No Time to Die either, but he loves Quantum of Solace. Go figure. So the film does have its share of fans, and I acknowledge that. And if Jack likes Quantum of Solace, that's fine. There are some Bond fans who like this, but for me, this was a shoddy, poorly made Bond film. For starters, there was a writer's strike going on at the time the film was made, and Casino Royale had been so successful that I guess they just rushed this film in production, even though the script wasn't finished yet. And Filmmaking 101 says you don't make a film if the script isn't finished yet, okay? And you two guys are budding upcoming filmmakers. So you don't make a film if the script isn't finished yet. You know this.
Yep.
Okay? But the writer's strike...
That being said, it's okay to change the script, like when you're filming, but you need to have at least a draft, there.
Right. Right. Although it can be argued that the writer's strike that happened at the time forced everybody's hands, the filmmakers' hands, because they wanted so much to cash in on the success of Casino Royale and the success of Daniel Craig as the new Bond. So they just rushed it into production. The screenwriters, and the thing that's so disappointing, it's the exact same screenwriters from last time: Paul Haggis, Neil Purvis, and Robert Wade, who did so brilliantly writing the script on Casino Royale. But this script was a total rush job, and they were really racing against the clock to get the script turned in before the writer's strike took effect. Because if the writer's strike happened and the script wasn't delivered yet, then the film couldn't be made until the writer's strike finally ended. So they turned in the script, I think, with like 1 or 2 hours left to go before the writer's strike went into effect, and the script wasn't finished. It still wasn't finished, so they just had to turn in what they had.
Yeah, Craig and Forster admitted they had to write some of the script when they were filming.
Yeah, they had to write. Yeah, Marc Forster, who directed it, and Daniel Craig, they either had to write some of the scenes themselves, or some of the scenes were just improvised. They had a general idea of what was happening in the scene, a general idea of what the characters would say to each other, but they had to just improvise some scenes or write them themselves, Marc Forster and Daniel Craig, and just wing it as best as they could. So for me, this film was very sloppily made. And also Marc Forster, who has never come back to direct another Bond film, and I'm glad. He wasn't a longtime James Bond fan, but they brought him on board because he did enjoy Casino Royale. He liked that a lot, even though he's not a longtime Bond fan by any means. And he was primarily known for directing dramatic films, like he directed the film Monsters Ball, which Halle Berry, former Bond girl, she won an Oscar for that performance. So they liked his work in those previous films, and they brought him on board to direct Quantum of Solace. But the guy clearly did not have a clue about how to direct an action film. And I think it shows pretty obviously when you're watching Quantum of Solace that this Marc Forster guy just didn't know what the hell he was doing. And
Alan, sorry to interrupt, but do you think they should have said to him, go and make an action film before you make Quantum of Solace? Because maybe that would have helped the action in the film be a lot better. Maybe it could have been a lot better action film if they told him to go make.
Yes, I think that definitely would have helped if he had some experience prior to directing an action film, because to give him a James Bond movie, which was going to be his very first action film, because again, this guy was only known for directing dramas, really. To give him a James Bond film right off the bat, even though he'd never directed an action film before, yeah, I think that kind of sealed the movie's fate for me. That and the fact that the script wasn't finished when they started shooting it. I'm sure he's a talented director. He has gotten critical acclaim for his dramatic films, but I just think directing an action film, especially directing a Bond film, he just didn't know what the hell he was doing. He clearly was not the right person to direct a James Bond movie. And as I think Jack mentioned a little earlier, that yes, I do have a problem with the editing in this film. The action scenes in Quantum of Solace are cut together so fucking fast. It's like the movie's cut together like a coming attractions trailer. Okay, the opening action scene with the car chase. I mean, scenes go by in a nanosecond. I mean, it's cut together so quickly. I don't know what the hell's going on, and it's like it's all sensation. It's like watching a music video or a coming attractions trailer, and it's not the right way an action scene should be done. If all the action is flying at you so fast and so quickly with these super fast cuts, you can't really see the action or see what's going on. It's just badly edited. I couldn't get into it. It's all sensation, but you can't grasp what's happening in the action scene. And that's the action scene right out of the gate that starts the movie. And for me personally, that's a sign of what's to come in Quantum of Solace. And then, okay, the movie starts. We get a not so great song from Jack White and Alicia Keys, who are both very talented musicians in their own right, but they just don't sound good together when they sing.
Oh yeah, especially when they go off key, they go
Their voices don't mesh. They just don't mesh together. They don't sound good singing a duet with each other. They don't sound in harmony together. I mean,
it's like having chocolate on pizza. It doesn't really work. It's mismatched.
Yeah, exactly. Or eating a chocolate cake and chasing it down with grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice. Yeah, it doesn't mix. It just doesn't mix at all. But then we get to the next part of the movie. And Bond and M, I guess they're talking about, they've captured Mr. White from the end of the Casino Royale. And then all of a sudden, boom, we go into another action scene, like 5 minutes into the movie, where Bond has to chase one of the double-crossing guys who was in the room with them, with Mr. White. And now we're on another action scene where Bond's chasing the bad guy over roofs. And again, everything's edited really quickly. I did, however, enjoy the last portion of that action scene where I guess Bond chases the bad guy, or they fall through a ceiling window into what appears to be like an art gallery or something like that, and both of them get tangled up on the ropes, and they're fighting each other, and they're swinging on the ropes, and they're smashing into windows. That whole part I thought was really cool. I'd never seen an action scene like that, swinging on ropes and smashing into windows and all that. So that action scene, that part of the action scene I thought was good. But everything before it was just cut together so fast. All the action scenes in general in this film, you know, the plane chase, the chase on the sea with Bond, I guess on the little speedboat and the boat. It's cut together much too fast. And the way that it's shot, it's like they tried to turn James Bond into Jason Bourne, and they even used the fight arranger from the Jason Bourne movies on this film. So that really hammers home that, you know, that they were trying to turn Bond into a Jason Bourne clone with Quantum of Solace, you know. And another thing I don't like about Quantum of Solace is that, in my opinion, James Bond is unlikable. I understand he's grieving the loss of Vesper Lynn. I get it, but he comes across to me like just this murderous thug killing any bad guy, you know, left, right, and center. Yes, I know he's got a license to kill, and you know that's part of his job is that he kills the bad guys. But here, the fight scenes, and when he's killing them, it's very ugly the way it's done. I mean, when he's fighting the bad guy in the hotel room, and he finally kills the guy by stabbing him in the leg in that crucial artery you don't ever want to be shot or stabbed in. The kill goes on much too long. It's just really unpleasant. Just really, I mean, it's very cold-blooded kills that we see him do in this movie, and he's just really unlikable. To me, Bond, for the very first time and the only time in the series, Bond comes across to me like a thug, you know, and that's not Daniel Craig's fault, but I think that's the filmmaker's fault for that. You can tell as you're watching the movie, the scenes that were either written by Marc Forster and Daniel Craig or were improvised. You know, you can tell as you're listening to the dialogue what was improv and what was written by Forster and Craig, or what was written by the actual screenwriters. You can tell the quality of the script is simply not good. And again, and I think we've said this before, if only the filmmakers had just been willing to wait another year until the writer's strike passed, they could have finished the script, polished the script, made it better, and I think we would have gotten a much better movie. But you know, this movie was just a total rush job, rushed into production, rushed into filming, rushed in the editing, and Bond, in my opinion, is simply not likable. I mean, I don't blame Daniel Craig. He's great. He's in my opinion, he's the glue that holds this Bond movie together. He's the reason to watch it. But I just think in this particular case, Bond is poorly written. But then again, I think that has to do with the fact the script wasn't finished and the making of the film was a total rush job. You know, I just wish Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson would have said, no. Let's wait a while until the writer's strike is over so we can make a better film. But instead they went, no, we got to rush this film to the production. We got to rush it in now. We got to cash in on the success of Casino Royale and cash in on Daniel Craig's success. We just got to rush it in. And that was a big mistake. Big mistake, I think. So that's a couple of issues I have with the film. I like Daniel Craig as Bond, but I just don't like the way Bond is portrayed in this particular film. Also, the fact that this is a direct sequel to Casino Royale. I mean, direct sequel. If you haven't seen Casino Royale, there's no point in watching Quantum of Solace. You won't understand it. So the fact that this movie is constantly riding on the coattails of its predecessor, it can't really stand alone as its own separate Bond film like the others do. Not this one. So that's another thing that I think brings Quantum of Solace down a bit.
Although that was an intentional deviation. They kind of, that's how they marketed it. So
yeah,
I guess we shouldn't have expected it to be standalone.
Yeah, really. Yeah, but I just think that really hampers the film. It really does for me. It's also, I believe, the shortest Bond film ever made. It's just 106 minutes. So that's what, like an hour and 46 minutes, something like that. So it's really short. It flies by really fast. But, you know, we say that some Bond films are too long. I think this Bond film is too short. That if we had like another 20 minutes or so, you know, plot points could have been fleshed out, characters could have been fleshed out, the script could have been fleshed out. But I think being so brisk at 106 minutes, you know, the film doesn't really have time to breathe because it's flying by so fast. Everything happening in the film is flying by so quickly. You know, at least for me, it does. I don't like the villain, Matthew Almeric, as Dominic Green. I just think he's a cardboard cutout villain, and You know, I don't
He's
like
a sissy.
Yeah, he's a sissy. Yeah, you know, don't talk to me like I am stupid. You know, and him with the axe fighting Bond in the hotel. You know, it just he's just a slime ball and an unlikable slime ball. I think he's one of the least memorable villains. I think he's the worst villain from Daniel Craig's era, easily. I just do not
Yeah,
like him.
I would agree with that.
I mean, some people, you know, don't like Rami Malek from No Time to Die, but actually, I like Rami Malek better than Matthew Almeric.
I agree.
Yeah, that he is better. But yeah, Dominic Green, he's just a cardboard cutout slime ball. You just don't like him at all, and I think he's the worst villain that Craig has. Even though the actor is a talented actor, Matthew Almeric, I think he is French, and I keep thinking about this one movie he did where he played a guy who was handicapped in a wheelchair, and I forget the name of the film, but I know he got a lot of critical acclaim for that performance. So I know he's a good actor, but I just hate the villain he's playing. Poorly written, just don't like. And yeah, he comes off like a sissy Bond villain. Olga Kurlenko as the main Bond girl. Camille, yeah, Camille. I mean, I like her. She's a good actress, and you know, and she's pretty, of course. But I don't like the fact that she and Bond don't have a romantic dalliance. This is another thing that brings down Quantum of Solace for me. Okay, he has a little fling with Agent Fields, Strawberry Fields, but Camille is the main Bond girl here, and they don't jump into bed with each other. They just kiss at the very end, and that's it. And that kind of left me cold. That Bond doesn't have a romantic dalliance. For the first time, he does not have a romantic dalliance with the main Bond girl. So that for me was kind of a turnoff as well. Gemma Arterton as Agent Fields, who we find out in the end credits is named Strawberry Fields. Get it? Get it? Do you know your Let me take you down, cause I'm going to. Come on, sing. Strawberry Fields. Yeah. I mean, I keep thinking to myself, maybe they should create a Bond girl named, I don't know, Raspberry Beret, named after the Prince song. Yeah. Hello, my name is Agent Beret. And then we see the credits, Raspberry
Maybe
Beret.
in the next one.
Or how about, hello, my name is Agent Strudel. And we see in the credits, Apple Strudel. Yes, or something.
Oh, God. I'm surprised they didn't do that in Goldfinger. You know,
yeah,
have his
really.
wife be Apple Strudel.
Yeah, really. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, Strawberry Fields, get it? But in the film, they only refer to her as Agent Fields. It's only when you see the end.
You know what, though, Alan? It's a better name than Christmas Jones.
I guess so. Some people say it might even be a better name than Pussy Galore. Like, oh, come on, Pussy Galore, that was too far. Just call her Pussy or something. I think it's a classic Bond girl name, Pussy Galore, but I know
Yeah.
people, well, didn't like it so much. I know why. I understand, but I like the name. But yeah, Agent Fields, or as you find out in the end credits, Strawberry Fields. I mean, Gemma Arterton, she's pretty. She is a very talented actress. She's proven herself as a talented actress in the acting stuff she's done since then. I think she's on a very popular show right now, like on Amazon streaming or something like that. I don't remember. Like, I think the word "time" is somewhere in the title, but anyway,
She's going to be in the new film, The King's Man.
Oh, okay. She's in The King's Man. Yeah, so we know she's talented, lovely woman she is, but here she's just, you know, she has a little fling with Bond in the hotel room, and then she gets killed by having oil dumped on her, which is obviously a callback to the girl from Goldfinger dying with, you know, having gold paint painted on her. But I just don't think it works all that well. Okay, instead of gold paint, it's oil. You know, it's I don't know. She's hardly in the film at all, Gemma Arterton, and she basically has a little fling with Bond in the hotel room, and then next thing you know, she's dead, smothered in oil. So not much of a role. I think even Gemma Arterton herself has said that, you know, it really wasn't much of a role, but you know, she knew that if she was a Bond girl, even for just a few minutes in this film, it might boost her career, and I think it did. So I guess the end justified the means, but it just wasn't much of a role. But nice to see her in it. I mean, she is quite pretty and a talented actress, so good for her. Jesper Christensen returns as Mr. White, although he's not in the film all that much either. And he will come back, of course, in Spectre. And also we get the return of Mathis, Gianni. Although I still think the scene where he dies in Bond's arms and then Bond just dumps his body in a garbage bin is pretty disrespectful. And I can't help but wonder.
Yeah, what was up with that?
Yeah. Or maybe this was another scene where the dialogue was improvised because Camille says to him, is that being respectful to him to just dump him in there? And Bond says he wouldn't care. He probably would care.
Yeah, and then he has the gall to steal his money.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So I suspect this might have been a scene that was written by Forster and Craig or improvised. That maybe that isn't quite what Bond would say.
That's the trouble with Quantum of Solace. It feels so disjointed. It feels like there were scenes missing between Bond and Mathis because it's like
I
feels
know.
like they just brought him in just to kill him off.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like Mathis much better in Casino Royale. I don't even think it was necessary to bring him back for Quantum. But okay, they brought him back, and then he gets killed, and Bond dumps his body in the trash bin. Great. I don't really have much more to say about Quantum of Solace, other than for me, this was a terribly disappointing Bond film after Casino Royale was so fantastic. I mean, I watched it again recently because I wanted to prepare for No Time to Die, so I watched all 4 of Craig's previous Bond films, and yes, that includes Quantum of Solace. But no matter how many times I watch it, and I don't watch it all that much, hardly at all, but I watched it again to prepare for No Time to Die. But I just think this movie was sloppy in its filmmaking. It was a total rush job. The script wasn't finished. Bond, in my opinion, is unlikable, even though Daniel Craig's trying hard. But it should be a question of production. They really needed to wait another year until the writer's strike.
Yeah.
And then they
Did you like Judi Dench? Judi Dench.
She's good, but I mean, she is good. She does give a good performance. I don't think we needed to see that scene where she's applying makeup in the mirror. That was kind of weird. I don't know. That scene kind of puts me off, where M's talking on the phone or over a speaker thing to somebody, and she's applying makeup in the bathroom mirror. That was kind of weird. One more thing, though. For the life of me, no matter how many times I watch it, I still cannot figure out how the hell Bond beat up those 3 heavies in the elevator. There's 3 of them. There's only 1 of him. And again, the fight scene is cut together so fucking fast. It's over in a matter of seconds. How did he knock them all out?
Also, he's handcuffed at the beginning of that.
So how? How did he do it? And no matter how many times I watch it, I can't figure it out. And it flies by so quickly. And I know you guys have mentioned how M changes sides. That when she sends Bond into the elevator with the 3 heavies, she's against him. And then he comes out of the elevator, and now all of a sudden she's on Bond's side again. I know you guys have explained how that happens, but that did not occur to me at all. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't detect any information there about why she would change sides.
I'll admit, Jack's reason made sense, but it is a little rushed in the movie. They could have fleshed it out a bit more, I will admit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Jack is right, but I'm just saying it wasn't made clear to me as I was watching the film. I'm watching that scene. It's not made clear why she all of a sudden changes sides. They should have made it a lot more obvious or a lot more clear, but I couldn't figure it out. So for me, just to wrap this up, for me personally, Quantum of Solace is easily Daniel Craig's worst Bond film. I just think that the filmmaking on it was a total rush job. The script wasn't finished. Bond comes off like a cold-hearted thug, and it's just not fun to watch. Even though it's the shortest Bond film ever made, for me personally, it's just not fun to watch. And for me personally, it's not the way a James Bond movie should be made. And they tried to turn James Bond into Jason Bourne, and that just doesn't work. That's not Bond. That's Bourne, but that's not Bond. That's not the way Bond should be. So, and like I said, I think they were trying desperately to cash in on the success of Casino Royale, which is why they rushed this film into production when it clearly should not have been rushed into production. And yeah, I know the writers,
Alan,
but they shouldn't have rushed it in. What is it, Jack?
I was going to ask you, I know you said in Quantum, you said this is the first Bond film where Bond's unlikable because he's killing everybody. Did you not think Bond was kind of unlikable in License to Kill, because he's killing loads of people in that film, and there's a bit where he he throws that suitcase at the guy, and then the shark
he
comes and
kills people
kills
in
him.
every
And, yeah, but what I mean is, yeah, he kills a lot of people in License to Kill.
Well, License to Kill, I mean, to me, License to Kill is just an average Bond film. I don't hate it. I don't like it either. It's just, mediocre, but I don't blame that on Timothy Dalton. I think Dalton comes off as more likable in that film than Craig does in Quantum of Solace. It's primarily the villains that are causing all the ugly violence in License to Kill. One guy being stabbed with a forklift, another guy being blown up, literally blown up, dies by compression or decompression. Some other guy being taken off screen to get his heart cut out. A bad guy falling into a rock grinder, and on and on. But that's primarily the villain's fault for that violence, not Bond, really. And I think Dalton comes across much more likable than Craig does in Quantum. Again, I'm not blaming Craig. I'm blaming the writers and the director, who basically had his head up his arse and didn't know what he was doing directing this action film thing. But anyway, I just think it was a rush job. It shouldn't have been made at the time it was made. And it's the Daniel Craig Bond film that gives me the least amount of pleasure, I'm sorry to say. Although, like I said, Craig is trying hard. I don't think it's the worst Bond film ever. I mean, I give that honor to A View to a Kill, even though I know you two like A View to a Kill, and that's fine. But for me, Quantum is the second worst Bond film. I just don't like it. It's Craig's worst Bond film, in my opinion. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I give Quantum of Solace a 3 out of 10.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I know. Fair enough. To each their own. Right. In terms of my opinion of Quantum of Solace, I'm going to be picky in the middle in this situation. I don't like it as much as Jack, but I don't hate it like Alan does. Well, Alan doesn't hate it, but Alan doesn't like it. I think Quantum of Solace is decent at best. I think it's got a couple of good things going for it, but after Casino Royale, it is disappointing. There's no two ways about it. But I can't hate the movie. I actually do enjoy parts of it. I think it's a very mixed bag. It's a very weird Bond film in that regard. I can see Alan's points about it feeling more like a Bond film, and perhaps Marc Forster was the wrong director for the movie, but I do believe the guy has talent and he has the skills to, bring the movie to, its dramatic heights. And there are some dramatic and emotional scenes in the movie. There's a good film in there, a really good film in there. It was just saddled with all the production problems. You can tell when you see the end product that it almost feels in a way like Quantum of Solace is unfinished. And I feel bad saying that, but it does feel a bit disjointed and it feels like there are scenes missing. But, I do think there are just as many good things as there are bad things. First of all, Craig himself. Craig is a great Bond, and he continues to be absolutely fantastic. And I actually do think he's likable. I think he's got a couple of charming moments. I think he's more likable in Casino, but that's because of the story. I think because he's grief-stricken over Vesper, he's losing his way, and I think that was the point of the story. I can see where Alan's coming from in terms of the brutality of the action sequences, but I do have to respectfully disagree. I think the villains are kind of weak, though. Dominic Green, I don't think is a good villain. I think he's a bit of a sissy. He's not one of the all-time worst, but I don't know. I just never cared for him. He's just boring. Like Alan said, when he, says that stupid line, please don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I just laugh every time I hear that. I laugh. He doesn't stand a chance against Craig, and when he's shrieking with the axe at the end, it's just kind of laughable, really. I think General Medrano should have been the main villain throughout the whole film. I think he could have just assimilated Green's role. And I think him doing that and being the personal villain for Camille is that would have given him more of a presence, because he's a bastard. I mean, he's the better of the two villains, but we don't see him that much. we see him like twice. I think. I mean, admittedly, in the finale, he is rather intimidating, but again, the movie's so rushed that it doesn't take the time to develop him as a villain. We understand Camille's story, don't get me wrong, and Camille is a great Bond girl. I love her story, and I think her story is powerful. And again, like I said, there's a great movie in Quantum of Solace. It's just because of all the production problems, it couldn't manifest. But Camille's story, like the scene in the sinkhole where she's talking to Bond about what Medrano did to her family, I find that very powerful. And I think Olga Kurylenko's acting is brilliant in that scene. And then she's like, "You lost someone as well?" And he's like, "I did, yes." And she's like, "Did you catch whoever did it?" He's like, "No, not yet. Tell me when you do. I want to know how it feels." So the two characters are kind of on a similar journey for vengeance. So that's what connects them. And I think there's a nice there's a nice kind of poignancy about that. So there are some emotional scenes, and I also like the ending when Bond leaves the locket in the snow. I think that's a great way to conclude the Vesper story, showing that he didn't kill her ex-lover in the end and chose to move on from Vesper. And I think that's great. This film does kind of feel like Casino Royale Part 2. So you do have to watch Casino before you watch this one. But I never saw that as a problem, really. I mean, I think because it was marketed as a sequel, as a direct continuation after Casino Royale. And because of the success of Casino Royale, I would imagine, 95% of the people that, of Bond fans would have probably seen Casino Royale before Quantum of Solace. So I think it's up to the person.
And also, sorry to interrupt, and also to be fair, most of the Craig films, apart from Casino and Skyfall, you have to see the other Bond films anyway. Like Spectre, you need to see the other Bond films, No Time to Die, and this one as well. So, yeah.
I mean, it's firmly been established now that Craig's movies, are one timeline. So yeah, I think if someone jumps into Quantum of Solace without seeing Casino, that's their own fault, really. So yeah, the action is okay. Like there are some decent action scenes, but the editing is very poor. There's no doubt about it. It's just the cutting. It's just very quick. I mean, it's okay to jump cut, but I think it's also the camera work. Some of the camera work is really rushed and shoddy, and it is a little hard to tell what's going on. There are times when I do think the action is trying to be a bit too artsy. Certainly with the opera scene, I think that's the worst action scene in the film. It's just like, what the fuck? It's so weird. It's just really weird. It feels like they were trying to homage The Godfather 3. Because we're intercutting between the opera and the fight, and we're just seeing Craig being chased by the guys, and then it's all silent, and then we're hearing the sounds of the opera come back, and the cutting between what's going on in the opera, it's a bit pretentious, really. But
I was kind of expecting Daniel Craig on the opera steps afterwards screaming, having a silent screen.
Yeah. God, I mean, I'm surprised Bond didn't make a joke about Phantom of the Opera, but never mind. That being said, the build-up to the opera scene was really good, with the music from David Arnold, when Bond sneaks into the Brigand's opera house. That was really good. And I do like the boat chase. That was quite fun. And the finale in the hotel is good, if a little bit rushed with Bond and Green's fight. I do have a criticism about the editing in that scene. When Camille picks up the gun and points it directly at Medrano, we cut back and then we hear the gunshot. I think it would have been more effective to not see her pick the gun up and just hear the gunshot when Bond and Green are outside, and he says, "Sounds like you just lost another one." And then I think cutting back to how the film was with her killing Medrano, that would have been more powerful. It's only a nitpick, but I don't know. I just feel like they kind of wasted that moment there. But speaking of things that are wasted, Mathis. I feel bad, because I like Mathis, and I like the fact that him and Bond, they kind of made up, and he forgave him, and it's just the fact that it feels like they brought Mathis back just to kill him off, and his death is admittedly very sad. I do like the scene, but it's just so. It's completely retconned by the way that he just chucks him in the bin. I think that's too cold for James Bond. I think it's out of character when and then she's like, "Is that how you treat your friends?" And he's like, he wouldn't care. I mean, I think he would. And then stealing his money. I mean, I know the guy's just died, but still, I just find that a little bit too. I find that unlikable. That's the one part I would say is unlikable. But yeah, I can sympathize with Bond up to a point, but not for that.
Did you like the scene where he was talking to him though, when Bond's having the martinis, and I thought that was quite good. Like you could tell Bond is, he's just so grief stricken. He's just drinking martinis the whole night or whatever. Like when they're on the plane, whatever it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I like Mathis in the movie. I think his all his scenes are good. I just don't like the way Bond chucks him in the bin. And I just feel like there could have been more with Bond and Mathis. It was kind of wasted. But the scene on the plane was emotional, and the callbacks in the music to Vesper's theme were very nice. Yeah, I mean, Gemma Arterton has a very small role in the film as Strawberry Fields. Yeah, I mean, most Bond girls are kind of only in there for a few minutes, so I suppose she shouldn't be that surprised. But her death is really odd. I mean, it's supposed to be quite a traumatic moment, and yet they choose to reference Goldfinger by having her drowned in oil. It is a little bizarre, to be honest. I understand that it was meant with good faith, but yeah, it's a little strange. I can't deny. I like Judi Dench. I think she's good as M, and I think the relationship between her and Bond is interesting. How she's kind of worrying because Bond is a loose cannon and he's killing every lead that they need to uncover the truth behind the organization. I do feel like Mr. White was also wasted, but thankfully they made up for that in Spectre by bringing him back. So that will not necessarily count as a criticism anymore. But it is a shame how, when they start interrogating him and then they shoot him in the leg or something, then we don't see him until the Opera House, and then we don't see him again. So yeah, I think I'm glad they've kind of wrapped that up now. But at the time, before Spectre came out, that would have been a huge sort of plot hole. But yeah. And like I said, Craig is amazing, and he is really good as Bond. I mean, there's no doubt about it. He's amazing in the film. Marc Forster's direction is just all over the place. The movie kind of is, I don't know, it's weird. It's sort of falling apart, but it's not. Like, Craig is definitely the glue that stitches it together. Sticking the gun barrel at the end was a fucking stupid decision. I don't know why they did that. And again, Jeffrey Wright is Felix. Good in the film, but didn't get enough to do. The score by David Arnold, I really like it. I think it's a great score. I don't like the title song, I'm afraid. I'm not a big fan of Another Way to Die. I don't hate it. It's okay. It just, for me, it feels like we're trying to copy You Know My Name a bit with just the tone of it. And I just don't think Jack White and Alicia Keys really work as a duo, especially when they have to do like the snake a drink for your majesty. And when they go off key, they go, oh. But the titles are good. I do quite like the title sequence in the desert. That does look pretty cool. And I do agree the film's on the shorter side. I think it should have been at least 20 minutes longer to at least get it over 2 hours to flesh out some of the story elements, some of the characters. I can follow the story. Like it's not like it's incoherent. It's just it needed fleshing out. And I think delaying the movie by a year would have definitely helped. And yeah, it's really sad to sort of say that. And I do agree with Alan that it is the weakest Daniel Craig film. I can't lie about that. And I can't lie to say that it is a little disappointing after Casino Royale. That being said, the opening car chase is good. I like the opening, but I do think the gun barrel should have been at the beginning. But for what it, taking the movie as it is, Quantum of Solace, it's not terrible. I don't think it's as bad as people say. I enjoy it, but I don't think it's perfect. And I do like the aerial action sequence as well. That's pretty fun. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably give Quantum of Solace 7 out of 10, a low 7 out of 10. So now we move on to the halfway point of this hangout, and we'll try not to spend too long on the last three, with the 50th anniversary of Bond, Skyfall. Woohoo! So,
yes.
Jack and Ori, tell us the story of Skyfall. Well, of your opinion of Skyfall.
Yeah, it's shit. Worst Bond film ever. No, joking. 0 out of 10. No, joking. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Skyfall, I think, is a great Bond film. I mean, after Quantum Solace, which got a mixed reaction from the fandom, I think I think Skyfall is an incredible Bond film. I remember seeing this in the cinema, 50th anniversary of Bond. It was a big deal, and yeah, next year it's going to be 10 years since this film came out, which is kind of crazy. But
No need to fear when Mendes is here.
yeah, but I mean, it's kind of interesting how this came about because I think after Quantum, like they were having financial issues, and they really didn't know if Bond was going to continue. Like I think there was a lot of speculation that Quantum could have been the last one, but thankfully, because MGM is struggling, but thankfully they got this film out after 4 years, and it was a massive box office success. And I think part of the reason for that was because it was a 50th anniversary. Like it was 50 years of this franchise. It was the first Bond film in 4 years. We hadn't had a gap that long since GoldenEye, which was 6 years. Like we hadn't had to wait for like
Actually,
4 years.
The Casino Royale was 4 years, I think.
Oh, actually, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we had a gap of 4 years, so people were kind of starving for another Bond film. I know the wait between Quantum of Solace and Skyfall did feel quite long because it was 4 years, but yeah, I mean, thankfully the end product worked out for the best. I mean, it's kind of funny because apparently Craig said he wanted Skyfall to be his last Bond film initially, and then he went on to do Spectre and No Time to Die. So it's kind of funny the amount of times that Craig wanted to quit the role, but he's really great in here. And what I like about Skyfall,
he wasn't sure, but I guess the success of Skyfall convinced him to do another one, and then obviously he wanted to end with No Time to Die. So
yeah, and plus I think three films would have been too short for his time as Bond. I mean, I think Skyfall would have been a great send off, but I'm glad he did. Two more films, but yeah, I mean, what I like about Skyfall though is how it deals with Bond aging as a character. I mean, I'm not going to go on too long about Skyfall since we spent a lot of time in Quantum and Casino. I'm going to try and keep this short, but I really like the beginning of the film. I think the beginning is like one of the best openings to a Bond film, where you got that car chase, and then Bond, he jumps on the train and he's going after that.
Well, that opening shot, dun, perfect.
Yeah, that's great. I mean,
the gun barrel.
yeah, I mean, that's one thing I will say. It's kind of a shame we don't have the gun barrel at the start, but at the same time, like I understand why Sam Mendes, he wanted to put it at the start, but it makes sense that he didn't because that opening shot, like I've seen people do edits of it and it just doesn't work. You go if you went from the gun barrel to that, it just wouldn't work. But yeah, great opening shot. Love the beginning with the hard drive going missing, Bond and Moneypenny. I mean, you don't know she's Moneypenny at the start, and that whole car chase is excellent. I love the bit afterwards where he's on the motorbike and then they're on the train, and it's just a great scene. I love that. Especially the bit where he's on the digger and he jumps onto the carriage and he adjusts his cufflinks or whatever. That's really funny, and that's just a really
characters.
yeah, it's just a really thrilling start to a Bond film where he's fighting that guy in a train and then he gets shot off the train. M says to Naomi Harris, take the bloody shot, and then he gets shot off the train, and it's a really dramatic opening to a Bond film. It's really a really great way to open it, and I love that title sequence with the song by Adele. Skyfall. It's definitely, I think, one of the best Bond songs, and actually, it's a classic. I mean, I think it's one of the best Bond songs, probably the best Bond song I would say since Nobody Does It Better. I think it's that damn good. I think Adele is just fantastic, and apparently they were partially inspired by Nobody Does It Better when they were doing that song, and it's just such a great song. Let the sky fall when it crumbles, we will stand tall. It's just fantastic, and showing a young Bond, and Skyfall is home, and the title sequence. It's great, and then you get into the film itself, and it's kind of interesting how Bond's he's recovering from the events of what happened to him at the start of the film. He's shot and he's like living in this. I guess he's sort of like living off the grid. He's living on this island. He's drinking Heineken.
Yeah,
nice product. Yeah, having sex. Yeah, and that bit with the scorpion, that's quite good. Where he's, the scorpion's going to poison him if he doesn't drink it fast enough, and all that stuff's good. And it's interesting because he sees what happens to MI6. He sees it getting blown up in the news, and he goes to see M. And I love that scene where he confronts her in his apartment, and he's like, "What did you say? Take the bloody shot." And she basically explains to Bond that I had to make a decision, and Bond kind of realizes why she did it. And just some great moments in there. Like, I love all the bit where he's doing that word association, and he says, "Okay, I'll say day," and then he says, "Oh, wasted," and then he says, "Oh, M," and then he says, "bitch," and that's quite funny. And then he says, "Skyfall," and then he reacts to that, and you see that he goes for the test, and there's that great moment where he's shooting at the target, and he's aiming at it, and he's trying to shoot the target, and it's not working. And it's interesting that they address his age at this point, because I mean he was like 44, 45 when he made this film. And he's not that old, but actually I think he was 43 when he made the film, because it came out in 2012. So I mean, what's interesting about the film is that they're dealing with his age right now, because what's interesting about Spies is Spies retired from the field apparently at like 45, so he's only a couple of years away in terms of age of retiring. So I like the fact that they've already addressed his age here, and that he's getting older, and we find out the reason why he's not as good as he is because he's still got fragments of the bullet in his chest, and he removes that. But I think all that stuff's great, and I love Ray Fiennes as M. I think he's fantastic. And then when M says, "Oh,
Yeah,
we passed,"
Mallory.
yeah, Mallory, yeah, Gareth Mallory, and I like the bit where Bond passes the test, and it turns out that he didn't pass the test. And I think he has a really interesting relationship with Bond in the film, and I love the stuff with the British Bulldog that M has, and Bond hates it. So I mean, all that was like really funny, and I really like the scene as well where he's at the gallery. That scene where Q is there, and he's looking at that painting by Turner, and he's like, "Oh, you can't be the new quartermaster." He's like, "Why?" Because you still have spots. So that's one thing I will say I like about Skyfall is it feels more like a mixture of a classic Bond film and a modern Bond film, because they bring back a meal at the end of the film. They have Moneypenny back, they have Q back, and I like the fact they don't give him over top gadgets. They give him this palm printed Wolford PPK and the radio, and that's it. And he's like, and I like the bit where he gives him a. Sorry, that's the next film, but like it's just fantastic, that scene where he's talking to him. He's like, "Oh, I can do more damage in my first cup of Earl Grey in the morning than you can do an entire year in the field." And he's like, "Oh, but you need me."
It kind of
So I mean,
says something as well about the world we live in, like how the world is,
yeah,
is changing and there's more technology, and that kind of continues in Spectre, I think.
yeah. And I also like how this film like deals with age, not just with Bond, but with like M as well. Like there's that bit at the start where Gareth Mallory's like, you served your time, Emma, but it's time to step down.
Yeah,
And yeah, and basically she's like, "No, I'm not going to step down." And funnily enough, apparently Judi Dench didn't really want to leave with
yeah.
Skyfall. So I
They
mean,
sort of they had a conversation with her and said, "We're going to kill you off,"
yeah.
basically.
So I mean, it's kind of funny that it's sort of art reflecting life. Like she didn't actually want to leave, and in the film, her character M doesn't want to leave. But I think it works within the narrative. I mean, she'd been
And
playing.
that's the theme of the film. M stands for mother.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like when she did this film, like she'd been playing the role for the same. I mean, in terms of years, she'd been playing the role the same amount of time as Bernard Lee. Like Bernard Lee played it for like 17 years, from 62 to 79, and then she'd been playing it since 95. So she'd been playing it 17 years. So I mean, she'd been there a long time. I mean, she'd been there
And then
since
having films
Brosnan.
like Roger.
Yeah, yeah. And yes, so she'd been there since Brosnan's first film. So she's had the whole of the Brosnan era, and most of the Craig era as M. And I think it was the right time. And you know, I just think it's really well done how they tie into the sort of like mother aspect of
Mm.
her sort of mothering
I think it's the first time
aspect.
they've actually killed M off, isn't it? And the
Yeah,
only time they've done it.
yeah, and I think it's I think the way they did it, it's fantastic, and I like how they deal the sort of like relationship with him and Bond and M, like the sort of mother relationship and son, mother and son relationship they kind of have. Like she kind of, I mean, she cares for his Bond very much. I mean, that's why she says he passed the test even though he failed, and I find that interesting. And people said this, and they're kind of right. I mean, I suppose M is the Bond girl, really, in this film. I mean, that's one thing I will say. Maybe one slight criticism I'll give Skyfall is there isn't really a Bond girl apart from Severin, but I mean, she doesn't really,
It's all right.
you know,
At least Bond gets some lay during the film.
yeah. I mean, she isn't really in it that much, but yeah. I mean, I think the villain in this is just fantastic. I mean, Javier Bardem is Silver. I just love that whole rat speech where he's like, "Oh,
Yeah, he's
years
very
ago, me and yeah, and that rat speech is just fantastic. He's like, "Oh, years ago, my grandmother had these rats, and we would get the rats in the cage, and then after a while, they get hungry and they start to eat each other. Then we release the rats back into the trees, and
What is it
you
with
know,
Bond and their obsession with animals? Like Blofeld and
yeah,
his cuckoo birds, and now Silver and his rats.
yeah." And I love that bit where he says, I released them back into the wild, and they wouldn't eat, coconut and nuts anymore. They'd eat rats. It's great, and I actually love the fact that they go to this like abandoned island, like with all these like abandoned buildings. This actually a real place in real life. I think they shut that down because there was like a um, the I think all the work dried up, but like there was some kind of financial crash. They had to all leave, so that's a real place they filmed in, and I just think he's really threatening, and I love that bit where he's like, he's basically explaining to him that that he has a personal vendetta against them, and he wants to get revenge, and I love that moment where he's like, "Oh, what makes you think this is my first time?" And he's like, "Oh, Mr. Bond," and it's great, and I love all the stuff in Shanghai as well. I love that scene where he's trying to go after that assassin, and
Patrice.
yeah, and then he shoots the guy through the window, and Bond manages to kill him, and see that he falls to his death, and
The
and then
lighting
we
is amazing in that scene.
yeah, the cinematography is fantastic, and I just love that scene, and I love all the stuff in like uh Tokyo or Shanghai or whatever it is. I think it's Hong Kong. I don't know, but like all that stuff is fantastic. I mean, it's a bit cheesy that bit where Bond is just standing there in the boat. I mean, it's a nice shot, but I mean, it's kind of funny how he's just standing on the boat. But I love
Yeah.
all that stuff where he's with yeah, but I love all that stuff where he's with Moneypenny. She gives him a shave for cut for razor. There's a bit of sexual tension there, and then he's in the casino when he encounters Severine, and they're talking over the microphones. That's really well done, and I love that fight. With the Komodo dragon, and he says, "Oh, it's the circle of life," which is kind of odd. References Lion King, but um, I mean, nonetheless, that was funny. I love all that stuff in McCoy, and I love the scene as well, like where like she says, "Oh, meet me on board the ship," and then Bond's there in the shower, and I mean it is a little bit inappropriate since she was like a sex worker, like she was taken away when she was very young. He's like, "Oh, I like you better without your
Does do a bit of a
Beretta."
problem and kind of sniff her up, and he goes, "I like you better
Yeah,
without your Beretta."
yeah. I mean it's kind of awkward as well that since she's a sex worker, but I suppose she's sort of turned on by Bond, but. I mean, I love all that stuff on the island, like that bit where like they put the whiskey on her head and then he shooting at it, and he's like, "Oh, it's waste of good scotch," when he kills her,
Yeah.
Silva,
It's a
and
little
I
bit
love the
sensitive,
line,
but yeah.
yeah, and I love the line as well where he says, "Oh, it's the latest toy from Q Branch. It's called the radio," and then they arrive, and it's just a great moment, and I think the finale of this is fantastic. All the stuff in London, where Silva's there and he disguises himself as a policeman, and M's reading the speech from Tennyson. That's great. And I love all the stuff about the double O section that they go into as well further in Spectre. Like, is it becoming redundant? Should they get rid of it? And that fight scene in the courthouse, I think, is excellent. where Bond saves M, and Q's leaving the trail of breadcrumbs for Silva. And I also love the return of the Aston Martin DB5, and it's got the ejector seat from Goldfinger.
How can they not have
and
the 50th?
Yeah, and I love that line where she's like, "Oh, go on then, eject me." He's like, "Oh, are you going to complain the whole way?" And she's like, "Go on then, eject me." That made me laugh. And I think setting the finale in Scotland's great because, of course, like Ian Fleming rewrote the origins, so Bond grew up in Scotland, and I mean, even though he's not, Scottish, yeah, even though Bond's not Scottish, he's English, but he like grew up in Scotland, um, and I love all that stuff, in Skyfall. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I do agree with like what people said. I mean, having that house and that kind of, the Skyfall house and that sort of bog or whatever it is. But nonetheless, it's great to have Albert Finney there. It's his last role, sadly. I mean, great actor. And originally they were going to have Connery there, but I'm glad it was Albert Finney. I think it would have been too distracting if Sean Connery was playing Kincaid. But I mean, he's like, "Oh, I was ready before you were born, son." And I love how they're preparing all the traps. And like M says, "Oh, I fucked this up, haven't I?" Which was kind of shocking when she said that. I fucked this up, and like I never thought I'd hear the F word in a Bond film, but
Although
but
actually,
I mean,
Mallory says it in No Time to Die as well.
yeah, but,
Sake.
yeah, but I love how they're preparing all the traps. That final action scene is amazing. In Skyfall, where they're attacking the house, and they got the explosives under the floorboards, and Bond's using the Aston Martin, and fortunately the Aston Martin gets.
We like to see more of Bond's. We find out about more of Bond's parents. Like we see their graves, and Kincaid explains to M that Bond hid in the behind the trap door or whatever when they died, and that was when he kind of changed.
Yeah, and he became a man. Yeah. The priest hole or whatever. Yeah, that was really interesting, and yeah, and I think that action scene's great, and the way like Silva's playing the music, and like they're about to, I love the line where he's about to blow up the house, and he's like, "Oh, I hated this place anyway," and I also love the line with Kincaid where he gets the shotgun and he says, "Welcome to Scotland." That's a great line.
Yeah.
I remember laughing at that.
I like that he calls Emma.
Yeah. And I think that's her name, yeah. I mean, we finally find out, what the M stood for in Casino Royale. He's like, "Oh, I thought M was a randomly assigned letter." We find out now it's Emma. And, the M for
Muffy.
yeah, that would be funny. And we know what the M stands for if, Ray finds it's Gallup Mallory. That's what the M stands for. But, yeah. But, I mean, I think that's really great. And I think the finale of this is great, where they go through the priest hole, they blow the whole place up, and then they're shining the torch on the mirrors. That's what gives it away. And Silva's there. I love that fight under the lake. That's fantastic. Really well done.
On the music,
when,
amazing.
yeah, and I love the bit where he sees the grave of Bond's parents, and then the finale is great, where he's just there in the church, and he's like, "Oh, this is it's meant to be." He gets the gun. And he's like, "Do it, kill us both." And yeah, I also love the bit earlier. I forgot to mention where he takes out his teeth and he says, "Oh, do you know what it does to you? Hydrogen cyanide." Like, we find out that he blames M for what happened to him. Like he was loyal to her, and then she gave him up, and then he bit into the capsule, and his face is all messed up. I mean, I do agree with some people. It is kind of convenient how his plan works out perfectly, like how the train managed to be there at the right time and how he managed to escape and all that. But I do like the bit where he's like, "Oh, latest thing from my toy store. It's called a radio." That's great. And the finale is great. Where Bond is there and he throws the knife in his back and he says, "Last rat standing." And I like the final shot, which is kind of a nice reference to the Dark Knight, where he's standing on top of the on top of the building in London with the Union Jack in the background flying, and he's got he's got that laugh.
I don't know about you, Jack. I find it annoying when people say, "Oh, Skyfall just copies the Dark Knight." He doesn't copy it. It took inspiration from it, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it takes inspiration, but I don't think it copies it. But I like the bit where he gets the pit bull terrier at the end, because she knew that he hated it and he keeps it. And you see it again in Spectre briefly, which is nice. And I just think the ending of this is fantastic, where you find out, her name's Eve Moneypenny, and she's back behind the desk, and that they have the old M's office from the original films, and I just think it's a great way to end the film, where he says, "Oh, you're ready for your next assignment," and he says, "Oh, with pleasure, M, with pleasure," and then you get the gun barrel at the end, and it goes into the 50 years logo. It's just a great way to end the film, and I honestly think Skyfall is a masterpiece. I think it's one of the best Bond films, definitely in my top 10, in my top 5, I would say. Um, it's not my favorite Daniel Craig Bond film, but it's probably my second favorite. I give it a 10 out of 10. I really don't have any flaws with it. So,
Wow.
yeah.
On a final note, what did you think of Thomas Newman's score?
Oh, yeah, the score was great. I mean, it's kind of a shame that Spectre just sort of reused most of it. But the score, I think, is great for Thomas Newman's score for Skyfall. And, yeah, the cinematography is fantastic as well.
Excellent. Well, now we move on to Alan.
Here I am. Yeah. Skyfall. Yay for Skyfall. Yes.
So, Alan, is it better than Quantum of Solace?
Easily. No question about it. Yeah. After the horror that was Quantum of Solace, I'm happy to say that the Bond franchise and Daniel Craig's era gets right back on track with Skyfall. This is brilliant. This is an absolutely brilliant Bond film, one of Craig's very best. I think this is my third favorite Bond film of all time, and my second favorite of Craig's era. Although I like Casino Royale a little bit more than this one, but just a little bit. But otherwise, Skyfall is an instant classic. And yeah, after witnessing Quantum of Solace and also witnessing, I guess, some of the financial problems that the film studio were having right after Quantum of Solace. I mean, how could they be having financial problems? Quantum of Solace, say what you want about the film, but it made money, and other MGM films made money. So I don't quite understand why they were having financial problems. I still can't figure that out. But
I don't know the story, I'm afraid.
yeah, I don't know the full story either. I don't know why that happened, but
it took them a while to get out of it, hence why Skyfall was delayed. Well, wasn't allowed to come out until 2012. But to be fair, no better time to release it, really, I think.
Yeah, because it was the 50th anniversary of James Bond, so 2012 was a perfect year to release the film.
Alan, would you say it's a better anniversary than Die Another Day?
Easily. No, Die Another Day was a insult when it should have been celebrating the 40th anniversary. So Skyfall gets the anniversary thing right, and I like the fact that Skyfall only had the most subtle of subtle references to the 50th anniversary, whereas Die Another Day went overboard and then went overboard.
Fuck you, Tamahori.
Yeah, with constant references to Bond's history over and over and over and over again throughout that movie. But here, it was only very subtle. Like, for example, there's a scene later on in the film where Bond and the bad guy Silva are Silva is forcing Bond to do like a target practice thing, or a William Tell kind of thing on Silva's girlfriend Severin. I mean, Bond doesn't want to do it, but Silva forces him to. And there's a bottle of scotch there with the two men. And what's the year on the bottle of scotch? 1962, the year that the first Bond movie, Dr. No, came out. So that's one subtle reference. There's a couple of references in the film to Bond's age, which also mirrors how long the Bond films have been around, which is like 50 years. But that's it. It was just very subtle. They didn't go overboard or over the top with the references as they did in Die Another Day. So I like that, that they were a lot more subtle about it. But once again, I mean, the Bond series got right back on track with Skyfall. You've got a way better script, way better story, a way better director, Sam Mendes, who I believe is a longtime Bond fan, so he knew what he was doing, and he's a talented Oscar-winning director. I think he won an Oscar for American Beauty, although I wasn't all that crazy about that film, but it was a darling at the Oscars, and Sam Mendes got an Oscar for directing it. Good for you, Sam. But his direction of Skyfall is superb, and I'm thrilled that they made a Bond film that it has the magic again of the classic Bond films, and that Daniel Craig got a much better film and was allowed a much better performance in this one. And yeah, what a fantastic way to celebrate Bond's 50th anniversary with Skyfall. I mean, right from the opening with the action scene with Bond and the woman who turns out to be Moneypenny. Yes, Moneypenny returns in this film. Also, Q returns in this film, although both characters have been somewhat reimagined, but they're back. And Moneypenny, it turns out, started out working as an agent in the field like Bond, but by the end of the film, she'll retire from the field and just work as a secretary. But it's Moneypenny, this time played by Naomi Harris, and terrific action scene, the chase in the car, the chase on the train, a slugfest between Bond and the baddie Patrice on the train. With the tunnel coming in overhead. Make sure you duck or you're going to be decapitated. But I mean, it's really, really well done. Great action scenes. I just love that whole action sequence, the chase on the train and the fights, and Bond's in the forklift or the bulldozer that's attached to the back of the train, and he's bulldozing his way through the train to get to the bad guy. Great action scene. I love that. I mean, what a terrific way to start the film. Bond, unfortunately, is accidentally shot during the action scene. It's Moneypenny who was trying to shoot Patrice from a distance, but she couldn't get a clean shot. M orders her to shoot, and she accidentally hits Bond. Bond falls into the water down below. I would like to know how Bond managed to escape drowning, because we see him fall a good distance into the water, but I guess he woke up in the nick of time and didn't freak out when he saw himself under the water, and he has lungs of steel and he was able to swim out and save himself, although we don't get to see that part. But I will say it leads into a terrific classic Bond theme, Oscar-winning Bond theme by Adele, and a great title sequence. Bond imagining stuff as he's under the water. That's what we see play out in the opening credits for Skyfall, but it's beautifully done, beautifully rendered, and it's a classic Bond theme by Adele. I mean, it was an instant winner. The moment I heard it, I said, this Bond theme is going to win an Oscar, and sure enough, it did. The first Bond theme to ever win an Oscar, as it turns out. So way to go, Adele. And overall, it's just a terrific story. I mean, Bond basically coming back. He survived the gunshot. He survived falling into the water, although I still think it wasn't made clear how he survived drowning, but oh well. But anyway, yeah, that he's basically living on his own, I guess, at some, I don't know, Caribbean island or something like that. And, everybody else seems to think that Bond is dead. But once Bond sees on the news that MI6 has been assaulted by terrorists, that, explosions have gone off and MI6 agents have been killed, although M survives it. M, thankfully, was not near the building when the bombs went off, so she survived it. But that compels him to go back, and he and M meet up again. And then the other twist that I like about Skyfall is that the villain, Silva, is going after M herself, basically because Silva was a former MI6 agent, but he was captured and he was given up by M. And Silva tried to kill himself with a cyanide capsule, but the cyanide did not kill him. It only fucked up his teeth really bad, but he did not die. And from that point on, he has, revenge on his mind against M. And she is the main target for Silva in this. And basically, it's Bond's job to protect M from Silva. But yeah, Craig is terrific in this movie. And, he's a Bond who's trying to get back to work as best as he can, even though, he has a injured arm. He looks very disheveled. He hasn't shaved in a while, although he will get that shave later on in the film when Moneypenny comes to visit him, and she she shaves off his stubble herself in a really cool scene. But he's clearly going through a lot as he's trying to go about his mission. But yeah, man, Skyfall is just so well done. Sam Mendes clearly knew what he was doing directing it. The script is top notch. You have a couple of guys from before: Neil Purvis, Robert Wade. There's a new guy, John Logan, who co-wrote this script. And yeah, the acting, the direction, the cinematography, of course, by Roger Deakins. He was nominated for an Oscar, but damn it, he didn't win. Total robbery, in my opinion, because it's a
Damn
beautifully
you, Life
shot.
of Pi.
What?
Damn you, Life of Pi. That's what won it.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous. Although Roger Deakins would win for the cinematography on Blade Runner 2049, very well deserved. Awesome
Thank
cinematography on that film. But he was totally robbed not getting the Oscar for Skyfall, because Skyfall is a beautifully shot Bond film.
And beautifully lit.
Beautifully lit as well. Yes, absolutely. It's a wonderful looking Bond film. But yeah, it's got a terrific cast in it. Like I said, Daniel Craig, fantastic as Bond. He's right back in top form as Bond in this one. Judi Dench in what turns out to be her final Bond film as M. She definitely goes out on a very high note, although sadly, she dies. She's wounded in a battle at the end of the film at Bond's house of Skyfall, and we slowly. I mean, the audience are basically tipped off that things are not going to end well for M. That she's been wounded and she's weakened and she's bleeding, and she's probably not going to make it to the end. At least it's not. Yeah. It's not a surprise. They don't surprise you with her death. I mean, they do kind of telegraph to the audience that she's probably not going to make it.
And if you think about it, sorry to interrupt, even at the beginning when she's talking to Mallory, and he's saying, we're retirement planning, that scene with the two M's, it's kind of foreshadowing her exit, that she's going to leave soon. So I think even at the beginning, they're kind of saying this might be the end of Judi Dench's M. So
yeah, it's kind of like a passing of the torch, even though Judi Dench's M doesn't want to leave, but in the end, it does wind up being a passing of the torch from Judi Dench's M to Ray Fiennes as Mallory, and he will become the new M. That's kind of a foreshadowing. Yes, you're right about that. But still, it's a great performance from her. I love the speech that she gives in the courtroom earlier in the film, which is very powerful. And I'm glad that she gets to help Bond on his mission. Actually, even gets to fire a gun herself during the scene. I know Judi Dench said that she liked that she got to pick up a gun and shoot it for this film. And they give her a great send off. It's a great performance, great send off. I mean, her M, and yes, we do find out that M stands for Emma, as it's revealed, and that she succumbs to her wounds and she dies in Bond's arms, and it's a very powerful scene, very powerful way for her to go out, but it worked, and it's a great performance from her. I love Javier Bardem as the villain Silva. He's a classic villain, instant classic villain. I mean, he's got charisma about him, and yet he's obviously very unhinged. And that opening scene where we finally get to see him at his lair, and he comes down the lift, and he's slowly walking towards the camera, telling Bond about the story of his childhood, about how they caught rats in a drum, and it's all shot in one take. I don't know how many takes it took for Javier Bardem to do that. That'd be cool if he did it all in one take. But
apparently, he actually came up with a lot of that monologue. He was the one that came up with the idea of the rats. And
oh, really?
Yeah, apparently Sam Mendes said they both sort of were talking about it, and Javier Bardem said, well, he could make this analogy about rats and have the shot of him walking forward, and I think it's a really great way to introduce the character.
It is. No, absolutely, and that's really cool that Bardem basically came up with that monologue himself. That was really cool. The way he tells it, and the fact that he's just slowly walking towards us, telling the story. And I love that chilling last few lines where he says that okay, in the end, there's only 2 rats left in the can after all the rats have eaten each other, and you just let them go because you have changed their nature. Now they only eat rats. You know, it's a very powerful monologue, and he's a powerful villain. I mean, he's clearly unhinged, clearly insane, and yet he still has some strange charisma about him. And he's a memorable villain. I mean, you don't forget Silva. And in fact, there was talk about Javier Bardem getting an Oscar nomination for this performance. I'm sad that he didn't get one, but he was clearly worthy of an Oscar nomination. I mean, he is a great villain, a very
one of the best.
What's that?
One of the best.
One of the best, easily one of the best. So way to go, Javier Bardem. Great to have Ralph Fiennes on board as Mallory, who will become the new M. Ralph Fiennes, you know, he's great at anything he does. Maybe some of the movies he picks aren't the greatest of movies, but Ralph Fiennes, he's always great. You know, he's one of those actors that you can always rely on. You know he's going to be terrific in anything he does, regardless of the quality of the films. But he's always good. So it's great to have him on board as Mallory, soon to be the new M. He's one of my favorite actors. He always has been. I haven't seen all of his films, but anytime I do see Ralph Fiennes in a film, I mean, I always like his performances. You can't go wrong with Ralph Fiennes. And of course, Naomi Harris plays the new Moneypenny. I love the fact that they introduce her as an agent in the field, although it's not revealed to the very end that her last name is Moneypenny. But what a great introduction. And I love how she joins Bond on the adventure. And I mean, they're in that club, and she joins him in the club or the nightclub or whatever when Bond is being attacked by some of the bodyguards or the heavies that are in the club. But she definitely gives Bond some assistance there, as well as assisting him at the very beginning of the film, although she's the one who accidentally shoots Bond and knocking him into the water. Although you can't blame Moneypenny. She was ordered by M, take the bloody shot. And she had to shoot. Moneypenny says to M, I don't have a clean shot. I might hit Bond, but M says, take the bloody shot. So she was just following orders. And Bond knows this. He's forgiven her for it. Yeah. So that's good. They have a good working relationship, and I do like the scene where she gives Bond a shave, and she shaves off the stubble from him in the hotel room, and he's a squeaky clean shaved Bond again. That's a nice thing between them. I love Berenice Marlowe as the Bond girl Severin, although she meets a sad end in this movie. But I mean, stunningly beautiful and good actress too. I mean, I like her scenes, even though it's just a few scenes, but her scenes with Craig. Again, at the nightclub when they first meet, and she's sitting there at the bar and she's smoking the cigarette, and she's stunningly beautiful. She really is. And I think she and Craig definitely have good chemistry. And like I said, I was sad to see her character go, with Silva killing her by shooting her in the head during that target practice scene. Very sad. But still, she's a memorable Bond girl. And great supporting performance from her. And did I mention that she's gorgeous? Yes, she is. So
and we like her better without her Beretta.
Yes, indeed. but yeah, Berenice Marlowe. Yeah, I totally love her as Severin. Ben Whishaw is the new Q, and Q this time around is reimagined as a younger man. He might even be like late 20s or early 30s at the most. Young, skinny. He wears glasses, but yet he's an expert at computers and an expert at gadgets. Although, and I love that opening. The opening scene with him where he and Bond meet in the art gallery, and he gives Bond his lone pair of gadgets, a gun with a palm print device attached to it so only Bond can fire it and nobody else, and a little radio device, and that's all he gets. And I like when Q says to Bond, "You were expecting an exploding pen? We don't really go for that sort of thing anymore." So that's cool. Just gives him just the gun and the radio, and that's it. And that was fine. I like that. And I also appreciate how Q gets to join in the adventure here, although only by remote. I mean, he's at MI6, or the new location for MI6, since their original building gets blown up, and he's just communicating with Bond over radio. But he is helping Bond out in the adventure and doing all his his brilliant stuff with the computers and the software and the hacking and all of that. And I really liked Ben Whishaw here as Q. I think he makes a great Q. You know, he's a reimagined Q, but I really like his version of Q a lot. So great to have him on board. And I guess the last person I have to mention, of course, is Albert Finney, the late great Albert Finney as Kincaid, the gamekeeper at Bond's old childhood home at Skyfall. And yes, it's true. Originally, they wanted Sean Connery to come back to play Kincaid. And that would have been great, but they made the decision that if they brought Connery into the film, that he would have totally overshadowed Craig, because everybody in the audience would be like, "Oh, it's Sean Connery! It's Sean Connery! It's Sean Connery!" But you know, when Albert Finney is playing Kincaid, I can totally see Connery. I mean, just lines like, "Welcome to Scotland."
The other one is, "Try and stop me, you jumped up little shit."
Yeah, you can totally see Connery. I mean, these lines were totally written for Sean Connery. Easily, they had Connery in mind for the role of Kincaid, but I think they made the wise decision not to go with Connery. Connery was retired at this point anyway, so I'm not sure he would have come back even if they asked him. But what a wonderful second choice they had in Albert Finney, who was a brilliant actor himself, and he did the job. He's immediately likable, and it's great that he's on board to help Bond and M in the fight with Silva at Skyfall. And he did the job. If you can't have Connery, then Albert Finney, next best choice. And he was great. And like Connery, Albert Finney has also recently passed away. So rest in peace, Albert Finney. He was a great actor. But great to see him here as Kincaid. Great action scenes all over the place. Again, the opening action scene with the train, the fight at the nightclub, the fight between Bond and Patrice high atop the building, beautifully shot too. With the neon glow of the lights around them and the reflections in the windows and the final assault at Bond's childhood home of Skyfall. The house blows up and Bond fighting off the bad guys. We also see the return of the classic Aston Martin DB5, although it gets shot up really badly in this movie, which is so sad. Gets blown up too, and yet somehow in the next film, Q manages to put it back together again. I don't know how he did it, but I'm glad he did. So that's a great tip of the hat to Bond's past, the Aston Martin DB5. Beautifully shot. You have a terrific script, great cast, great villain. It's a great send-off for Judi Dench as M. Terrific performance from Daniel Craig. You have a classic theme tune by Adele. I mean, this Bond film is a total package. It really is, from start to finish. I do like Casino Royale a little bit more. To me, Casino Royale has a little bit more power to it, just a little bit more power to it than Skyfall. But that's nothing against Skyfall. Skyfall is a fantastic Bond film in its own right. It's definitely one of my favorite Bond films from the Craig era. It's a classic. I love it. And James Bond is back, and Daniel Craig is back, and Bond is back on track with Skyfall. It's a classic. So I'm going to give Skyfall an easy 10 out of 10.
Woo!
Yeah.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks very much. Well, Skyfall. This is going to be a very interesting one. I'll try not to go too long. I mean, despite the fact that Skyfall is my favorite Bond film, we do need to move on to Spectre. But yeah, Skyfall. Wow. Once again, another amazing Bond film. This is how you bounce back after Quantum of Solace. And this is coming from someone who actually doesn't mind Quantum of Solace. But there is no denying that this movie is a massive improvement. I mean, it's the best that it could have possibly been. And it's a terrific 50th anniversary. There's just no doubt about it. Skyfall is every bit as perfect as we could have hoped. As you guys have said, it's a great blend of old and new. It deals with many interesting themes, like old and new, I guess, is the main theme. Like, obviously, with the retirement / death of Judi Dench's M, Bond's age becoming another factor as well. The introduction of Q and Moneypenny, blowing up MI6, getting the old office back with a new M. It's all kind of coming full circle, and I think that's quite a beautiful way to tell the story, actually. And I think the film should deserves all the praise it gets. I think the story is just really solid. I just think it's a really clever script. I think the script is brilliant, and you can tell they've thought about it. They've sat down and they've thought, right, how do we make the best Bond film we can? Quantum of Solace was a bit of a misfire for some people, so what do we do to improve it? And I think the first thing they did was they kind of ignored Quantum of Solace, and they just kind of made Skyfall its kind of isolated story. I mean, obviously, it does now tie into the other films, with Silver being a part of Spectre, but you can still enjoy Skyfall on its own, and I think that's brilliant. Again, this movie is just so good. It's brilliantly shot, brilliantly edited. The cinematography is just wow. I mean, outstanding. It's mind blowing how good some of these shots are. Roger Deakins deserved the Oscar. I mean, Life of Pi is a beautifully looking film as well, but Skyfall, I think, deserved the Oscar. I really do think it was robbed. All of the sort of vibrant colors of the movie, and this movie actually has the time to breathe and has the time for the story to kind of unfold. Sorry, Quantum, but that was one of the criticisms I had with Quantum of Solace. But no, Skyfall. I think Craig's Bond is fantastic in this. I think Craig does a really good job. For me, this is Craig's best performance. I think he really finds his mojo and he actually loosens up a bit. He's able to have a bit more fun with it. His Bond has evolved. Now he's gotten over the emotional trauma of what happened to Vesper. So now he's kind of the Bond that we know from the classic series, which is brilliant. So he's cracking a few more jokes this time, and the jokes are great. The humor is... It's still a bit dry, it's still quite subtle, but I think it works. And certainly with Bond and Q, I think their relationship is so good and really well explored. Like Ben Whishaw as Q, he's just a brilliant choice, and I just love the banter between them in the art gallery. That's amazing. And Naomi Harris is Eve Moneypenny. Nice that she starts out as a field agent, so at least she gets to kick a bit of ass before she's not demoted, before she chooses to be demoted and goes into the office. But still, it's nice to have her in it. And obviously, Judi Dench is quite central to the story. It kind of revolves around her a lot. And I like her involvement with Silver. I think that works for the plot. And like Alan said, they do foreshadow her death and they do build it up. And the scene itself is really sad. I really do think that the scene is powerful when she's dying in Bond's arms and Craig is even shedding a tear. And, she's like, it's too late to make a run for it, but I did get one thing right. So... I can't help but shed a bit of a tear. It is one of the saddest scenes in the Bond cinematic series. It's very powerful, and I think that Judi Dench and Daniel Craig acted really well. And the thing is, Judi Dench obviously leaves a greater legacy behind as well, because she was in the Brosnan movies as well as the first 3 Craig films. And I mean, they will reference her again in Spectre and No Time to Die, but this is her exit. So yeah, it's really powerful, very sad, and I kind of like the dog ornament that is left to Bond. I think that's kind of funny. Yeah, and I also like Mallory, Gareth Mallory, who becomes the new M at the very end. He's a really good character, and he's a bureaucrat, so he's not really sort of taking on too much of an action-based role, although he does get involved in the action. I think the action is amazing. We'll come to the action later, but I like the scene with the 2 M's at the beginning, how he says to her, it's time to think about retiring soon. And, because of what happened at the beginning, losing the hard drive, maybe we need someone else to take a grip on this. And obviously, hinting that it's going to be him. I mean, Ralph Fiennes is pretty good in anything he's in, so that's great. And I think he will make a great M. But Judi Dench definitely gives her best performance as M in this film, and I think the relationship she has with Bond is really interesting, and it kind of, had a similar one with Silver, but then she had to give him up, and I think that's a very interesting idea, and it makes the story more personal. In this movie, M stands for mother, and I think that's I think that's the sort of central theme running through the story. How M is becoming more maternal, and she's letting Bond go out into the field because she feels sentimental about him. And she knows that the world kind of needs him, and she does feel a bit guilty for for what happened to him at the beginning with him being shot. But in the end, they do obviously work together quite well. And when they go to Skyfall, you know, they do manage to kind of kiss and make up metaphorically. I do love the scene when they get the car out of the shed, which is brilliant. And then they're driving, and he's like, "You're going to complain the whole way?" And she's like, "Oh, go on, eject me. See if I care." I love that. Some great humor once again, a nice reference. There's some good references to the past Bond films, but they're not shoved in your face like Die Another Day. They're actually interwoven very subtly and very nicely, you know, with a lot of respect. And I think Sam Mendes should be commended for that. I think Sam Mendes is a terrific director, and I think for the two films that he directed, I think he did an absolutely brilliant job. And Skyfall is just, I mean, it's a masterpiece. It's an absolute masterpiece. The action is superb. The opening scene in Istanbul could be the best opening to any Bond film as far as I'm concerned. And I love that opening shot when Craig just steps into the light. Dun-dun. I mean, it's a shame the gun barrel's not at the start, but I'll forgive it for Skyfall because it works. It actually works at the end with the 50 years logo. I wonder if they would have done a similar thing if we got a film next year for the 60th, but oh well, we'll never know. But that whole sequence at the beginning is brilliant, where they have that car chase, then it's a bike chase, then it's on the train. It just escalates so brilliantly, and then obviously it builds up to when Bond is shot, which is a great dramatic moment. The music by Thomas Newman is just amazing. I love the score. The action sequence in Shanghai is also really good, with Bond and Patrice fighting in the building. The Macau club fight is also really good. The London chase is amazing. And obviously the finale at Skyfall, easily probably the best climax of any Bond film as far as I'm concerned. It's just so brilliant, and it's so epic. I also love the sequence when M reads poetry, when she quotes Tennyson. And there's a lot said about Skyfall in terms of what Skyfall sort of says within itself, how the world is changing, and how does the world need espionage anymore when we've got surveillance and technology. I mean, obviously this will continue in Spectre, which we'll get to shortly, but I really love that, and I love that that's a constant theme running through. And Judi Dench reads it brilliantly, and it actually fits really well. It's something quite artsy for a Bond film to do. It doesn't normally do that, but it works so well with the story. And the Inquiry shootout is amazing because you've got M, Tanner, Bond, Moneypenny, Mallory, all in the same action sequence. It's just brilliant. And obviously Raoul Silva as the villain. Wow. He is absolutely brilliant. Javier Bardem is just brilliant. He's such a complicated, messed up character. He's quite effeminate, but he's also he's quite dark, and he's quite psychologically disturbed. Like the scene where he's talking about eating rats, and then the ending in the church where he confronts M, and he's pointing the gun at both their heads, and he's like, "Free both of us. You can do it. Do it." I mean, she is terrified of him. I mean, he really sells the kind of psychotic side of the character. And his death is actually quite interesting. I mean, I think people have criticized it for him and Bond not having a fight, but I don't think they need to. His enemy was M. His true enemy was M, not Bond. But Bond's stabbing knife in his back, I think works. And when he says "last rat standing," that's an absolutely brilliant sequence there. And again, the film hits the emotional beats, and it definitely improves on the storytelling basis and a technical basis over Quantum of Solace. I mean, even within the first 10 minutes, is already better than Quantum of Solace. The song by Adele is also brilliant, and the opening titles I also really love. Some of my favorite titles, I think. And for a nearly 2.5 hour film, it actually flies by. The pacing isn't too slow at all. And I enjoyed the humor between Bond and M, like when he enters her house and he's like, "I'll find a hotel." She's like, "Oh, you're bloody well not sleeping here." Brilliant. Severine is also a good character. Berenice Marlowe, who plays Severine, she's also a very interesting character. I like how she used to be a sex worker, and she's kind of trapped in Silver's clutches. And she's kind of scared of him, but she's giving Bond the information that he needs. But of course, she's the Bond girl who Bond manages to bed. I mean, admittedly, the shower scene is a little creepy, but I still think, you know, she's pretty gorgeous and her death is quite dramatic. And again, I appreciate all the references to the old films because, again, they're subtly interwoven. And also the jokes like, oh, we expect an exploding pen. We don't go in for that anymore. And again, I love Thomas Newman's score as well. It's just so good. I mean, everything about Skyfall, it just works, you know. And the ending, when, you know, we find out Eve is Eve Moneypenny, and then Bond goes into the office where Tanner and M are, and Mallory's the new M. And he says, "Are you ready to get back to work?" He says, "With pleasure, M. With pleasure." And then the gun barrel happens at the end. The gun barrel's really good, much better than Quantum of Solace's gun barrel. So overall, Skyfall is an easy 10 out of 10. For me, it is the best James Bond film. It has everything that you could ever want. And also, oh, I forgot to mention Albert Phineas Kincaid. I really like Albert Phineas Kincaid as well. Rest in peace. So now we move on to the fourth Daniel Craig Bond movie, Spectre, which is also directed by Sam Mendes and released 3 years later. So, Jack, please take it away with Spectre.
Well, I'm going to try and keep this pretty brief because I don't want us going over 4 hours, but because we need to get to No Time to Die. But yeah, I think Spectre's a pretty good Bond film. I don't think it's the best Bond film
Don't worry,
I did
Jack.
back in.
We have all the time in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, all right then. Well, yes, Spectre, I think it's a pretty good Bond film. I really enjoy Spectre. I honestly don't understand the hatred that this Bond film gets. It gets a lot of backlash from the fandom. People who say, "Oh shit, it's one of the worst
Some
Bond
people say
films"
it's
and all
worse
that.
than Quantum of Solace. And I think, come on. It's really.
Well, some people say it's even worse than Die Another Day, which is
Yeah.
there's a lot of Bond fans out there say it's the worst Bond film ever made. I mean, I
Leave
wouldn't go-
Spectre alone.
Mm.
It's a good Bond film. God.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some Bond fans who say it's the worst Bond film ever made. A lot of Bond fans think that, but you know, I honestly don't get it. I think Spectre, for me, like Quantum of Solace, it's a misunderstood Bond film. I mean, I'll defend this film more than Quantum because, you know, Quantum, okay, fair enough. I understand some of the criticisms, but Spectre, I don't get it. I really don't understand the hatred that this film gets. I mean, I remember the build up to this. Me and Ollie were just so hyped for this film. And I remember watching it in the cinema and I fucking loved it. And then I saw it again and I fucking loved it again. And I saw it for a third time and I fucking loved it again. So, you know, I remember when the reviews for this originally came out, it was like 80% Rotten Tomatoes, and the USA reviews came out and it went down to like 60 odd percent. And now it's like, I think it's the lowest rated Craig film on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, well,
Oh.
the audience score is better. So I guess technically Quantum is, but it's like the second
No offense.
lowest rated.
Audience.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean the critics really are divided on Spectre, and like if you see any like videos on Spectre, like there's a lot of people who fucking just despise this film, and I just don't get it. I mean, yes, this film, I think Spectre had a really tough act to follow. Spectre was following Skyfall, which is considered by many Bond fans to be one of the best, if not the best Bond film. Everyone was saying when Skyfall came out, this is the best Bond film ever, or one of the best Bond films. And I think it was always going to never live up to the hype of Skyfall. I mean, if coming after the 50th anniversary, coming after a film that was so critically acclaimed, it was always going to have a tough act to follow. And I honestly think if Spectre came after Quantum of Solace, I think this would have been praised. I think if Spectre came after Quantum, then the critics and fans and all would have said, "Oh, this is one of the best Bond films." But sadly, it wasn't meant to be. But I think the film's great. I mean, I love the way it begins, that opening gun barrel where they've got the classic gun barrel, they got the Morris Binder, static design. The only thing I don't like is Craig sort of, it's quite obvious that he's swinging his gun, but it's a great way to open the film.
Well, that is what he's supposed to do when he shoots in the gun barrel.
Yeah, no, but I mean, like, he usually hides the gun when he's walking, like Craig and the Spectre gun barrel is clearly like, just walking with the gun out. But it's a great gun barrel. It's probably my favorite of the Craig era. I mean, the text, the dead or alive. A lot of people hate that and think it's pretentious, but I really like it. I mean, I think it makes sense because later we find out in film someone who was supposed to be dead isn't actually dead, and
Blofeld.
I think, yeah, I mean, what's interesting about this film, it has a sort of like a sepia filter, which I like. A lot of people complain about, but it doesn't bother me. I think it's like the cinematography, but I love the beginning where you got that tracking shot of. I mean, I didn't know it was Bond initially. That guy in the skeleton, outfit, the Day of the Dead, and it's just really well done. That opening sequence, that
Mm,
tracking shot,
it's
that
very
tracking
impressive.
shot. Yeah, that tracking shot is very impressive. I think in terms of filmmaking, actually, Spectre, I really don't see what the problem is because in terms of filmmaking, it's great. And then
Mm.
I love the reference to Diamonds Are Forever, like where he goes into the bedroom and he's about to have sex, and then he steps out the window. It's a nice reference to Diamonds Are Forever when he steps out the window when he's with Tiffany, so he can go up to the White House, and
Yeah.
that whole beginning sequence where he's spying on um, Sciara, and then he's listening in, and then there's that explosion, and he falls on the sofa, which is a nice, funny bit of comedy, and I think that opening is really good. I mean, that the whole sequence where he's chasing Sciara afterwards, and then he's fighting in the helicopter. I think I prefer to the helicopter sequence in Fear Eyes Only, and then when it's a
Oh
nice
yeah.
reference to the man with the golden gun when the helicopter spinning out of control, and they sort of a slide whistle sort of thing there, like a little subtly in the soundtrack, and then he takes the Spectre ring off, he kicks the guy out, and then you look into the Spectre ring, you go into the title sequence. I think that's fantastic, and I really like the title sequence. It's great. The song "Writings on the Wall," like, I don't hate it. I mean, I remember when I first heard it on the radio, I absolutely despised it. I just thought, oh god. I mean, one thing I will say is like Sam Smith's voice, like if I risk it all. I mean, it sounds like his balls haven't dropped. I mean, he does go quite high when he says that. But it's like, how could I live? How could I breathe? It is a bit, yeah, he does go quite high pitched, but I think it's a good song. It's not one of the best, but I don't think it's one of the worst either. It's grown on me. I think it works with the title sequence. Um, and saying that, I mean, the octopus in the title sequence, you could have used that actually in Octopussy. That would have been a better title sequence. But I think, what I really like about Spectre is that it's, for me, I think it's the closest we've got to a modern day classic Bond film. Like, it's a modern Bond film, but it has a lot of classic elements in there, like Skyfall. I mean, someone's done a video on it, but like Spectre references all the Bond films before it. But what I like about Spectre is that it subtly references the previous Bond films. It's not in your face, the references. Like some of the references, you'd have to see the other Bond films like to pick up on them. Like they're not in your face. It's not like, oh, here's the jetpack from Thunderball, here's the parachute from The Spy Who Loved Me, here's the revolving mirrors. Like the references are subtle, and I think it's great. And I really think it was a great idea to bring back Spectre. I mean, we haven't seen Spectre in a Bond film since Diamonds Are Forever, all the way back in 1971, and we haven't seen
Yeah.
Blofeld in a Bond. Yeah, and we haven't seen Blofeld since For Your Eyes Only in 1981. So, it's been such a long time. And the reason for that was because Kevin McClory had the rights and then he made Never Say Never Again. But thankfully, before Spectre came out, they managed to get the rights back off the McClory estate. And I'm so glad that they've got Spectre and Blofeld back because, I mean, Blofeld's such an iconic villain. And, and Spectre's an iconic organization. It's so great that they managed to get them back because, I mean, I don't really think the Bond series, I mean, it would still survive without Spectre and Blofeld, but I just think they're so intrinsically part of the DNA of the Bond films, especially the Connery era of Bond and the Lazenby era. um, but yeah, no, but I think the film has a lot of great action sequences in it. I love the car chase. I really like the villain Hinks, played by Dave Bautista. I love the Spectre meeting scene. I think that's fantastic. I think Madeline Swan's a really great Bond girl, and I think the love story here, it's not the best, but they do develop it more in No Time to Die. I just think it's a really fun film. Like, it's really entertaining. I like Monica Bellucci. I like the stuff in Italy. The final confrontation with Blofeld, where he's like, I'm the author of all your pain. And then, he realizes what's going on. And I like the finale. I like the fact that the finale is in London. We've never had a finale of a Bond film before this actually set entirely in London, which I think is great. And I love the torture scene. That scene where he's getting tortured with the drills. I think that's fantastic. I like the fact that Blofeld, he's the one behind us all. I love how this ties into all the other Bond films that, Spectre was Quantum. And, it turns out that Spectre's been there all this time. And I love the fact they brought back Mr. White. And they had that scene where he's talking to Bond, and he talks about Madeline, and he needs to go to L'American and all that, and he shoots himself, and he goes to see Madeline. You have that great action sequence where they're in the plane, he's going after them, and she's like, "Oh, stay away from me." He's like, "Right now I have, I'm the only choice you have," and and it's great. It really is. It's fantastic, and I love the fight on the train as well. It's a great reference to The Spy Love Me and From Russia of Love. That train fight is epic, really well done. There's so many great scenes in the film. I think the soundtrack's great as well. And I really love Christoph Waltz's Blofeld. And I like that scene where, Bond manages to escape. He uses the watch. He's like, "Oh, do you know any other bird calls France?" And he says, "Oh, cuckoo." And I think it's just fantastic. And he blows up the facility, and that's the largest explosion ever in cinema history, where they blew up that whole facility, and it's phenomenal. I think that's great.
It's nice that the Bond films now are trying to achieve those records. They're trying to push the boat out with the practical effects, and I think they should be commended for that, because they've clearly learned from their mistakes from Die Another Day.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the film has some just terrific sequences in there. I also, like one, major criticism this film gets is that the whole Blofeld Foster brother thing, and honestly, it doesn't bother me, like, because this is a new timeline. If this was the Blofeld from On Her Majesty's Secret Service or Diamonds Are Forever or something like that, I could understand, making him Bond's brother, but at the same time, he's his foster brother. It's not like they're actual blood brothers, and it's a new timeline. We've established with Casino Royale that the Craig era is its own separate timeline, and I think it works well. And I love the fact they brought back his scar. And I mean, it's kind of a shame in No Time to Die. His scar's gone and his eyeball's missing. But I love that. And I also like that subtle reference to the logo Spectre when Bond shoots at Blofeld behind the glass, and it forms a Spectre logo, like the octopus with the bullet cracks and all that, and he's going to blow up the building, and Madeline's in there, and he manages to save Madeline, and the finale where he shoots him from the helicopter, and he's like, "Oh, finish it," and people complain about that and say, "Oh, he should have finished it," but Blofeld's the head of a major organization, a major terrorist organization that's around the world that has information everywhere. Of course he's not going to kill Blofeld. Of course he's not going to murder him. Killing him, would have been the wrong thing because he wanted him to kill him, and not only that, but like they would have wanted Blofeld for information. They would have wanted to keep Blofeld for information that he
And the
has.
filmmakers would have wanted the door left open for Blofeld to return, and also giving Bond the choice to kind of either kill him or go with Madeline, because she like Vesper does, she asks him about his job and say why choose the life of a paid assassin and stuff like that.
Yeah, I also like the stuff with Max Denby in the film. C. He's like, "I think I'll call you C," and and I think his relationship with Ray Fiennes is great as Garth Mallory, M, and I love all the stuff in this film because again, it continued on from Skyfall, but I think Ray Fiennes gets a lot to do in this film, which is really great, and so does Q and Moneypenny. Like Q, there's one point where he's being followed by assassins and he's helping Bond in the field. And we see that M, he's trying to stop the Nine Eyes program because, like, basically he wants to get rid of the 00 section and replace it all with security cameras and and everything. And then he finds out that it's Denby behind it. And I love that line where he says, "Oh, now we know what C stands for." careless. He's like, oh, isn't that what M stands for? Moron. And then it's great. And then his death, I think, is done well, where he falls to his death. And I also love the stuff in Morocco where, they open up the wall and they get the tape, the Invest Berlin interrogation tape. I think that's done well. And I like the reference to Diamonds Are. I like another reference to Diamonds Are Forever, where he's pointing the gun at the mouse and he says, "Who are you? Who sent you? There's that bit in Diamonds Are Forever with the rat, and he's like, oh, one of us smells like a tart's handkerchief. Sorry, old boy, it's me. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great references to the Bond, the previous Bond films, and I think the ending is great. I really like the ending, and I love the lair that Blofeld has as well. That lair in the crater. So I mean, this is really calling back to the previous Bond films, and it really feels like a classic Bond film, but in the modern era. And I really like the ending. The ending, that he gets back his Aston Martin DB5. I like the reference as well, like where Q is saying, "I have, a cat. I have cats to feed and all." And he's like, "Well, you better do it for the sake of the cats." And he gives him the watch. He gives him the watch, and he says, "Oh yeah, does it do anything else?" He's like, "Yeah, it tells the time," which made me laugh. And this is one of the funniest Bond films in terms of the humor. I mean, Daniel Craig said he wanted to sort of reference Roger Moore in terms of his performance here, and I think he kind of does. He's a little bit more jokey in this film. I mean, he does have his dark moments, like when he says, "Turn it off," and that scene with Mr. White and all. But he's just great in the film. And I love that line as well. I love that line as well where he's at the health spa and he's like, "Oh, here you are, sir. One digestive enzyme shake." And he says, "Oh, do us a favor. Will you flush that down the toilet? Cut out the middleman." Just hilarious. And yeah, it's just fantastic. And
Nobody
the
says
ending.
to the guard, "Nope, stay."
Yeah. Nope, stay. Yeah, that's fantastic. And I love the ending where he drives off in the Aston Martin. He drives off in the Aston Martin. That's great. And I like the references as well, like where he's in the building and he sees like the picture of M and he sees the picture of Vesper. And you also get a brief cameo by M. She appears in like a videotape. She says, "Oh, kill Sciarra." I mean, that's great. And it's great to see Bond's partner as well. So I mean, I think Spectre's a really fun Bond film. I also love that gag where in the car chase where is music enabled for 009 and he knocks into that guy and the airbag explodes in his face. Kind of remind me of a Roger Moore Bond film. So I mean,
Sorry, Jack.
for me, it's
just one question. What do you think of Monica Bellucci?
oh yeah, I thought she was really good. I really liked her. How she's sort of like this widow of Sciarra, and then she's about to get assassinated by the mafia, and then Bond just kills him, and he's like, "Oh, what a lovely view." I mean, this film got a lot of laughs when I watched it in the cinema. That's the thing. Like people complain about it, but this film got a lot of laughs, and a lot of people enjoyed it. And I think the ending is perfect. Where he drives off into the sunset in the Aston Martin with Madeline. Personally, I think maybe Craig should have. I think that would have been the perfect ending for Craig, but we'll get into that when we get into No Time to Die. But I think Spectre's a really underrated Bond film. I honestly don't get the hate that it gets from the fandom. Yes, it is. I guess coming after Skyfall, it was bound to disappoint some people, but I really enjoy it for what it is. I really don't understand the hatred that this gets from the fandom, and I really have no criticisms of it. I mean, maybe I would say it's slightly too long. I mean, I remember rewatching it recently, and I did felt it was a little bit too long. But the pacing, I think, for the most part, is
Would you
pretty
say
good.
also that Bond and Madeline kind of fall in love a bit too quickly as well?
Yeah, I'll say that. But I mean, apart from that, I mean, those are like really minor things for me. I think it's great, and I love Madeline's backstory, how she can use a gun. Bond tries to show her how to use a gun. She knows how to do it, and
Hello?
I know I'm gonna get shit for that. So I know it's my favorite Craig Bond film, but people say, "Oh, why isn't Skyfall or Casino your favorite?" Well, Spectre's my favorite, so suck on this. Fuck you. You know, it's my favorite. So yeah, easy 10 out of 10 for me, and yeah, so I love Spectre.
Excellent. Thanks, Jack. It's a very detailed summary. Thank you very much.
Cool.
So, Alan, what do you think of Spectre?
Well, this is going to shock some people even more now that Jack has professed his love for Spectre, but I love Spectre too. So that's another
Yay!
positive vote for Spectre. And like Jack, and I suspect like Ollie as well, I don't understand for the life of me why the fuck so many fans hate Spectre. I don't get it. What is their problem with this film? I just don't understand. I mean, I've heard every single criticism under the sun of Spectre. I know Spectre sucks.
It's been
Spectre
like
sucks.
this ever since it came out. Like the same for 6 years. It's people still react the same. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I've heard all the criticisms, even though there are some I don't understand the criticism. I really don't understand the hatred that this movie gets, and some people even rank it as the worst Bond film ever, which is bullshit.
Come on.
And yeah, please give me a break. But I mean, seriously, even lower than Die Another Day, Spectre, really? Please. Uh, anyway, as I said just before the release of No Time to Die, I watched the previous 4 Craig Bond movies, and once again, I took into account all the negative stuff that has been said about Spectre. I watched Spectre, and I loved it. I think it's great. I mean, I don't think it's the best of Craig's Bond films. This one I would rank third behind Casino Royale and Skyfall, but it's a very strong third. And I think it's a great Bond film all on its own, in its own right. Until No Time to Die showed up, Spectre was the longest Bond film at just about 2.5 hours. But to Spectre's credit, every time I watch this film, I do not feel the running time at all. This movie flies
I
by
agree.
for me just fine. I'm thoroughly entertained by this film. I think it's one of Craig's best, maybe not the best, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be the best. But I think it's a great, solid entry in his era, and I just don't understand why the fuck so many fans and critics hate Spectre. Some of them hate Spectre with a passion, and I don't get it. I don't fucking understand. I
Yeah.
watched the film and I love it.
I think most people, because of the whole brothers thing, and then obviously it came after Skyfall, so naturally they're just like, oh, well, it's just not as good. But I
I
think
know, but
it's unfairly compared.
yeah, exactly. I think they've blown it completely out of proportion. That okay, I admit, in my opinion, Spectre is not as good as Skyfall, but it's still good. It's still damn good, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I think because of the success of Skyfall, the huge success of Skyfall, I just think the bar was set way too high for people's expectations about the follow-up film, and I think there was just no way Spectre could live up to those super high and super unrealistic expectations of it. Um, I think another criticism that was thrown at Spectre is because maybe, and I don't mean this in a negative way. I don't have a problem with this at all. I mean, I love the film, but I think maybe with Spectre, they downshifted the gear a little bit, just a little bit, and they went for a more. It seems like Spectre's kind of like a more back to basics Bond film that's reminiscent somewhat of previous Bond films, and the fact that Daniel
Yeah.
Craig, it's a little bit more humor.
I mean, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. It's a blend of both
Yeah,
tones.
it's a blending of tones, but I think it straddles that line really well. That it walks the tightrope between the old feel of the classic Bond films with the new feel that they've incorporated with Daniel Craig. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Ollie. Yeah, it's kind of like a blending of the old style with the new style, and I guess a lot of people just didn't like that blend, and they wanted Skyfall Part Two. Skyfall Strikes Back, the son of Skyfall, and Spectre was not that. Yeah, or and even though you had Sam Mendes coming back in the director's chair, but I just think that maybe they like I said, they might have downshifted a gear with the storytelling, but I don't see that as a bad thing at all. And God damn it, I like the fact that they loosened up Daniel Craig a little bit in this movie. I like the fact that he got to have a little more humor, and it seemed his
And it
Bond
makes
got to
sense
have.
because it's an evolution of his Bond. He's come from that place where he was a bit more arrogant, then he became dark and depressed, and now he's merged into the Bond we know from the original series.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely more than settled into the role now. I think the fans, by and large, and the critics, by and large, have accepted him 100% as James Bond. So he certainly has nothing to prove as Bond at this point. And I think Spectre allowed his Bond to have, dare I say, a little bit of fun, even though, yes, of course, his life is endangered, and at one point he's tortured by Blofeld. But he seems to be having a little bit more fun in this one. He's a little more loosened up. And gosh darn it, I like that. The criticism of Spectre be damned. I love Spectre. I think the story here is really good. And I also like the fact that we get a subplot. Some people didn't like the subplot, but I like the subplot where you have this other character who I guess goes by the name of C. And he turns out to be like a direct opponent of M here, where I think basically he wants to wipe out the, he wants to discontinue the MI6 agent, the secret agent branch of MI6, and replace it with technology.
Yeah, with a global surveillance system.
Surveillance technology that, sending agents out into the field doesn't really work anymore. Whereas we have all this surveillance technology that can get the job done much more efficiently, that kind of thing. And so that's a conflict for M.
It's an important plot. I don't know why people hate it. It says something about the world we live in.
I don't get it. I don't get it all. I mean, Bond is on his mission, and it's an important mission. But at the same time, you've got this other subplot going on with M versus C. And
the thing is, well, Alan, sorry to interrupt. It's not even a subplot because C is working for Blofeld, so it's kind of linked, because Blofeld is watching everybody, with his underground crater base,
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So we'll call it a dual plot. How about that?
Yeah. I mean, call it what you will. I think it's all connected.
Yeah. They kind of go hand in hand with each other. And I thought that was an interesting addition to the story. I also liked it because it allows M and Q and Moneypenny to be in the thick of the action along with Bond. And heck, even M gets to have a slugfest with C high atop a building. At the end, I thought that was really cool. And
now we know what C stands for.
What's that?
Now we know what C stands for.
Yeah, careless. Yeah, and I'm sure Ray Fiennes appreciated that of this film, that his M got to do a lot in this film. So the supporting players, with M and Q and Moneypenny, they're in the thick of the action, and their lives are in danger too, along with Bond in this one. And I really enjoyed that. I think it's a fun adventure. It has all the ingredients. I think, at least to me, criticism be damned, I think it has all the ingredients that you want in a James Bond film. You got great action. There's a really good drama, really good humor there. Again, Craig is allowed to have a little more humor in this one. You got Sam Mendes directing. You got a great cast. The movie starts off really well with the opening shot where Bond is at the Day of the Dead Festival pursuing, a Spectre agent, and it looks like it's done all in one take. Although I think there is a spot where I can spot an edit when Bond goes up the stairs into the hotel room, and I think there is a certain wipe where they might have, made a cut and continued the shot. But you're given the illusion that it's all one take. But it's done
it's fairly noticeable.
Well. Yeah, the illusion is really cool. I mean, it is, for the most part, done in one take, but I think there is one particular edit that I can spot when Bond's going up the stairs and into the hotel room. But otherwise, it's very seamless, and it's beautifully shot. It's a great way to set the stage for this Bond film. And by the way, one other cool thing I discovered, that one part where we see Bond walking along the rooftops of the building, and then we see Craig do this little hop from one rooftop, one building rooftop to the building rooftop next door. And I've always said to myself, did Craig really do that? Because I mean, if he had mistimed the jump, he could have fallen to his death or something.
I saw a behind the scenes featurette of them filming the Day of the Dead, and he did go on the roof, and they did film it for real.
Right, but what I was about to say is that little gap between the two building rooftops, that was actually CGI. So Craig was in no danger whatsoever of falling to his death if he had mistimed the jump. It was all one solid roof. You're just given the illusion that it's two buildings with a little gap between them, but there's no gap really there. It was CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when I saw the behind the scenes footage, there was like a green screen thing where that gap was. So Craig was in no danger whatsoever. Yeah, he really did go on the roof, but there was no danger if he had mistimed the jump because there was no gap there really. So that was cool. I just wanted to point that out. but yes, you're right. That was Craig doing the walking on the roof, but he was in no danger. So I think that whole continuous shot is great. I love the fight with the agent in the helicopter. That's quite exciting, I think. Later on, when Bond goes to meet Monica Bellucci's character, there's definitely some more danger there. And then Bond's car chase right after he goes to that Spectre meeting where he sees Oberhauser, played by Christoph Waltz, who turns out to be Blofeld. Surprise!
Was it ever really a twist?
They called the film Spectre. They practically gave it away in the film title who he really was, didn't they? But yeah, he's pursued by I guess Hinks, played by Dave Bautista. It's a really cool car chase, and I like the fact that for the first time ever, Bond gets a gadget or a car that doesn't work so well. Q gives him a new car, but not all the gadgets in it work, and I thought that was very funny. Craig presses a button and the radio comes on, or the CD player comes on playing Frank Sinatra. Another gadget doesn't quite work. But then Bond presses another button, and the flamethrower in the back does work, and that helps him get out of that jam. But I thought that was really funny. I just thought, wouldn't it be cool if Bond gets a gadget that doesn't work, and Bond has to figure out a way around the problem by the fact that the gadget doesn't work? So I like the fact they gave him a car where all the gadgets on it don't work just yet. I guess because Q was still working on it at the time that Bond took the car. But I thought that was very funny, and I like how he's trying to talk to Moneypenny on the car phone while he's being chased by Hinks. That was quite funny. So that's a great action scene. The later action piece in the snow, I guess Bond's in the plane and chasing the bad guys in the snow. That was really cool. The later assault on Blofeld's lair, or rather the escape from Blofeld's lair and blowing up. That is a kick-ass explosion. That's a huge explosion that they had to do. That shot was probably done in one take when Blofeld's lair blows up. I don't see how they could have done it a second time.
Because it broke the Guinness World Record.
Yeah, it could only be done in one take. So that was also really good acting from Craig and the very lovely, talented Léa Seydoux as Madeline. Impressive explosion, that really is. So I like the story. I like the plot. I like how Bond's on his mission to find Mr. White, who turns out is dying from poison. It's good to see. I guess Jasper Christensen as Mr. White for the lifetime for the last time. Excuse me. Because he gives Bond the information he needs to find his daughter Madeline, and then he commits suicide. But it's a good final confrontation between Bond and Mr. White. And of course, the regulars, Ray Fiennes as Q. Ray Fiennes as M. Ben Whishaw as Q. Naomi Harris as Moneypenny. Great to have them back. They all get a lot to do in this film. And of course, this is the introduction of Madeline, played by the very lovely, talented Léa Seydoux. Beautiful woman, very talented actress. And I think she makes a great love interest for Bond. Maybe one of my only criticisms of the film, I only have like a couple of nitpicks, is that maybe Bond and Madeline do fall in love a little too quickly, but I still believe the romance regardless.
Yeah. Plus, she comes back in No Time to Die, so that also helps.
Yeah, and how can you not fall in love with Madeline? I mean, beautiful and smart. I mean, she's the daughter of Mr. White. She works as a psychiatrist. And
it's just me. Does Bond have a thing for French women? I mean, he went for Vesper, And
you got a point there, and I think Severin was also French, or at least the actress was Madeline Marlowe. She's French. Yeah, they're all French actresses, and Ava Green, French. Yeah. Craig's Bond definitely has a thing for French women. You're right. I never thought about that before. Léa Seydoux, French. Bond. Yeah. Léa Seydoux, French. Yeah, they're all French women. Ooh la la. But Léa Seydoux, beautiful. I mean, the scene where she's in the nice glittering blue dress, coming down the railway car to Bond to join him for a meal, and Looking so gorgeous. Beautiful
Oh,
woman,
that
very
scene is
talented actress.
brilliant.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, can you blame Bond for falling for her? I sure don't blame him.
I don't
fall
blame
for
her either.
Yeah, I fall for her too. So she's a wonderful addition to the film, and I totally believed her as Bond's new love interest. Okay, so they fall in love a little too quickly, but it doesn't matter really. I still like seeing them together, and good for Bond that he gets Madeline, Mr. White's daughter. So she's great. Dave Bautista, he only gets one line of dialogue, one, but otherwise he's a good formidable foe as
Shit.
as Mr. Hinks. So he's good. I will say I think Monica Bellucci is sadly underused in this film. I mean, they did make a big deal about Monica Bellucci being in this film, and she's only in it for like 8 minutes. She has maybe 2 or 3 scenes with Craig at the most, and then she's gone. That's it. We don't see her anymore. And I mean, I don't think she could have worked on the film for more than a few days at the most. Very talented actress, lovely lady still. I definitely would have liked more Monica Bellucci in Spectre, but it's not much more than a cameo role, really.
Yeah.
So maybe that's one other criticism I have of the film, but it's minor, very minor criticism. But I definitely would have liked a little more Monica Bellucci in the film. And of course, Christoph Waltz, who is revealed to be Blofeld. And Christoph Waltz, cuckoo. Great actor he is. I didn't mind the plot twist that he and Bond are adoptive brothers or foster brothers. They're not blood brothers. It's foster brothers. I didn't mind that twist. I know that's another criticism. That's another criticism that gets hurled at Spectre, but it doesn't bother me. I think it's an interesting twist to the story. And Christoph Waltz, I think, is great as Blofeld. I mean, he's a terrific actor. He has 2 Oscars under his belt for other films that he's done. And I think he's great as Blofeld. Yeah, I like him a lot. He may not be physically formidable, but I mean, his mind, the guy clearly has an intelligent mind and very shifty. And it turns out that he was the puppet master behind Spectre and the previous villains that Craig's Bond faced in the previous 3 films. And I think he's a great Blofeld. I don't think he's the best Blofeld. I think I still lean more towards Telly Savalas from On Her Majesty's Secret Service as the best Blofeld for me. But Christoph Waltz, still a great Blofeld. And I like the fact that he takes the role seriously, as Telly Savalas did. Donald Pleasance was more of a, hoo-ha, I'm evil, But, Christoph Waltz plays the part seriously. And I think
Charles Gray was in drag.
And Charles Gray was in drag. Enough said.
Hey, that was just one scene. Come on.
Yeah, I
scene.
know. But yeah, I mean, no, Charles Gray was great too. But I just thought he just kind of came off like a flop, even though he's only in drag for one scene. Yes, you're right. But Christoph Waltz,
he wasn't in drag, but
yeah,
I'll give him that.
Christoph Waltz, yeah, he's terrific. I think as Blofeld, and he will be back for No Time to Die. So to wrap up how I feel about Spectre, like I said, I'm absolutely flabbergasted by the amount of criticism that Spectre gets. I just don't get it. I don't understand. I see nothing wrong with Spectre at all. I think it's a great Bond film. Maybe not Craig's best, but it's one of his best. And I think it's solid in its own right. The 2.5 hours flies by for me. I don't have a problem with the pacing of the film at all.
I just think some people are a bit cuckoo.
I guess so. Like I said, I don't get it. Leave Spectre alone. It's a great Bond film. I don't know what you're talking about. And Spectre, the worst Bond movie ever. Please give me a fucking break. It's
yeah.
There's nothing bad about the film, in my opinion. Nothing bad about it. It doesn't have to be better than Skyfall or Casino Royale.
Is it one of your favorite Bond films overall, as well?
Yeah, exactly. All I wanted when I went into the theater to see Spectre was I said, please be better than Quantum of Solace. As long as you're better than Quantum of Solace, I'll be happy. And it's definitely better than Quantum of Solace, in my opinion. So I got my money's worth. I love the film. I don't have a problem with the film. The criticism of Spectre, be damned. Spectre is a great Bond movie in my book, one of Craig's best. Slightly less than perfect, but that's okay. It's still a great Bond movie to me. So on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give Spectre a very solid, very affectionate 9 out of 10.
Fair enough, Alan. Thank you very much. Well, I'll try and keep this brisk because we still got to do No Time to Die and we need to wrap this up. So, Spectre, the movie that followed Skyfall. I love this film and I'm not afraid to show it. And like you guys, I am totally flabbergasted by the backlash this movie gets. I understand some people's criticisms, but I think calling Spectre a terrible movie, saying, "Oh, I hate Spectre," and I think that's going a little far. But okay, if that's what people feel, I just think Spectre is a really great, excellently made, technically brilliant Bond film. Sam Mendes does it again. I mean, it does feel similar to Skyfall, but also very different. Similar in the sense that it goes further into Bond's past, themes of old and new. But I think it's more of a continuation, much like how Quantum of Solace continued after Casino Royale. And it manages to connect all four of the Daniel Craig movies up to that point, and obviously it will lead into No Time to Die. And the idea of bringing Spectre back into the series is great, and I'm glad they got the chance to do that because it actually allowed the Quantum storyline to kind of resolve itself. It now makes Quantum of Solace a little bit better, I think, in terms of the plot and its significance to the Craig era. And obviously bringing in Blofeld is a is a great moment, certainly for the fans. Daniel Craig is again fantastic. I mean, he's proved by this point he was the right guy to play this role. And like Alan and Jack have said, his comic timing is brilliant. His humor in this film is brilliant. And all the lines that he delivers, he does brilliantly with such panache. I laughed a lot. The Q Branch scene is definitely one of the best. And the scene in the health clinic when he says, "Do me a favor, throw that down the toilet, cut out the middleman." That's brilliant. But also the other humor, like when M says, "Now we know what C stands for." I think that. No matter how many times I saw Spectre in the cinema, that always got a laugh. That was hilarious. I think the opening shot is amazing. The opening tracking shot is just really impressive, and clearly this movie tried to follow in a similar kind of artistic style and flair that Sam Mendes incorporated in Skyfall. Obviously, the colors aren't as vibrant as Skyfall. They're clearly going for a darker, more mysterious look, and they have this kind of sepia look to it. But it's very entertaining, and I agree. For 2.5 hours, it flies by. I didn't feel the pacing drag once, to be perfectly honest. I was thoroughly entertained, and I like how Bond is trying to solve the mystery, and it's kind of calling back to his past, not only through Blofeld, but also Mr. White and the whole Quantum organization, and everything's starting to make more sense to him. And obviously, the revelation that all the previous villains in the Craig era worked for Blofeld. I think that's a very subtle but very clever way to integrate all the films together and tie them up. I think that's a really good idea. And also, with the whole plot being about global surveillance, Blofeld has obviously been watching Bond. He's been laying this kind of trail of breadcrumbs and, trying to, be, well, as he says, the author of all of his pain. So it actually makes Blofeld far scarier in that sense, because he's very deceptive and he's very manipulative. The Forster brothers thing, it doesn't bother me as such. I mean, when I first saw the movie, I thought, hang on a minute, is this really? But when I thought about it, I thought, it doesn't actually ruin the film at all. I think it's fine, Okay, some people don't like it, that's fine. But I don't think it damages the series at all, damages the characters in any way. If anything, it works for the Craig era, because the Craig era is more personal. And I actually think Christoph Waltz is a good Blofeld. I don't know if he's the best Blofeld. I'm still trying to make my mind up about that, but I do really like Christoph Waltz, and I like him in both films, actually. I'll talk about him more when we get to No Time to Die. But in Spectre, I think he's really good. And some people criticize his lack of screen time, but I don't mind that. I mean, I think the build-up to him is really good, and I like the fact that he says cuckoo a lot of the time. That's funny. But the scenes of Blofeld's lair are actually quite intense when Bond and Madeline are captured, and then she watches the clip of Mr. White's death, and Madeline is a really good character as well, played by Leia Seydoux. She's quite complex. She's damaged. We actually get to learn more about her in No Time to Die as well. But in Spectre, I like her. I think she's a really cool character. She can stand up for herself, and I do think her falling in love with Bond was a little bit quick. Perhaps, they needed more time to flesh that out. But thankfully, she comes back in No Time to Die, so they can do that. But no, she's really good, and the fact that she's Mr. White's daughter actually gives her more of a central purpose to the Craig era, which is good. And I like the scene when they go into the secret room and they find Vesper's interrogation video and all the pictures. She looks at her dad. That's a very emotional moment there. And the climax of the film being in London is also really good. The fight between M and C is really good. Also, Blofeld's helicopter being shot down is really good. And I like the ending when Bond makes the choice to throw it all away and just leave with Madeline and ride off into the sunset. It gives the movie a sense of completion, and it gives the Craig era a sense of an ending, but it still kind of leaves the door open because Blofeld is still alive and being taken into custody. So if Spectre was the last Craig movie, it would have worked fine. I'm glad it wasn't personally, but if it was, I would have still been very satisfied. Monica Bellucci is underused, sadly. Maybe Felix could have been in this movie. That would have been nice, but oh well, never mind. Because they mentioned that Felix is going to contact his embassy and get help for Lucia, Monica Bellucci's character. The music is good, although it is similar to Skyfall's soundtrack. I still enjoyed it. I liked some of the themes reused in Skyfall. And the action sequences are brilliant. The Day of the Dead helicopter fight is great. Escaping Blofeld's lair, which is awesome. Quite short, but awesome. The finale, as I've said. The snow plane sequence is also really good. And of course, the Rome car chase, which is hilarious. Like, the humor is really good when it says music enabled for 009. And of course, the train fight with Hinks. That's really good. The character of Hinks is interesting. He's got these kind of steel nails and he likes to gouge people's eyes out. And he's a big guy, Dave Bautista. And there's like I said, that train fight is pretty amazing with him and Craig. And, he's a real physical presence. And I think he adds a lot to the movie. And his one line is quite hilarious, shit. What else is there? The song Writings on the Wall, it's good. I don't think it's the best Bond song, but I like it. I think it's pretty good, but it's not Adele's Skyfall. And the opening titles are good. They're quite dark, but I still think they work quite well.
Ollie, I will say it is nice that Writings on the Wall won an Oscar for Best Song. That was cool.
Yes, that's true, actually. Yeah, it's nice that both Skyfall and Writings on the Wall won Oscars.
Yeah,
that's
really
fantastic. Cool. I'm really happy for the Bond series that they got that.
Yeah.
What else was I gonna say? God, so much to talk about in such little time. The MI6 regulars, Moneypenny and Q get a lot to do in this one, which is great. I'm glad that they get really involved in the finale of the film. Also, Ralph Fiennes, I think, gives probably his best performance as Mallory, or M, as he is the new M. He's certainly feeling the pressure, as they say, and his conflict with C is definitely very interesting. I disagree about people's criticism about the subplot. Well, it's like I said, it's not even a subplot. It is part of the main plot. It's just
people say it's a rip-off of Rogue Nation, apparently.
Well, I don't think that's a valid criticism because both films came out in the same year. So, yeah, I think that's.
Well, they said the subplot's a rip-off of that. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think because both films came out in the same year, it's not a valid criticism personally for me. But yeah, and the fact is, C works for Blofeld, so it all kind of ties into the fact that Blofeld and C want to take control of the world's global surveillance, and I think it's a really clever plot because it's a commentary again on the world we live in, and everybody watching us, and it continues the themes from Skyfall about old versus new. Like, is the 00 program redundant? Do we need this anymore? And would it be better just to have drones, bugs, and cameras and things watching us? But it also explores the dangers of that, and I think that's clever, and I think that the script is much cleverer than people give it credit for. and I think it is a brilliant continuation of Skyfall for that very reason. So I shan't dither on about it too much longer. I think Spectre is a great Bond film, and I don't apologise for my opinion. My only criticism, perhaps, is that Bond and Madeline could have fallen in love a little bit slower than they did, but still, I will give Spectre a 10 out of 10. I think that it's a great Bond movie, and I'm not going to apologise for my opinion. So
Amen.
now we come to the fifth and final movie of Daniel Craig's era, No Time to Die, which is the most recent Bond film. So I know this is going to be very, very one-sided.
And by the way, final warning about spoilers. We are going to go into spoilers.
Yep, spoilers if you haven't seen the movie. Spoilers. But this is going to be kind of one-sided with my two chummies who are in this chat with me. So, Jack, would you like to give us your well, not rant, but your negative review of No Time to Die?
What do you mean? I'm gonna give this a 10 out of 10. Best Bond film. Not on down.
Hardy hard.
No, I was gonna ask before we move on. What did Alan give Spectre? I didn't hear him.
I gave it a 9 out of 10.
All right. Okay. No Time to Die. No Time to Die. No, I know this one. Yeah, always says it's going to be a bit one-sided, and yeah, I suppose it is a bit. But I mean, we're not going to agree on every Bond film, are we? I mean, we agreed on Spectre, but we're not going to agree on every Bond film.
Don't
out
kill
there,
me, guys, please.
No, don't worry. I'm not going to kill you with a nuclear missile. That's for sure. No Time to Die. If I'm being honest, I was really hyped for this film, and I really wanted to love it. I really wanted to say this is the best film of the year and one of the best Bond films, but sadly, I just can't. I was disappointed in this film. Waiting 6 years for this, and I mean, the first time out of the cinema, I thought, it's a 7 out of 10. The ending kind of ruined it for me a bit, but rewatching it again, I think there's a lot more problems than just the ending. I mean, the beginning is kind of weird. I mean, we have the gun barrel, but no blood this time, which is kind of weird. I mean, I suppose it's a creative decision, and the opening shot. And I will say the opening of this is quite cool, where you got a young Madeline and her mother, and like she's depressed because her father, Madeline's father, is essentially Mr. White, is a killer, and we see that Rami Malek's Safin is there, and he's got this snow mask, which is quite cool. And it's interesting to see that flashback that we were talking about in Spectre, the flashback sequence where we saw where Madeline was talking about, the fact that this man came to her house, and now we finally see it in No Time to Die. We see that she shoots Safin after Safin shot her mother, and it's quite a dark sequence, and I like the bit afterwards where she's under the lake, and he sees her about to drown and freeze to death, and he saves her, and that was a good way to open the film. And I like the cut afterwards where it cuts to Madeline. She's under the lake, and then she comes up to the surface, and it's the present day, and we see that Bond's there, and Bond's now retired, and we see that she says, "Oh, you need to give up Vesper," and that's one thing I didn't understand about the film is, hang on, wait, Vesper? Like, he even says to her, "I got over Vesper years ago," but suddenly, all of a sudden, in this film, he's, he needs to let go of Vesper again, okay? And he goes to the graveside, and it's a nice scene, but I don't really get that. And then we have this like cool action sequence, I will say, like where Bond, he thinks that Madeline has betrayed him, and he gets in the car, and he says, "Oh, we all have our secrets," and it's a great action sequence where he's being shot at by Primo and his guys, and there's that great bit from the trailer that's in the film where he jumps,
Blofeld regards.
Yeah, there's that bit, the great bit, that we saw in the trailer where he jumps from the bridge. He still has that MI6 training, even though he's been retired for a while. And we see that he sends Madeline off on the train. Although I didn't understand like why he didn't, question the whole Madeline thing, because I mean one of the Spectre guys says, "Oh, Madeline is a daughter of Spectre," and I can understand if he thought that Madeline betrayed him, but at the same time, it's like you can't really believe Blofeld and Spectre. I mean, they could say one thing, but you can't really believe that. But I mean, it's a dramatic opening to the film, which is effective, I'll say, and I did like the title sequence, how it called back to Doctor No with the classic, dots, on screen. And, I think it's a good title sequence. It's not one of my favorite of the Craig era, but it's good. I mean, one thing I will say is I don't really think you needed to call back to the other films in the title sequence. You already did that with Spectre, where you had, Vesper and all that, and they're doing it again. Although you can't really make out the faces in this one. The song "No Time to Die" I think is good by Billie Eilish, and then you get into the film properly, and yeah, this is where I get to some of the problems that I have with the film, like the whole storyline of Safin. Like I think Safin, he's just not a very compelling Bond villain for me. I think he's one of the worst, and I don't really blame Rami Malek. I just blame the script because he just doesn't get that much screen time. I mean, he gets a lot more screen time with Madeline than he does with Bond, and I get that because he's connected to Madeline, but at the same time, like, I don't really get his, motivations. Like, I mean, apparently he wants to get revenge, on Blofeld and Spectre. I understand that. I understand why he wants to get revenge on Blofeld and Spectre, because his family was killed. But I mean, it's kind of a cliche, story. Oh, his family were killed. I've seen that in so many films, and they never explain why Blofeld killed his family. And they never. I mean, the fundamental thing is they never explain why he wants to destroy the world. It's just like, oh, I want to destroy the world with this virus. Well, I mean, I suppose it's kind of relevant now, the whole coronavirus, but um, I didn't really understand that. But I mean, the stuff in Jamaica, I will say,
Because of grief, maybe he just decided to. Well, I mean, he is insane, so I guess his
yeah,
grief drove him mad, and he thought about world domination. I suppose. I guess the world, they took his family, so he was taking the world or something like that. Like, yeah, take it how you will.
yeah, that's not good enough for me. I mean, I
Oh,
understand he
sorry.
wants to get revenge.
I
Well,
didn't write
uh,
the script.
yeah, yeah, I know, I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the script writers. I mean, I get why he wants revenge, but I just don't get why he wants to destroy the world. It's just kind of your stereotypical ha ha ha. I want to blow up the world sort of scenario. But um, I mean, I will say Rami Malek looks cool. I like the way they've done his like makeup. That sort of like has
The mask is quite
some kind of
freaky.
yeah. The mask is good, and like the skin makeup thing is good. I like the stuff in Jamaica, like Bond. It's like 5 years later, and he's with Felix, and I like the return of Jeffrey Wright as Felix. And we see that Bond is retired now, and he says, "Oh, I don't trust pretty faces." And there is a funny line where he meets Lashana Lynch's Nomi, and she takes off the wig. He's like, "Oh, I didn't think that was the first thing you take off," but I'm just not a fan of Nomi, if I'm being honest. I mean, I think Lashana Lynch is a good actress and she gives a good performance, but she's just a diversity hire. I mean, I'm not the only one to have said that. I mean, Ollie recently, the Ollie, the one with the Y, he said that. He left a comment on my review. I mean, he liked the film, but he agreed with me that Nomi's just there for diversity higher reasons, and
Mm.
I honestly just think that she adds nothing to the film. I mean, thankfully she's not in the film too much, but she's just there to be like, oh, I'm gonna put a bullet in, your leg, the one that works anyway. I mean, they do later on, she does later on like give Bond back his 007 status, but she's just there to be diverse. She just doesn't add anything to the film. You could have just cut her out, and she just wouldn't have added anything to the film, if I'm being honest. And I mean, she's okay, Lashana Lynch, but I just don't care for the character of Nomi. I'm sorry. Um, I mean, the stuff with Logan Ash, though, I do like. I did like all that stuff where, like, Bond just thinks he's an idiot. He's a CIA guy, and he thinks he's a moron. And it turns out that in fact he's betraying them, and you do have the stuff of the scientist as well, and it's a nice cameo by Hugh Dennis. And one thing I will say, like the scene I absolutely hated in the film, um, is that moment where Blofeld is trying to wipe out Bond, and that's one thing criticism I will give No Time to Die is that you really need to have seen Spectre to have seen this film, and it kind of feels like the first hour of this is just a continuation of Spectre, like they're trying to wrap up all that Spectre stuff, and like that whole I just hated that whole scene where he's in the club and it's like Blofeld's birthday or whatever, and like he's gonna kill Bond with the gas, and then he manages like I think it's one of the scientist guy, he changes it so that the gas kills all the Spectre agents in the room. And, Spectre's supposed to be a global terrorist organization around the world, and yet they kill everybody off, in that one room except for Blofeld. I mean, to me, that just kind of cheapens the previous film Spectre. It's like, oh, Blofeld was the author of all this pain. Spectre was this worldwide terrorist organization, and they just get wiped out like that. I hated that. I thought it was terrible. Annie de Armas, I will say, I really like her. I do really like her character. I think what's her character's name again?
Paloma.
Paloma. Yeah, she's good in the film. I really liked her. But although saying that, I do think Bond in this, like they do try to they do sort of like make his character a bit more woke. I think they like make him a little bit weaker. There's that scene where she says, "Oh, I've been training 3 weeks," and she's going around shooting all the guys in the club, and then Bond's struggling with that guy with the machine gun. He's trying to get the machine gun off him, and he can't quite do it. And they kind of play it for laughs, but it just kind of annoyed me. It's like, oh yeah, all the women are kicking ass, like Nomi's kicking ass and Paloma is kicking ass, but Bond in that scene is just kind of meant to look stupid, and it's just like, please. And I don't like as well the Bond in this film, like he doesn't have any sex. I mean, there's like one scene at the start where he has sex, and then the rest of the film, like he doesn't even try it on.
Years old, and the other Bond girls are kind of like not even, well, they're like half his age, so it's a bit awkward, really. But
but I mean, Roger Moore, did that in the Bond films, or Sean Connery. I felt like to me, it's just, I mean, Craig is still like, he's still like pretty young looking for his age. He's a handsome guy, and like Anna de Armas, like she said, he's like pretty fit and all that and stuff. And I just think like, that scene where, like he takes off his shirt and she's like, I'm just putting a microphone in, and I mean, it's kind of played for laughs, but I just felt like, he could have had a relationship with Nomi, or, or he could have had a relationship with,
I mean,
or he could have.
Anna de Armas tries undressing him, and he's like, "Don't you think we should get to know each other before we?" And she's like, "Oh no." So he does try.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like he could have had sex with like Paloma once in the film or something like that. It's just, I don't know. I wasn't really a fan of it. I just think
Pornhub cut coming soon.
Yeah, well, obviously you don't see it on screen, but Bond always has sex in the films. It's just, yeah, I just felt like Bond in this, like, I don't know, like it kind of feels like they're trying to make Bond feel a bit weaker in this film, with the fact that he's kind of being upstaged by Pluma and Nomi, that the fact that, like, oh, she says, oh, I'll put a bullet in the leg that works, and she's this badass in the field, and so's Paloma and all that. And it's just like, for God's sake, let's just focus on Bond and stop with the PC crap here. Like, I just don't really see the point in Nomi. But there are some like really great things in the film. Like, I do think some of the action is great, although like none of it is. I don't think like I don't think any of the action in this film is like amazing. Like there's no like standout action scene like the crane chase in Casino Royale. There's like none of the action here is groundbreaking, and I do honestly like watching the film. Like, I just thought it was too long. Like, when I first watched it, I thought the pacing was fine, but when I rewatched it, I just felt like, for me, there's just too many talky scenes, too many exposition scenes. Like, I mean, I think you could count on your hand like the amount of action scenes in the film. I mean, there is action in the film, but there isn't a huge amount of it. There's like sections of the film where it's just focusing on the dialogue and the characters, and I just think it just goes on a bit too much. I just honestly think you could have cut it down. You could have cut some of that stuff out. I mean, Safin, like I said, I think he's a decent. Well, yeah, Safin, I just think is pretty weak for me. I think Rami Malek gives a decent performance, but I just wish he had more screen time with Craig. If I'm being honest, I did like Felix Leiter's death though. I thought that was well done. You know, where he gets the scientist
I
and
thought
then
you
he
did
gets
quite
shot.
well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of mixed on it. I mean, I thought like his death was. I thought it was quite good when Bond was sort of like when Felix was dying, Bond was trying to comfort him and all that, and you could tell Bond that was sort of grief stricken by it. But at the same time, I like the twist of Logan Ash. I'll say that I thought that was a good twist, but I mean at the same time, like that whole sequence with the boat sinking, I just felt like why bring back Felix if you're just gonna kill him? I just kind of felt again like Jeffrey Wright was wasted. Like he didn't get much of doing Casino or Quantum, and again he doesn't get much here. He gets like 5-10 minutes on screen, and then he gets killed off. And that's one thing as well I don't like about No Time to Die. They feel because it's Craig's last film, they have to kill everybody off. Like they have to kill off Felix, they have to kill off Spectre. Like I said, it's just kind of ridiculous how Spectre's this worldwide organization. You get wiped out like that, and then he kills off Blofeld. There's that scene where he's talking to him, and I mean, it's nice to have Christoph Waltz return, but like that scene where Bond strangles him, it just feels a bit out of character, and then he dies. He gives him the virus, and the stuff with Madeline, I do think is kind of interesting because Bond thinks that Madeline betrayed him when in actuality he didn't she didn't betray Bond. I thought that was good, but like the action there, like the second half of the film, I did like the action. The fight in the forest. I thought that was well done. That was a good action scene. I think Bond having a kid. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. I mean, I don't really like the idea of Bond having a kid. I mean, it's
His
interesting to. I mean, it's interesting to do something different, but at the same time, like James Bond having a kid, it just doesn't really feel like you know Bond, because he's usually just a bachelor. He just goes around and he doesn't have any kids.
I
But
mean, I'm quite surprised it's taken him this long to have a kid.
yeah,
Women he
yeah, that's true. But I mean, there are some nice scenes in there. Like I did like the scene where he's talking to Madeline and she says, "Oh, it's not yours" and all that, and he's like, "Oh, but she has my eyes. She has blue eyes and all that." And I mean, it is interesting, like when he's like taking them away because he's trying to save them and all that. And the stuff with Q. I mean, making him gay in this film. Like, I mean, I know Ben Wishaw's gay in real life, but I don't really think he needed to make Q gay. But I mean, fair enough. I mean, it was nice to see the cats, though. I mean, that was nice. I thought that was funny to see the cats in the film. The cats that he mentioned in Spectre. But I just felt like I felt like the second half started to drag a bit. Like I felt like the middle of the film was dragging the second half, and then you get into the finale with like Safin. Uh, and he's in his lair, and I honestly don't care for Safin. I just like I said, I just don't understand his plan. I get he wants to kill Blofeld and all, but he never gives a reason why he really wants to destroy the world. And I did like his base though. I mean, that really reminded me of like the classic Bond films and all. That was great. But I feel as well like No Time to Die. It just kind of feels like parts of it just feel like it rips off on Her Majesty's Secret Service, like the soundtrack they keep playing. We have all the time in the world, and he even says at the end, "We have all the time in the world." They play the song and they keep playing it throughout the soundtrack. And I kind of agree with Calvin Dyson. It's like, why are you doing this? And I kind of feel like the story and like there's a lot of moments in the film that just copy that, like the whole love story thing, and the tragic ending is very similar, and the plot of the virus. He's going to infect the world with this virus. It's the same as on Her Majesty's Secret Service. So, to me, No Time to Die just feels like it's copying that film too much, and like even down to the soundtrack and the dialogue. And I'm like, if I want to watch that film, I'll watch that film. But I mean, that bit where he's talking to Bond, and I did like that where like Bond like tricks him, he like bows down to him. But I didn't understand as well like the kid's there, and he just lets Bond's kid walk away. I mean, like surely you want to keep Bond's kid
Well, the
hostage,
thing is,
and
like, I think he did that because he then had her DNA because she bit him, and then he was able to do the vial and then
yeah.
all of that.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't.
Anyway,
Yeah, I don't know why he just didn't keep her hostage. He just let her walk away. But I mean, the finale, I just, I'm sorry, but I just absolutely despise the finale of this. Like, the action is good. Like, the fight on the staircase, I think, is awesome. And I like the gag about, his eye blowing up. That was quite funny when he kills Primo. Yeah. Um, that was good. And then he sends Madeline and, his family away. And I just hate the ending. I just absolutely hate the ending where, the missiles, like, they're going to come and destroy the whole base to destroy the virus, but Bond can't get out of the island in time. And that final confrontation with Safin, I just thought it was nothing. Like he infects him with the virus, and which means he'll still be alive, but he just can't touch Madeline or his kid because he'll kill them. And then he just shoots him. And the ending where he's talking to Q and they're playing the sad music. It's like, I just felt like, when I was watching it, I'm just being manipulated here. They're trying to make it all emotional, and Madeline's on the radio and she's saying, oh, the kid's yours. And he's like, oh, it's the most beautiful kid I've ever seen. And, we have all the time in the world. And I'm like, why did you need to say that? And I mean, if you're going to kill off Bond,
sorry, no, what exactly is wrong with him saying that?
it's just like, why does he need to reference, why does the film need to reference Honor Majesty's Secret Service so much, like the song, like we have all the time in the world? I just thought it was too heavy handed. That's why, like, he could have
Okay.
he could have just said, yeah, he could have just said, she's beautiful, whatever. But that's one of my problems with the film, is I just feel it copies Honor Majesty's Secret Service too much with the plot and the soundtrack and the love story and the tragic ending. It's just too similar. And I just hated the ending. Like, if you're gonna kill off James Bond, fair enough, but I don't want to see it on screen. And I just don't think you should kill James Bond off. I'm sorry, I just think it's completely the wrong thing to do. It just ends the film on such a down note. When you come out of a Bond film, you want to, usually when you come out of a Bond film, you want it to end on a high. You want to be, um, you want to like Spectre, or whatever, when he drives off into the car, you're like, yeah, that was fucking awesome. Or Casino Royale, or where it's like the name's Bond, James Bond. That's a class, awesome way to end the film. You're like, yeah, same with Quantum and Skyfall. You have like a with pleasure and with pleasure. Great way to end the film. Here it's just like, oh, she's driving in the car and she says, oh, I'm going to tell you about this, man called James Bond, and and then they're playing "We Have All the Time in the World" at the end, and I'm like, just you're not. It's trying, for me. This film is trying too much to be like On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and it kind of feels, in my opinion. I know Ollie disagrees. I know a lot of people will disagree, but I just think it's such a depressing ending to end on. I just think it. I agree with Alan. I think how dare Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson end on this? How did they honestly think that this is the ending Craig's Bond, should have got? I mean, considering all the stuff he went through, Casino Royale, he was tortured, he got his bollocks whipped in, he lost Vesper, he lost M, he lost Mathis, he's lost so many people, and he's lost so much, and he deserved a happy ending. In my opinion, Spectre should have been the ending of his era. And I think Spectre would have been a better ending, because Blofeld was the guy who's behind all of this. All of a sudden, we just have this Safin guy who, I mean, he doesn't even care about Bond, really. He cares more about Blofeld and what he did to his family. He doesn't really have any hatred towards Bond. He just, oh, I'm just a stereotypical bad guy who wants to blow up the world. And, like, I mean, the soundtrack, I, like, the soundtrack's not bad, but it's just all the callbacks to Her Majesty's Secret Service. And that fucking ending, I'm sorry, I just, I understand if, like, you find it powerful, Ollie, and that's fair enough. I can understand where you're coming from, and I can understand where they're getting, what they were trying to do at the ending. Like, he does the noble thing, he sacrifices himself to, he does a noble thing, he sacrifices himself to save the world. But I just don't think you should kill off Bond. Bond's a survivor. And the fact that we actually see him being blown up on screen by the nuclear missiles, it's like, oh, great. That's how you're going to end the film. I just think it's a disgraceful ending to, the film. And, it's trying to be, tragic and all that. But it just leaves me in such a down note. And I just, after watching, I was just like, oh, wow, is that it? Is that how you're going to end the Craig era? And it was so disappointing. But I mean, I'm sorry about being negative about this film. I mean, it's not completely awful. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize. It's
Yeah.
just your opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry about being negative about it. I wish I was more positive. I'm being honest. Like, when I went into this film, I really wanted to love it. I really wanted to say, this is the best film of this year. This is one of my favorite Bond films. But sadly, it's one of my least favorite. I mean, it's not awful. I mean, there are some really good things in it. Like, the action's really good. There are some things in there that's like visually, it's well shot, and there are some good things in there. But I just thought the ending ruined it. But I wasn't a fan of the villain either. I just felt the film, like the soundtrack, the plot, the love story, the tragic ending, like on Her Majesty's Secret Service. It was just trying to copy that film way too much. And I just honestly, and all the PC stuff in there, like Lashana Lynch's Know Me, and I didn't like as well, like when they, I mean, they read that quote, oh, a man cannot exist. Like when after Bond dies, they had that drink and they raised a toast to him and say, oh, a man cannot exist. He must thrive or something. I was just like, really, is that it? I mean, it was nice that they gave him a tribute or whatever, but it's like, just I just hated it. It's just such a bum note. I don't, killing off James Bond. I hated it. That ending just ruined it for me. I mean, that ending's gonna really divide the fandom, and I think it really has. And I understand that people do love the ending, but for me, it was just such a depressing way to end it. And I think Craig should have left with Spectre. So yeah, I mean, for me, the film really just falls down the middle. I don't hate it, but I don't really like it either. So I just think it's okay. So I'm going to close off, and I'm going to give No Time to Die a 5 out of 10.
Well, fair enough. It's a shame to hear that, but at the end of the day, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. So, Alan, would you like to give us your opinion on No Time to Die?
Sure. Well, let me say that, yeah, No Time to Die is probably the most divisive Bond film that has ever been made. And it all boils down to the ending, I think. It's all comes down to the ending of the movie. There are other bits too, but at the end of the day, it's the ending that's dividing people. Now, I totally respect those who like the film overall, who love the film, and I know Ollie is in that camp. Ollie, I respect your opinion. If you love the
Yeah,
film, that's great. And I went to the
I
theater.
respect your opinion
wanted,
as well. Just for the record, I respect your opinion as well.
Yeah,
If you love the
Cheers,
film.
guys.
I mean, clearly there's a large number of fans and critics who did, in fact, enjoy the film and who love the film and who think that it is a great, wonderful send off for Daniel Craig. But and like I said, Ollie, if you love the film, that's great. If you're satisfied with the ending, great. So be it. I respect that. But I have to say, I'm with Jack on this one. That ending infuriated me. It disappointed the shit out of me. Never in all my life have I ever seen, just my opinion, never in my life have I ever seen a James Bond movie doing so well only to trip right on the fucking finish line and fall flat on its face. I mean, I was enjoying it. Everything leading up to the ending I thought was really good. But then we got to the ending, and for me it was like wah wah wah. Or how about that other one? Do 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 wah. I mean,
Bum,
to
bum,
me,
bum, ba-dum,
yeah, yeah,
wow.
yeah. Take your pick. Take your pick. But I really do feel like they totally torpedoed their own movie with that god awful ending where they basically killed James Bond. And apparently this is the ending Daniel Craig wanted, and I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel Craig said to Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson, the producers, I will only come back to do. Yeah, I can't talk anymore. I will only come back to do another James Bond movie if you kill me off at the end, because I've done 4 of these. Spectre was a good send off for me already, but if you really, really, really want me to come back to do another one, you got to kill me off at the end. That way, there's no question whatsoever of me ever coming back anymore. And it looks like they gave him his wish. You know?
I was going to say, Alan. Apparently, the reason why the reason why they killed him off was because they saw Logan and they really loved Logan, and I think they wanted to go down that route. And Danny Boyle left the project because they killed off James Bond, and I can kind of understand why. I would have liked to seen his take on Bond, where Craig's last film where he doesn't die off, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that was an influence on their decision, but the fact that the filmmakers have no shame whatsoever about killing off Bond at the end, and I found a quote from Barbara Broccoli, and this was a quote before the film had been released, where she's saying that the movie has an emotionally satisfying ending. Not to me, maybe to Ollie and the fans who are in his camp, but to me, no, this was not an emotionally satisfying ending. What the fuck are you talking about, woman? No, this was terrible ending. I mean, I'll get back to the ending in a bit, but I want to make it clear, first of all, I don't hate No Time to Die, the overall movie. Everything leading up to the ending, I thought was really good. Okay. The only thing I despise about the film is the ending. And for me personally, the ending was so bad, so very bad, that it wrecked the film for me. That I simply cannot say that I liked it. I mean, I liked everything leading up to the ending, and then the ending just totally destroyed the film for me and destroyed my enjoyment of it, because that was not at all the ending that I wanted for Daniel Craig as Bond. It was not the way I wanted to see him go out. And for Ollie and for all the fans in his camp who loved the film, Craig went out on a high note, I guess, for Ollie and for his camp. But for me, that curse of the final Bond movie, for each actor being bad, for me, the curse continues. Craig, for me, went out on a horrible note.
Yeah.
No Time to Die. The most horrible note of all, in my opinion. But I will
Just
give the film credit.
Who's broken the curse.
Yeah, Lazenby was the only one who got lucky because he only did one, and we all agree that it's a good movie. Say what you want about his performance, but it's a classic movie. So Lazenby got lucky, but all the others, in my opinion, every single one of them, and which now includes Craig, got a bad Bond film at the end. But to No Time to Die's credit, I have to say it's not the worst Craig movie, in my opinion. I do think it's better than Quantum of Solace, because Quantum of Solace was a total slop job in its filmmaking. It was rushed into production. You had a director who didn't know what the hell he was doing, directing an action film. And
I'll say this though, in defense of Quantum, Alan, at least it didn't kill off James Bond.
Yeah, that's true. At least Quantum didn't kill off James Bond. Yes, which is the only reason why I actually have a copy of Quantum of Solace on DVD. I hardly ever watch it at all, but yes, you're right, Jack. At least they didn't kill off Bond at the end. But No Time to Die, with their decision, shameless decision of theirs to kill off Bond. I mean, I'm telling you, as much as I admire the good stuff that's in No Time to Die, I don't want to buy it. I don't want to add it to my movie collection. I just want to pretend that it never existed. I want to pretend that Spectre is the last Bond movie for Craig, and that's what I'm going to do going forward.
And that's fine, because there is an ending, which gives a sense of completion.
Yeah, exactly. It does have an ending. It does have a sense of completion. Bond and Madeline riding off into the sunset at the end of Spectre, and they lived happily ever after. The end. And that's what I'm going to. That's what I'm going to pretend. And also because, I mean, these are films. These are works of fiction. We don't have to accept them. I mean, the coronavirus pandemic is real life. We have to accept that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but these are movies. These are works of fiction. They're all made up. They're all pretend. They're not real. You don't have to accept it. It's the only way I can get around the problem, my personal problem, with Doctor Who, with them changing the Doctor into a woman, which I simply despise, not because I don't love women. Of course I love women, but the Doctor to me is a man. So my only way of coping with that is to simply not watch Doctor Who with Jodie Whittaker, because the Doctor to me is a man. And regarding James Bond, their decision to kill off Bond in No Time to Die, even though he self-sacrifices himself, and people say, you know, Bond goes out, at least if he had to die, at least he dies a hero. Maybe, but I don't think he needed to die at all, and it just infuriated me. Like Jack said, I think Bond is a survivor. You don't kill off James Bond. He can be flawed. He can make mistakes. Other people during the adventure can save his life. He doesn't always have to save theirs, but you don't kill him. And they killed him, and with no shame. They think it was the right way for him to go out. And I just say to the filmmakers, and yeah, I'm also talking to you, Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson, shame on you for that ending. Shame, shame, shame. But of course, the movie made money, so you clearly don't give a shit. But the fact that the film made money means nothing to me. That ending just wrecked it for me. But
I was going to ask you, Alan, like, would you agree that like the way the film ends, it's like the ultimate down note, and like Craig's Bond, like he really shouldn't have like died because of all the shit that he went through in the previous films. He deserved that happy ending. I mean, I think that, at least, anyway.
I'm of the belief that, I know Ollie will disagree, but I'm in the belief that No Time to Die never should have been made. If this was the only ending that was on the table, and apparently, Jack, there was no alternate endings shot for No Time to Die. That was the only ending shot. That was the only ending they went with. No wonder Danny Boyle left, because he didn't want to be responsible for killing off Bond. It's true. That was the only ending shot. So if that was the only ending that was considered for the film, then I say the film shouldn't have been made. That they should have just let Spectre, the criticism of Spectre, be damned. I love Spectre. They should have let the ending of Spectre be the grand finale for Craig's Bond, that he and Madeline drove off into the sunset. They lived happily ever after, the end. Now we can move on to the next James Bond.
Well, apparently, sorry to interrupt again, Alan, but apparently Danny Boyle, no, sorry, not Danny Boyle. Apparently Sam Mendes really tried to convince Craig to leave after Spectre, and apparently Craig was done with the film, but Barbara Broccoli managed to, kind of persuade him to come back. But I kind of wish he just
said to Craig, maybe you should consider stepping down now. And Craig probably thought, yeah, maybe I might. But I don't think he was desperately trying to convince him to leave. I don't think that's the case,
Well, no, apparently he did say to Craig that like maybe he should leave after Spectre, because that was wrapping up all the storylines. I just kind of wish he'd listened to him, but
I
don't think it was like so heavy-handed, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Spectre is now going to be, for me, the last Daniel Craig Bond film. I mean, they disappointed the shit out of me so badly with the ending to No Time to Die that I don't ever want to watch it again, and I don't even want to buy it, even though I acknowledge it's got good stuff in it. I acknowledge.
Would you like to tell us about the good stuff?
Yeah, which I'm about to do. Yes, and I acknowledge that everything leading up to the ending was good, but that ending, I watched Bond get blown up by missiles once. I cannot bring myself to watch it ever again. I just can't do it. So I don't want to touch this film again. But I acknowledge, in my opinion, it's better made than Quantum of Solace, in my opinion. Going into the positive stuff, like I said, everything before the ending was good. It was cool to see what Bond and Madeline's life was like post Spectre. The opening action scene where Bond is assaulted at the graveyard of Vesper, I thought was really cool. And the action scenes, he's on the motorbike, the scene where him and Madeline are in the Aston Martin and it's being fired upon, and then Bond does the donut in the Aston Martin DB5, firing at all the bad guys. That was really cool. I do think the action scenes in this film are great. I give it that. The action scenes are very well staged. This is certainly a well-made Bond film. When you talk about just the making of it, the crafting of it, the way it was shot, directed, acted, all of that is good. So I want to make that clear. I don't hate the overall film. I just hate the ending. But the overall film, it's well made. I give it that.
You would say that Cary Fukunaga did a good job directing it, except the ending.
With the exception of the ending, yes. Fukunaga, he did a really good job directing this thing. he's clearly a better Bond director than Marc Forster. so he did a good job, and the film does look great. You'd think that maybe Roger Deakins had come back to shoot it, but actually the cinematographer Linus Sandgren. So Deakins did not work on this film, but I mean it's beautifully shot. I mean that shot of what is it? Is it the bad guys who are like climbing down the window on the wires, and it's like that's a really good shot. That reminded me of Roger Deakins' work in Skyfall. So it's a good looking Bond film. When they get to Safin's lair, and we see his workers, I guess, in the water, and they're creating the nanobot technology or whatever it is they're doing in the water, and it's lit up with the various light bulbs and all of that. And I mean, it looks really good. The look of the film is good. I mean, the plot, until we get to the ending, is intriguing. Everybody in the cast is good. I mean, Daniel Craig, once again, is solid as James Bond. I wish he'd gone out with Spectre, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of my life that he went out with Spectre, that No Time to Die didn't happen. But he is good in this movie. I give him that he's really good, solid. Okay, he looks older now. That's just what the aging process does. But he is still solid. He's still buff. He's still powerful with the emotional scenes. He's still allowed to have some humor in this film. You know, the one-liners he gets to crack in this film. He's still James Bond. He's still a terrific James Bond, straight to the end, even though the ending disappointed the shit out of me. But even straight to the end, he's a great James Bond. And for me, despite me not liking his last movie, for me, he's still the second best Bond, second only to Connery, who remains my favorite James Bond. But Daniel Craig is number 2 for me. He's a great Bond straight to the end, regardless of what happens to him in the film, and especially the end. He's a great Bond. Léa Seydoux, wonderful to have her back as Madeline. While I'm kind of saddened by the temporary breakup that she and Bond have in this film, I am glad that they did manage to reconcile before the film's end. And what do you know? It turns out they had a daughter. Although Bond doesn't realize it, because I guess they had a night of passion. She got pregnant, and then they broke up for a while. So Bond Bond didn't realize that he fathered a child with her. But it turns out, yes, the daughter, lovely little daughter that she is, his daughter, and that was very sweet to see. I mean, an interesting twist in this movie is that we get to see a domesticated James Bond, and I know some people out there called bullshit on that. Oh, come on, James Bond isn't domesticated. Well, he fell in love with Tracy on Her Majesty's Secret Service and married her. Even they were only married for a few hours at the most before she was killed. So Bond can be domesticated, I guess, for the right woman, I suppose. And I thought that was an interesting twist, or an interesting layer to the film. And sure,
the one thing I don't understand though, Alan, is like after he split up with Madeline, like why isn't he? I don't really get why he's domesticated after that. Do you think he'd have a bit of a love life since he's not, with Madeline anymore? But yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, really, there weren't any other women after that. I mean, surely he could find some women on the island or whatever that he's living at now, and or maybe he did have some girlfriends, but we just don't.
Well, he says he can't trust any women anymore. That's why.
Okay, well, that's a good argument too. Yeah, maybe that's the reason why he was single, or supposedly single. Okay, it could go either way, but it was nice to see them reconcile before the end, and sure that they had a daughter. Bond as a dad for the very first time in the whole series, and I thought Craig played it really well, and so did Léa Seydoux. So that was good.
And she's cute, isn't she, little Mathilde?
Yeah, little Mathilde. Yeah. The girl was cute, and that's nice that she's Bond's daughter. Sure, why not? Let's see. I've heard both ends of the spectrum regarding Rami Malek as the villain Safin. Some say he's the boringest villain, or one of the boringest villains. I mean, I thought he was fine. I liked him a lot better than Dominic Green. That's for sure.
I agree.
Yeah, but do you think he should have had more scenes with Craig? I mean, that's one thing I will say. Like, he has a lot more scenes with Madeline than he does with Craig as Bond, which is kind of a shame, I thought. But
I
didn't really understand why he wanted to destroy the world either.
I do wish he had more screen time, because he does disappear for a while. after the opening scene where we see the flashback of him and Madeline when Madeline was a young girl, and Safin kills Madeline's mom, and she falls into the icy water, and he winds up rescuing her from the water. But after that scene, I think Safin disappears for a long time, and we don't see him again until like the third act of the film. But for the time that he's there, I think he's an interesting villain. Maybe his speech pattern is a little dull. I know one of the film critics at Double Toasted was joking about the way he talks, and my plan is to. And the critic was joking that he was sitting in the audience going, "What? Oh, your plan. Yeah, what's your plan?" Yes. But I mean, it's Rami Malek. He's a great actor. We all know how great he was as Freddie Mercury in Bohemian Rhapsody, and I thought as a villain he was, for the screen time that he had, he was an interesting villain. Maybe not the best villain, and maybe his speech pattern is a little on the dull side, but I wasn't bored to tears by him. He was.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Come on, guys.
I was gonna
we
ask,
need to get wrapped up now, guys.
Yeah. I was just
Okay.
gonna say briefly. One thing I didn't understand is that he's meant to be older than Madeline, but like when he sees her again later in the film, he looks the same. I don't know why they didn't age him or made his hair grey there, but yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. He didn't age much. Okay, I'll go fast. Lashana Lynch as Nomi, the new 00 agent. I didn't feel I don't know I didn't feel that she overshadowed Bond in any way. I thought that they made a good team by the end, and that was nice that she gave Bond the 00 number back to him before the end. Nice to see Ben Whishaw back as Q, Naomi Harris as Moneypenny, Ray Fiennes as M. I was pissed off that they killed off Felix, played by Jeffrey Wright. What was the point? It's horrible enough you killed off Bond. You also have to take out Felix as well. I didn't like that. But it was nice to see Jeffrey Wright there one last time, but I don't think they needed to kill him off. Christoph Waltz comes back for his cameo as Blofeld. Nice to see him again, although he gets killed off too because of that nanobot technology that Bond's infected with. But it's a cameo role, but nice to see him. And I'll just wrap up that I enjoyed most of the film. I was enjoying it. I was in it to win it, despite the record length of the film. It's the longest Bond film. I was in it to win it. But then we got to the ending, and I'll just say, after Bond kills Safin, and he realizes he has the nanobot technology virus, and he can't see Madeline and his daughter again, or he'll kill them by touching them. He's doing his final phone call to Madeline. The missiles are coming, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself in the theater, I'm thinking to myself, no, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. No, they're not going to kill Bond. No, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. And then the missiles come on and come down. Boom, Bond is dead. And I'm sitting there in shock and disbelief. We get to the next scene where the people at MI6 are giving Bond his eulogy. And I'm thinking, no, surely Bond's going to walk through that door. He's going to walk through that door. And he doesn't. And then we get to the final scene with Madeline. And I'm trying to go quickly because I know Ollie hasn't spoken and it's late at night for you guys.
I guess you could say Bond is double toasted.
You could say that. Yeah, he got toasted. Yeah, which I did not like. But anyway, Madeline and the daughter, they're driving off in the car. And Madeline says to the daughter, oh, let me tell you about a man named James Bond. And they throw on We Have All the Time in the World, which doesn't make me feel better, Barbara, Michael G. And then they roll the end credits, and immediately the filmmakers came to my mind. I'm thinking to myself, you fuckers, you low-life pieces of shit. You killed James Bond. You killed Tom Craig's Bond. How dare you? How fucking dare you? And yet, at the end, they flash on the screen, James Bond will return. Really? Well, that's nice, but...
that pissed me off because...
Horrible ending.
I was just going to say... sorry, I was just going to briefly say, and then I'll give it to you. I'll just be very brief. It annoyed me that they put James Bond will return at the end, because I know they will return with a new actor, but Bond won't return. The Craig Bond, I mean, he died at the end. Maybe you should have just not have that at the end, but yeah, I know Louis didn't like that either. But
Well, obviously the only way for Bond to return is that they're going to reboot the franchise yet again, and obviously I mean, they did it with Casino Royale. They established that there's a multi-Bond verse, that there's more than one James Bond. I'm sure, though, a lot of people in the audience were confused. Any of them who hung around and saw that James Bond will return at the end. How can James Bond return? He's dead. They killed him.
Well, most
How can he
Bond fans were
return?
waiting for that. Most fans wanted them to put it there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but okay, the only explanation, there's a multi-Bond verse, there's more than one James Bond, and whoever the next guy winds up playing Bond, he'll be a different Bond on a different timeline in a different universe from Daniel Craig's Bond. That's the only explanation. But yeah, to wrap it up, I don't hate No Time to Die. I just hate the ending. I think it was the most god-awful ending of any James Bond movie. Shame on you, Barbara Broccoli, Michael G. Wilson, and the other filmmakers for that bullshit ending to Craig's time. I think Craig deserved a much happier ending than that, and so that's why I'm going to stick with Spectre as the last Daniel Craig Bond movie for me. I'm just going to pretend Craig's Bond and Madeline drove off into the sunset at the end of Spectre. They lived happily ever after. The end.
That's fine.
Me.
At least you have the choice.
Exactly. So I don't hate No Time to Die, but that ending really torpedoed the film for me. So at the end of the day, I can only give No Time to Die a middle of the road 5 out of 10. But in conclusion, farewell, Daniel Craig, for a job well done as James Bond.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. It is sad to see him go after 15 years.
We'll talk about it at the end. We'll talk about Craig going at the end. I need to wrap this up. Okay. Right. I'm on the other side of the spectrum. I know you guys are going to question everything I'm about to say, but just let me have my say, and then we can be civil about it, as we have been. All right, it's very late. So, No Time to Die. We waited 6 years for it, and in my opinion, it was worth the wait. I mean, I've seen the movie quite a few times now, and I absolutely loved it. I thought it was a great send-off for Daniel Craig. And to get it out of the way first, the first time watching the movie, as I was watching the ending, was a little bit unsure how I was going to take it. I had a 50-50 expectation about them killing him off, despite the fact that I too was kind of against it before the movie came out. And I don't want to sound like a hypocrite, but when I was watching it, I have to say I was really moved by it. I was surprised how much I got emotionally invested in the film, and I could feel the knot in the throat. So that's when the producers actually did the impossible, and they actually convinced me that this was actually a powerful ending. Again, I don't think they should do it again. I think for Daniel Craig, they got away with it, from me anyway. And then I thought to myself after leaving the cinema, well, I think regardless of what would have happened with the ending, they probably would have rebooted the timeline anyway, based on Bond's age in this film. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But I think they were probably going. I think they planned to reboot it anyway and start anew. So the ending for this particular timeline, okay, it's fine. I mean, again, it wasn't my first choice ending, but I accept it on the basis of that it was emotional, and I believe they genuinely tried to make it the best they could. And Craig's performance in the ending is just brilliant. And I actually liked the ending when they played All the Time in the World, and Madeline drove in the car with Matilda, and she says, "I'm going to tell you the story of a man. His name is Bond, James Bond." I thought that was really sweet, and the way that Matilda smiled at him. Sorry, smiled at her. And the rest of the film I thought was very good. Yeah, I thought it got off to a great start with that flashback with Madeline and her past. I guess I will agree with you somewhat about Lucifer Safin. I mean, Rami Malek gives an amazing performance. He's very creepy and very chilling. And I personally quite like his accent. I think he's doing like a Russian accent, but yes, he probably could have been fleshed out more. He could have had more screen time. I'll give you that. But I don't think he's terrible. I think he's decent. He's certainly not the great Bond villain, but I don't think he's the worst either. I think he's intriguing to a point, but certainly his reasons for world domination are a little unclear. But to be honest, I guess I kind of chose to see it as everything with him was sort of personal. He kind of wanted to steal Bond's family and eradicate the rest of the world, I suppose, for some reason. And I just assumed that the grief from losing his family kind of just driven him mad. But again, he's not the best Bond villain. He's good enough. He could have been better for sure, but I thought he was fine for what the movie was. And I really liked the opening as well. I mean, the opening was quite long, but I didn't mind it. In Matera, when Bond and Madeline are driving in the car, and she says, "Can you go faster?" And he says, "We don't need to go faster. We have all the time in the world." I didn't mind the Majesty's references. I didn't think the movie was ripping it off. I thought it would. Okay, maybe it was kind of hammer homing the homage. It was homaging it a lot, but I didn't mind it. I thought it worked well. It didn't feel like it was indulgent to me. The music was nice. I'll admit it was very nice. And the phrase "we have all the time in the world." I mean, at the times that they used it, I thought it worked very nicely. And in Matera, when Madeline says to Bond, I'll tell you if you tell me about Vesper," and he says, "Oh, I buried her a long time ago." And I just think, maybe Madeline was worried about Bond starting another relationship after Vesper. I mean, he is over her, but I just think, maybe she wanted him to fully be at peace with it, I suppose. I can see what you mean in a way about them dragging that up again, but it was a nice callback, and I liked that he went to her grave and he said, "I miss you," so he clearly has forgiven Vesper. I think Quantum of Solace was about him getting over her death, whereas this time it was about him forgiving her. And I think it was nice that he did that. And then, of course, it leads into the obligatory action sequence where Spectre track him down, which was interesting. And I mean, yeah, it's kind of interesting to assume that Madeline would have betrayed him. I mean, she is Mr. White's daughter, so I'm not surprised that Bond had every reason to suspect Madeline betraying him. Of course, he never asked her about any of this, but to be honest, I think he was just so done with all this deceit by the point that he just didn't care anymore. And I like that moment where he's sitting in the car and he's just letting them, Primo and the guards, fire at the windows. That was really cool. And then the donut motion was really fun as well. Excuse me. And there's quite an emotional scene where he leaves Madeline on the train, and that was sad. And she tries to tell him that she's pregnant when she puts her hand on her stomach, but he doesn't notice. He says, "Oh, you'll never see me again." And obviously Blofeld rings on the phone and says, "Oh, your father would be so proud. Your sacrifice will be our glory." And obviously Bond completely buys it because he's in such a state. He can't obviously think very clearly. And I kind of like the plot about the virus. Obviously, it's kind of awkward with the whole pandemic, but it's at least relevant to the current world. But the Heracles virus is interesting. I mean, it does get a bit complicated with the nanobots, but I've watched the film a few times and I kind of get it now. So I think you just need to see the movie a few more times to fully understand it, because there is a lot of exposition. But I personally found that the pace flowed quite well. There are a lot of talky scenes, of course, and it is a long film. It's 2 hours 43 minutes, but I thought it moved along the best that it could. It's not as briskly paced as Skyfall or Spectre, but I think it moves along at a decent pace for what the runtime is. Action-wise, really great. I really liked the Matera car chase, the breaking into the lab, stealing the virus. That was good. The Jamaica stuff. Cuba. That was really good. I enjoyed the Cuba sequence with Paloma. Ana de Armas was great as Paloma. She was really cute and she was funny.
Ollie,
Yeah.
I promise this is the only time I'll interrupt you. I completely forgot to mention Ana de Armas as Paloma. I will say she was definitely one of the highlights of the film. Gorgeous, funny. She kicked major ass. She was definitely one of the highlights for me, Ana de Armas.
Oh yeah, no, that's all right, man. Yeah, no, she was. I think a lot of people have said the same thing. And I actually didn't think Nomi was that bad. I thought she was fine. She was perfectly adequate for what she was. I mean, okay, she's probably not necessary to the narrative of the film, but considering that they were kind of trying to cater towards the Me Too movement and to the feminists who are craving a female Bond, this was the closest they were going to get. So I think it was a decent compromise. And like you say, the females didn't overshadow Craig. So I was happy with the way they were utilized. They weren't overused. I mean, she's not actually in it that much, so I think it's fine. And I do actually quite like her line when she says to the scientist, "I'm taking you back to Mother, darling." That was funny. And there's actually some good tension between Bond and Mallory, like the phone call when he's like, it's got nothing to do with you, and he's like, "Oh, it does. It's Spectre." Mallory, what have you done? There's some really intense drama between Bond and M, and when he returns to MI6, and he's questioning him about it, and then he's like, "You have no right to speak to me that way." So I like the fact that they're kind of, adding a lot of drama into this movie as well. The death of Felix was a bit of a surprise. Didn't see that coming. I didn't mind it. I mean, again, they're going to reboot the timeline, so we'll see Felix again. So it didn't bother me that much, but maybe it would have been nice for Jeffrey Wright to do a bit more. But still, it was nice to see him back, and I loved the scene in the club where they were playing. I don't know what they were playing, some kind of poker game or something, and it was nice to see Bond and Felix having a real kind of buddy relationship. And I liked the character of Logan Ash. I mean, he was cool, especially how he was kind of all nervous and jittery at first, and then the twist that he betrays them. I mean, he kind of gives the game away with his attitude in that scene, how he's trying to stop Bond asking questions, but it's a pretty brutal fight scene that follows. And then the sequence where Felix is dying in the ship, in the boat, that's really intense. I quite like that. Hans Zimmer's score is really good. Obviously, love the callbacks to Majesties. Blofeld, nice to see him back. Christoph Waltz, my poor little cuckoo. I love that scene. I like how I like how the Cuba scene is actually Blofeld's birthday party. I thought that was hilarious. That was a nice little touch. And the fact that the tables have kind of turned with Bond and Blofeld, where he's saying, "Oh, Cuba was quite the party, and happy birthday, by the way. I'm trying to piece together what happened," and he's like kind of laughing at him first, and then Blofeld tells him about the grave and how he set up him and Madeline for the breakup, and obviously depriving Bond 5 years of being a dad, which is kind of sad. I mean, it was kind of shocking how Blofeld died, how he strangled him. Obviously, he touched Madeline, so he'd got the virus on his hands. And obviously, Blofeld's DNA was on the virus, so Blofeld was killed in a very shocking moment there. Again, didn't really mind that Blofeld died too much. Again, because, new timeline in the next film, yada yada. We'll see Spectre again. But yeah, it was kind of a
sorry, just to briefly interrupt. Like Alan, this will be my only interruption. But what did you think of them like wiping out the whole of Spectre just like that? Like, I mean, I saw someone say like it'd be impossible for them to wipe out all of the members in that one scene, with the virus, because Spectre's all around the world. I just thought it kind of made Spectre, like in the previous film, feel a bit redundant the way they were just all wiped out like that, but including Blofeld. But I don't know what you thought of it, but
yeah, well, I mean, at first I thought, okay, well, are all of them actually there at Blofeld's party? I mean, I suppose they have to be. Maybe they are obligated to be there. I thought it was actually kind of clever the way they were wiped out with the virus. It was more the case that I thought, are all of them actually there? Are they sure there's not more out there? But I thought it was fine. I thought it worked for the story. But yeah, and the MI6 regulars are also pretty good. Moneypenny doesn't get as much to do, but she's still good in the scene she's in. Q's house was funny, though. That was a good scene. He was preparing for his date or whatever. Bond and Moneypenny come around, and then he sees the cats, which is quite funny. That was good. And then Tanner as well. Tanner gets a little bit to do. He's quite good. I think this is Rory Kinnear's best performance as Tanner. He gets quite a bit to do, which is very good. What was I gonna say? I quite like the scene with Bond and Mallory when they're by the bridge or by the river, and he says "we." Oh, for fuck's sake! I thought that was kind of funny, and the revelation about Madeline as well. That Madeline, Leia Seydoux is brilliant in the film. I think she's actually better than she is in Spectre because they go into her character a bit more. And the opening flashback was a very interesting beginning, and obviously, you know, her past with Safin was very intriguing. And I like the scene in the clinic where he returns to her and he shows her the mask, and that's obviously quite traumatic for her. And I like that they remembered Spectre with the sink under the bleach. That was a nice little callback. And yeah, and obviously the revelation that Madeline and Bond had a daughter, Mathilde, which was very cute. I don't mind that Bond had a kid in this one. I mean, it's fine. I mean, again, I'm surprised Bond hadn't had a kid up to this point, really, because you know he's not exactly, you know, against sex. Let's be honest. But no, I mean, for Craig's Bond, I thought it was fine. You know, it was nice to have him, you know, bond with his daughter, even though he didn't get many moments with her. It was still nice that they had sort of added it in towards the end, and he was making her food, and he put his jumper around her, and he was carrying her through the woods. You know, there were some cute moments. There were some really cute moments, and he did grow to love her. And I think we sort of see Craig's Bond fully sort of mellow. He's not as cold as he once was. He has become a bit more domesticated, but I think if anything, that's just because that's the way his character has evolved since his first film in the 5 movies, and he's learned to love again. And I think that's the journey. That's what's clever about it, is that he fell in love the first time, had his heart broken, and then he became James Bond. And then over the course of the rest of his films, when he met Madeline, he loved again, and then they had a daughter, and he learned to love her as well. So I think it's a very clear, interesting journey. And Mathilde is just so sweet. I think she's just really cute. And the final assault on Safin's lair is pretty awesome. I love the final action sequence when Bond and Nomi invade the lair, and then Bond has his scene with Safin. Yeah, Bond and Safin probably could have had more scenes together, but I still liked what they had, and I liked the dialogue. I thought it was very well done when he's like, "Oh, you know, we're the same, and you know, we both eradicate people. I just want to be tidier." That was all good stuff. And yeah, I mean, in terms of the ending, when Bond is poisoned by the virus and he does kill Safin, and he breaks his arm as well, which is kind of brutal. Again, when that happened, I thought, oh, right, they're going to kill him. I knew it. But as it unfolded, I'm honestly not lying to you. I was just struck by how moving it was, you know, and I found myself feeling quite emotional afterwards. And I thought, I can't believe that worked. And all the dialogue with Madeline when he's on the phone, and she's saying if we only had more time, and he says, you have all the time in the world. I liked that. I thought it was sweet. And, you know, he says, I'm not going to make it. And then Madeline says, oh, she does have your eyes. And he says, I know. And when he looks up at the sky and the missiles come down, it's certainly shocking. And it's certainly, you know, to me, it's powerful. But obviously, when I first saw it, I thought, I know this is not going to go down well with everyone. I mean, surely, like, the filmmakers, they're not stupid. They know it's an ending that not everyone will like. I think they obviously are taking a risk with this one. The first time they've ever killed James Bond on screen. And I personally thought the ending was nice when Mallory read the quote and they all toasted to him. And again, Madeline and Mathilde drive off in Matera. I thought it was, you know, they did it the best they could. But again, it is divisive. It is the Last Jedi of Bond. There's no doubt about it. It's you know, a lot of people aren't going to like the ending. A lot of people are going to like the ending. I'm not the only person that likes the ending. I wouldn't say I love it. I would just say I accept it for what it is. And it wasn't my first choice ending, but I was happy to be proven wrong on this instance. But I will say this, for the record, I don't think they should ever kill James Bond again on screen. if not for a very, very long time. I think the next actor, when he finishes his era, they should continue the same timeline. Like once the seventh Bond has finished his set of films, don't kill him. Continue like they did with the old films. But for Craig's Bond, I thought if they had to absolutely kill him, this is the best they're going to get. So that's my defense of it. But I will not argue with anyone who hates the ending of No Time to Die, like my two compadres here who despise the ending. That's fine. I'm not going to hold it against them. I'm not going to hold it against anyone. And I just hope that no one holds it against me for liking it. Again, and on repeated viewings, I've found the film I've found myself to kind of accept it more. And I think, honestly, No Time to Die, it had a lot of problems, but it was worth the wait. And I think also Primo. Yeah, I like Primo, and the concept of the bionic eye was really cool. And the gag when he blows his eye up and he's like, I just showed your friend a new watch. Really blew his mind, or something like that. That was fun. And yeah, it was just awesome way for Craig to go out. And Craig's performance is just brilliant. He's definitely playing a much more domesticated side of Bond. He's a lot more mellow. He's a lot more open. But he's still got some of the charm and some of the wit that he's always had. And I don't think that, the film was trying to be woke or anything. I just think it was trying to at least cater for so many different crowds. They had to compromise with Nomi, certainly. But I think they did a good job. I think they really did. And the film cinematography looks really good. And Cary Fukunaga's direction is also very solid. And I think the story is also very solid. And I think after years of development problems, they came out with a pretty good end product. But I think the next film is not going to be as expensive. I think certainly the next film with the new guy is going to probably go back to basics. I mean, we don't know for certain, but I'd imagine it's going to go back to kind of a 2-hour, Bond going on a mission, already established. Presumably they won't do an origin story again. I don't see the need to do that again. And it would be kind of like how the classics were, but in terms of the format, but in terms of the story, it'll be something modern, but who knows? So yeah, I don't have much else to say about No Time to Die. So I am going to give No Time to Die, yep, a 10 out of 10. I know I'm showering this era with praise, but
that's fine.
It's a very
that's
special.
Fine,
yeah, thank you. It's a very special era to me that means a lot, and so that's the end of Daniel Craig's era. So before we go, and this has been a very long hangout, we'll just very quickly give our ratings and rankings and say goodbye to Craig. So Jack, you could rank the movies and obviously rate them out of 10 and then add up your score out of 50.
All right. Well, I gave Casino Royale a 9. Quantum I gave an 8. Skyfall I gave a 10. Spectre a 10. And No Time to Die a 5 out of 10. So at the bottom of the ranking would have to be No Time to Die. Then number 4 would be Quantum of Solace. The number 3 would be Casino Royale. Number 2 Skyfall. And number 1 Spectre. And just to briefly wrap up in Craig's era, be very brief. I think his era overall is pretty good. Daniel Craig, I think, is a great Bond, and he's been the Bond that I've grown up watching in the cinema. Quantum was the first one I've seen in the cinema, and I kind of wish he'd left with Spectre. I think No Time to Die for me was a disappointing ending, and I also have to say I didn't like what Cary Fukunaga said about Connery's Bond being a rapist or whatever. I didn't care for that, and I also think that they should I think they should. Bob Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson should probably just hand over the series to someone who's going to look after it more, because I honestly don't think with the next Bond they'll continue the timeline. I think they'll just reboot it again, because they rebooted at the end. Sorry?
Well, they can't. He's dead.
Yeah. No, but I mean, they could have continued on with the next actor and not killed Bond at the end of this, but I don't think I think for the next Bond, I don't think they'll continue on the same timeline. I think they'll just reboot with a new actor again, and they might kill him off again. I just think killing off Bond has opened up the idea of killing him off. Like Alan said in his review, I think, killing off Bond in this film has opened up the idea of killing Bond at the end of every actor's tenure and then rebooting again, which I just don't like the idea of at all. I think if you're going to kill him off, do it once, but there is a possibility they're going to kill off Bond at the end of every actor's tenure, like Alan said, and just reboot it. And I just, like Alan, I don't know if I'd watch Bond again. If they killed Bond off again in a future movie, I think I'd be done with the franchise. So I think Barbara Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson should hand over the series to someone, who actually cares for the material, because apparently, I need to send you the article, Alan, but apparently Barbara Broccoli is open to a transgender person playing James Bond. She said that in an interview. So,
Lovely.
yeah, she's up.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did. I've got the interview.
Well, send me the link because I've not seen that.
She said she was open for a transgender Bond. So, I don't know.
I saw her there was on ITV with Craig, and she said Bond would stay a man. So don't know where you get that.
Why my friend told me about it, and I said, "Could you show me the article?" And he showed me it. So I'm going to send the link afterwards. But she did say that recently in an interview. But
so it's just an article.
Yeah, but she said it in an interview.
Mm.
She was open for it in the article. So anyway, I just want to wrap up and say I think Craig was a great Bond. I think his era overall was pretty good, except for No Time to Die. I just wish they didn't kill his Bond off at the end. I wish he'd left in No Time to. Well, I wish he'd left at the end of Spectre, but there you go. But I think he's been a great Bond. The Bond I've grown up on the big screen. So yeah, 42 out of 50. Only one film there that I'm not crazy about, and that's No Time to Die. But yeah.
Okay, Alan, what about you?
For me, let's see. My personal ranking at number 5, Quantum of Solace, which I gave 3 out of 10. Number 4, No Time to Die, which I gave a 5 out of 10. Number 3, Spectre, which I gave 9 out of 10. Number 2, Skyfall, which I gave 10 out of 10. And number 1, Casino Royale, which I gave a 10 out of 10, which out of a score of 50 for Craig's era, that comes to 37 out of 50. So that's really good. That's a really solid score for Daniel Craig's era. I love 3 of his 5 Bond movies, and I thought he was a terrific Bond all the way to the end, including the way No Time to Die ended, but he was a great Bond straight to the end. But I will mirror what Jack said and what I said in my review, that because Craig's Bond died at the end of No Time to Die, and because the film was a box office success, I hope Broccoli and Michael G. Wilson aren't thinking to themselves, well, hey, we released a commercially successful Bond film where we killed off James Bond at the end, so I guess that means we can kill off Bond all we want. We can just kill him again at the next, whenever he gets to the end of his era, we can just kill him again and kill him all we want. And I sincerely hope not. The box office returns alone say that you got away with killing off Bond this one time, but God damn it, don't ever do it again. Because if you do, I will walk from the Bond franchise. Don't ever kill Bond ever again, and I'm gonna hold them to that to see what happens to the next Bond and when we come to the end of his era. But getting back to Craig briefly, he was a wonderful James Bond. I mean, it's like he reinvented the character. Brilliant performances, even though a couple of films there I didn't care for, but 3 of them, Casino Royale, Skyfall, and Spectre, I think are all awesome Bond films. And Daniel Craig, he really is a terrific James Bond. He really is. I mean, he's my second favorite Bond, second only to Connery. And despite the way his era ended with that terrible ending to No Time to Die, Daniel Craig, I salute you, and I thank you so much for your brilliant work as the 6th James Bond. God bless you, sir, and thank you. And whoever takes over the role of Bond next, he's got a huge pair of shoes to fill. So good luck to him following Daniel Craig. So Daniel Craig, thank you.
Thank you. Lovely tribute. As for me, it will be obviously I'm going to have the highest score of the 3 of us. Totally not biased, lol. as for my ranking, number 5 would be Quantum of Solace at 7 out of 10. 4 would be Spectre at 10 out of 10. 3 would be No Time to Die at 10 out of 10. There's a pattern emerging. Number 2 would be Casino Royale at 10 out of 10. And number 1 is Skyfall at 10 out of 10. So it adds up to 47 out of 50, I believe. So yeah, very high score for me. I think this is a fantastic era of James Bond. It's my personal favorite, obviously. And I am very excited to marathon Craig's movies again. And that includes Quantum of Solace. I thought Daniel Craig did an amazing job with this franchise, and his movies are just absolutely brilliant. I don't just give 10 out of 10s, for no reason. I know it may seem like that given, the consistent amount that I've given Craig's films, but I genuinely believe his films deserve it. The ones that I've given 10s to, I genuinely believe they deserve it. His era isn't without flaw, of course, because I've given Quantum of Solace a 7, and there are some nitpicks I have with some of the others, but for the most part, he was a very consistent Bond. He was really good, redefined the franchise. I personally am okay with the way his Bond ended, but I think it's nice at least that people have the choice to choose Spectre or No Time to Die as the ending, because there's a sense of completion with Spectre. So it's not all bad, guys. So these two guys can have Spectre as their ending. That's perfectly fine.
Yes.
Yes. And I think Craig will forever be remembered as one of the greatest James Bonds, if not the greatest James Bonds of all time. And to whoever the new person is, good fucking luck. All I say, because I don't know how you're going to top Craig, but hopefully we'll see what direction the series goes in. Obviously, there'll be a new timeline. I'm just hoping that we start with the next film, Bond pre-established. I mean, if the MI6 regulars were to stay, I'd be happy with that. Or if they change them up, I'd also be okay with that. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be a long time before the next one. They're still going to have to look for the next Bond, which they'll start in the new year, hopefully. So maybe in about 3 to 4 years, we'll see the next film. It's too early to say at the moment. But for nothing else, thank you, Daniel Craig, for being an amazing James Bond. It's been brilliant to go on this 15-year journey with you. So good luck in your other jobs and your other work.
Yeah. Indeed.
So, yeah, I think that is where we're going to leave it tonight. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to us go on for almost 5.5 hours. There's been 5 films, so can't blame us, really. And thank you to my 2 chums, Jack and Alan. And thank you to the guys in the chat as well. And until next time, we'll see you around. Next Bond Hangout will probably be the unofficial movies. Although Alan has compiled a team rank, well, not sort of a team ranking, like our own rankings.
Our ranking of the Bond films as a trio, as the 3 007 Musketeers, how we rank the Bond films as a group, which I think will be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it.
Maybe we'll do that in a hangout as well.
Yeah. Oh, I hope so. I hope we will. We'll probably have to split it up into 3 or 4 parts, but it'll be fun. I've seen other people on YouTube, Bond fans, who have done Bond rankings as a group, so I figured it'd be kind of fun for me and Jack and Ollie to rank the films as a group. I'm tabulating the votes right now as we speak, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alan. Your dedication is most appreciated.
Thank you.
Well, we shall see you soon also for more Doctor Who hangouts. So until then, thank you very much for listening. I'm Mr. Thomas11. This is Alan. This is Jack. See you soon. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.